Card House Spring presents the Holiday Monster Tournament with $40,000 guaranteed, coming on Black Friday, November 24. Get into this no-limit hold'em tournament with just $135 instead of fighting the crowds on Black Friday.
Oh. The button new. I don't like that button. Run good of the day, buddy. We got a button.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday night TCH Live.
What are we doing? $100 flip. 100? Only 100.
Start things off with a PLO flip. I'm Aaron McAvoy. Joining me, of course, is my man Eric over in Dallas. What's going on, my friend?
200, 300, 400?
Oh, wait. Well, we got him cut out as well. So a little bit of technical hiccups here to get things started. But Eric, he's locked in now. What's going on, man?
Oh, not a lot, man. Just excited to be here.
Unfortunately not on the felt, but we have the pleasure of seeing him there in the 2-seat this evening. Danny, Carlos, Slick Ric, JD, Benham. We got John Harris over here in the 8-seat, who looks like a familiar player to me, but I'm not sure if I've seen him here on the stream too often, if at all, and Porker in the 9-seat.
Yeah, nice to see John Ryan back. He brought some excitement the last time he was on. So.
Yeah, always does. That man has no fear whatsoever, and I suspect we'll be in for quite a treat here this evening. If the last couple of weeks without him in the mix is sort of priming the pump, so to speak, of him trying to come in and make some plays, I would not be at all surprised. So looking forward to seeing it. Taking a look here at the chat as we get this board run out. We've got RJ Dupree, we got Albert. What's going on? Poker Monkey, Doug. RS Actuary, Frank. How's it going, guys? H and H, Raina, David. Hello, hello. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Looking forward to this evening with you guys. As it looks like Porker here is going to take it down with a set of jacks. No, a straight. Set of jacks and a straight to the 6.
It's good that I lost and bad that you didn't win enough, right? Now you chop. Good though.
Y'all gonna flip for the pot, right? Yeah. We don't chop. We flip high card for the pot.
Okay. Oh, 2 players have the 5 deuce. And there's some comments about
the conversation with flipping for 5K.
flipping for the pot, but looks like we are going to chop it.
I think when he said that, his butt was fucking up.
And after that exhilarating flip, we're going to get started on the 2-card game. Of course, $5,000 is the maximum buy-in for this game until we get going, and then players are eligible to match up to the biggest stack on the table. So before too long, I'm sure we'll see some players reaching into the billfold or the pouch, whatever they may have.
Yeah, right. Last week it was no time before we had some 15 to 18K stacks, 20Ks. So Danny ran his stack up really high. So looking forward to see what kind of action we get tonight.
Absolutely right. All right, 5, 10, and a quarter are the blinds. Folds to RV Phil in the small blind. He's going to make the call. And Danny here going to exercise his option from the large blind, squeeze it up to 1 1/4. Gets called in both places. So 3 players to our first flop of the evening. Nice flop here for RV Phil, and a gut shot plus an overcard and backdoor diamonds for Danny. So he's got every reason to continue here.
As long as the action.
He can call a raise, but RV Phil not going to put in that raise, has the 10 of diamonds, so this board fairly locked up. So he's happy to just check and call. 8 of hearts here on the turn, and an interesting play here. Not going to check raise the flop, but will donk lead the turn.
You need to come here to see if I'm in the office. If we pulled these in the office yesterday.
Danny here, a little perplexed by the move.
Are you trying to wake up this early either on a stream day?
It does have that backdoor or the front door diamonds to represent if a diamond peels off. Preferably for him, of course, some sort of deuce through 5 kind of range. But it is a jack of clubs.
Queen. Check.
And check. RV Phil going for the sort of zig and zag operation there, trying to get his opponent a little off balance and then see if he would bluff the river, but does not end up working out for him to get any additional value on the end, but will drag a nice little pot right there.
Right, and you hear Danny saying, good thing a 10 didn't come out, or he would have gotten all of it.
These guys.
Yeah, making your Broadway straight there on the end definitely would be tough to get away from it, given
There's two things. What would Jesus do and what does Phil have? Those are the two mottos.
the absolute strength of that hand.
You made the max there, buddy. It's a good lead on the turn.
JD's looking sharp tonight. Looks like he just got out of a business meeting maybe and hustled over here.
Re-raise. 225.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of players here looking sharp. Carlos, of course, always looking dapper. And he's looking dapper with the queens as well, but not electing to re-raise here. He is just going to call him back to Slick Ric, who has opened this pot and faced a raise from JD. Definitely a spot to go for a 3-bet. Very interesting plays here already on just hand number 2 of No Limit.
Now JD in a little bit of a pickle here with his 2 9s.
Yeah, and the fact that Carlos only called is actually going to dramatically under-rep his hand and make JD feel like his 9s are likely worthy of continuing. Although if he does call, he sort of invites Carlos in. He'll get to play in position, but pocket 9s against 2 players is really not very good. And so he may elect to 4-bet this. I'm not sure. This is sort of 4-bet or fold territory a lot of the time and just kind of feels marginal. Yeah, JD is like, it's just not quite worth it. Because if I stick it all in and get called, then I'm very likely way behind or at the very best flipping. So he does just ditch it, and I like that play, even though we can see that he was ahead of Slick Ric's ace-king. Carlos, of course, not going anywhere. He is going to go for the flat-flat, playing out of position here with the big pair. 9 right in the window, max pain for JD, and you can see the
eyes go up, right?
Pain on his face.
Oh,
no.
Tough stuff.
I watched that full stream.
Slick Ric here also has the ace of clubs, stacked pot ratio at 2. So he's going to go for a very small continue, 400 into 2,000, so 1/5 pot continuation. Carlos just going to make the call. Deuce of hearts now on the turn. Because of the very small sizing on the flop, Slick Ric here will be left with a little bit of an awkward stack to pot ratio if he wants to get all the chips in. Of course, he can go for another sort of small to middling size here on the turn, and then half pot to 2/3 jam on the river, but Carlos isn't even going to give him that option. He's going to put in a small bet of his own.
750.
750 is the wager from Carlos.
Wow.
All in.
Yeah,
We saw this last week from Slick Ric.
All in with a call.
Whoa, Carlos, though, it doesn't waste any time making this call. He's like, if I'm going to play my queens this way, I cannot be pushed around.
Can't fold there if you're playing them this way.
2 times.
Most of my work.
2 rivers here.
They've got Team Viewer on them. So, and it's all
Safe for Carlos,
as soon as I
and
get that update, they don't let me go back.
good for Rick.
You can,
Run it one time, Carlos doubles up. As it stands, these players are going to profit a little bit. We'll chop up JD's initial 3-bet money.
Okay, you take that bet back.
I have something
We can make it on off because it's on the domain. It's just not like.
Yeah, and JD looking at this board, obviously he would be in kind of an awkward spot most of the time, but this flop in particular would have been gin against Carlos.
My IT guy's like, I don't want to do that.
I had another final table on Sunday.
What could have been
Too many jars.
will end in a
I just
chop
don't
pot
see, like,
between
are those
two
weekend
players not
tournaments
named
I only play
JD.
on Sundays usually.
Yeah, exactly.
just a one plus a Sunday
Yeah,
tournament?
interesting way that Carlos decided to play that, a little cautious. But
Huge guarantees. And then
you know,
there's like
got
small
got his
versions.
money
Usually,
in
like, every month
with
they
the
have,
best of
like,
it. And unfortunately, had to chop it up. But
a flight every
chopping's better than losing.
And then at
That's
the end of
for
the
dang
month is
sure.
the day two.
Absolutely right. And yeah, I mean, if you think about
I'll give you
the way that changed the action, right? Like if Carlos just goes for a standard 4-bet there,
Fucking GG.
Slick Ric becomes the player that's in kind of an awkward spot
Live in Mexico,
because
water bill.
he's gotten 3-bet by the player next to act and then 4-bet by the player in the blind because he's under the gun. So like those are tremendously strong ranges to be just like pounding all the money in with ace king off. So it would have been interesting to see how he would have played that spot. Almost certainly JD is going to be getting away from it pre-flop and not seeing it, you know, the flop top set no matter what. But yeah, just a very interesting dynamic for sure.
Three players.
I just don't play it right. I don't know how to play queens better than all fucking in.
I'm pretty sure you played it great.
Everybody whiffs here. It's a gut shot on the flop and now pair of threes on the turn for JD.
I'm on the first one. But then God hates me.
Bet 100.
Have you considered that that's your own fault?
I don't fully understand what's going on with these equities as they have now just been updated. I was like, Jack 6 is not beating anything at this point, but apparently the equities could see the future because there is a 6 on the end, and John Ryan is going to make the best hand. And bets 300 with it, sort of merging his hand.
I would have beat you.
Takes it down.
I didn't realize it at first, but I was like, oh, Slick. I saw later you posted.
Yeah, I can overhear Carlos asking JD right now, what did you have in that hand? And JD didn't answer specifically. He just said, I would have beat you. Those two like to get after it on the table quite a bit. Little friendly table banter.
Probably that.
There it is. Top set, he says.
Like 1,500 entries.
25 to go.
Yeah, nice job on your win too.
Yeah, I'm getting back to online on Sunday.
It's fun, man.
125.
John Ryan here working on keeping that VPIP up straight away, 6-5 off in the cutoff. JD here from the large blind knows that not only is John Ryan going to be opening quite wide, but Queen Jack of Hearts, certainly a very viable 3-betting candidate from the blinds. John Ryan not going anywhere, already over $1,000 in the middle. JD will have the betting lead, but out of position. Flops a gut shot to Broadway, backdoor hearts.
Call. Heads up.
JD continues. John
Yeah,
Ryan
300 and a
makes
call.
the call
Yeah.
and turns the best hand with a pair of fives. It is a heart, though, so JD not only still has the flopped gut shot and range advantage, but picks up additional flush equity on the turn. This is sort of the all the trappings of a triple barrel incoming. 1600 in the middle, and stack to pot ratio a little over 2, but instead JD is going to check here.
John Ryan says, I'll take it from here. Leads out for 500.
And there it is. It's the check raise from JD. Yeah, I was going to say, sort of a little bit counterintuitive to check there unless you are going to pounce on any aggression. And oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
John Ryan makes a very quick call. He is ahead and needs to fade a queen, jack, king, or heart.
JD, John Ryan, but John Ryan said, I won't be outdone.
Oh.
Broadway. Wow.
Counting it twice.
Oh my goodness.
Chop it up.
That is just sickening.
Could have told you to do it just
No
once.
respect.
No respect, he
Deserve the
says.
respect, but come on.
That's sick.
That was an ugly shot.
Oh, wow.
You tell him.
I am
Could
just,
have just called him one.
I am blown away. I love John Ryan's play, man. This guy has so much heart. And the fact that he came to that decision as quickly as he did
Yeah, this is the most fair. I'm always good to chop with him.
is just incredible.
Carlos, fuck
You
him
don't have
up.
to like chop up this thing.
No.
Just- 25 is the smallest.
Yeah, before I could even jump in to give JD props for maybe giving John Ryan the business there, John Ryan says, I'm just going to call because my 5 is good here.
1200.
What a sicko.
Yeah.
That's why we love
I
him.
think he should go for making the call.
That was an incredible call. Did get unlucky on the first run out, but fortunate to have run it twice there. He gets to keep his stack. Yeah, I mean, you're technically ahead with the pair of 5s, but you've got to fade so much of the deck. I mean, I think the equities are at the end were 60-40, right? And
Yeah.
you know, with as much money was in the middle already, JD is actually just in a profitable spot long term if he can just keep finding those positions, right?
It's
Like,
actually very respectful.
I actually called you with like a king.
it's just pretty incredible.
Really respectful.
Yeah.
Like king high.
There was no tank whatsoever.
There with
I probably
like an
would've,
ace, you
too.
know?
Go get him.
Like tank there with an ace. It's really, it's like a compliment, you know?
Did I call fast? Sorry.
No, it's like a compliment.
5, 10, 25.
John Ryan hasn't missed a beat.
I think about it too long.
It is a compliment, though. It feels kind of gross in the moment when you get hero called by a hand that you feel like should have folded.
I thought I was gonna hit on both.
But it definitely is a compliment. In
Yeah, I was
a certain respect, your opponent is giving you credit for being able to go for big bluffs in spots that make those calls profitable. But yeah, it is kind of tough to look at that one and be like, wow, 6-5 offsuit. Okay, cool. Right. I don't win this pot somehow, you know, and kind of get hung up on that.
Are you playing tight? Am I? No, I just need some cards.
Obviously you
He
are.
needed to make trips to beat me.
I wouldn't have raised with check clean of cards.
Carlos will not be pushed out of this pot. Does make the call on the button, but is in a dominated position here. Pretty good flop here for JD and the ace-king. He will go for a small continuation, and Carlos is out of the way. Yeah, I was playing in a tournament down in San Antonio over the weekend, made day 2. Came into the day with like 12 big blinds, so, you know, it was kind of a tough spot to operate from, particularly given the fact that it was a mystery bounty tournament, so pretty much everybody was going to be trying to knock me out.
Right.
I did manage to get some run good, doubled up early, and built my stack a little bit. Got it up to somewhere like 35 blinds or something like that, and then went for a triple barrel bluff against a guy who, on the river that completed the front door flush, put a one-liner to a straight on the board, called me with second pair for a, you know, basically a little under pot-sized jam, like 3/4 to 80% pot-sized jam on the river. And I had the nut blocker, Ace of Hearts, and tanked it all the way down to the final second of the clock having been called by another player at the table, and he put the chips across the line to call. And of course, I just had the ace high. And it was a similar situation where you're kind of like, man, you can't find the fold with that hand? Like, what are you doing? But at the end of the day, you do kind of have to say, well, credit to that guy for making the call, and credit to them coming back as, you know, recognizing that I'm capable of making that bluff move. So just the game of poker being played.
Really? Okay. Like a work trip? Yeah. Wow. How was that?
It's definitely interesting, and I'm sure some of the folks in the chat too have played it. Other locations in Texas. Obviously, TCH has 6 locations in Texas, and every town plays a little different. You know, I think wherever you go, you're going to find action, and it's going to be a lot different than play that you'll see in, you know, casinos across the country. But Texas poker is one of a kind. But each individual club and town plays a little different as well.
Yeah, definitely true. Some places there tends to be a little bit more Wild Wild West kind of vibe going on, and other places it's a little bit more, you know, sort of almost a Vegas vibe, you know, where people are just playing a lot tighter and not getting out of line as much, or making big hero calls, anything like that.
You were in Qatar?
I went to Dubai.
Oh, Dubai. Nice.
You gonna open up a 3-coin franchise over there, or?
What is 3-coin? What is 3-coin?
High 4 player.
You know Randy?
Randy's
Yeah. Oh, okay. Personal brand. 75.
Jack 8-7 flop here, 2 hearts. Carlos has obliterated this board. Although we can't see what John Ryan has, so
3 players.
some potential for these cards to not be accurate.
Of all players to have the mystery hand, I think this will be a fun one, with John Ryan being the one. If he continues, but he's going to let it go.
It stuck to my foot, and I was like, what should I do with it?
Bill here with just the gut shot.
Oh, I like it too.
Continuing to bet into multiple players. Carlos still just calling in position. We go to a river, 4 of hearts. Flush comes in.
How long were you in Dubai?
Phil
Like 6 days.
is going to give it up now.
Yeah. It's funny because I've been working for FedEx for
Being out of position is just always so hard, right? Like you're bluffing, but you don't have a good heart. But maybe your opponent just has a jack. Maybe you could punk him on the river if you just blast it again. But God, you just don't know because you're out of position. And
how far is the flight? Like how
RV decides he better just give it up. At least that seems to be the case. He has checked it over and Carlos is betting. Now back over to RV.
2 hours on the plane just for 5 days of work.
Yeah, exactly. No, so on the flight to Dubai, I actually had to work. But on the return flight, I was too tired and I stepped out.
And these cards are incorrect. Yeah, that is not the ace-10. That is a jack-10.
That makes a little bit more sense now.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. So, yeah, RV Phil there, I guess, convinces himself that Carlos is up to no good. It's a little bit tough to find a bluff on this run out, but Phil says, you know what? Whatever you're up to over there, I need to be sure of it. Does put in the 750 to see those cards. And Jack of Hearts is good.
Business class at junior number. You gotta work. Yeah. Definitely gotta work. Yeah. 16 hours. Let's go. Fuck in, buddy.
Aaron, that is our co-commentator there in the box right now dealing. That is Mr. R.J. Dupree, who's going to be joining me for the last couple hours of the stream tonight. later on. So shout out to RJ there.
He's been dealing some fire here so far. We're just about one orbit in, and I've definitely seen some nice juicy pots. Carlos here, the major recipient of the run good here so far. He is going to limp kings. And finally finds a customer to go for a raise. It's RV Phil.
Free race.
And John
Oh,
Ryan next
hello.
to act. Oh, goodness.
His beautiful hand. Oh.
This is working out perfectly for Carlos. Last time he
It was a friendly game.
just called with his pocket queens. This time,
It was friendly.
yeah, different ideas.
A lot of shifting around in his seat there.
Everybody has a real hand, except you and I for what?
While Carlos decides what he's going to do, Paul in the chat has a question. It says, what is stream sniping if it is a thing? I'm going to just presume that this is a real question. Stream sniping is when someone is actually streaming their game live and a competitor is able to log into YouTube or Twitch or wherever they're streaming and get information from them in real time. But that is not a possibility on this show because we have a nice healthy delay so that all of you fine folks watching this live with me and Eric are actually 15 minutes in the past from what has been played and what has transpired on the felt.
That's right. No snipers here.
I keep hearing though, like it's about the shorts.
Yeah, the shorts. Well, like, I mean, like
Phil here. He's got a pretty hand,
Yeah.
but he just paid off Carlos a moment ago. Is Carlos really the guy that's just like punking you, pushing you around? He seems to think so. He's going to make this call.
Voice trend, everyone's doing it now. So that's not really like.
Yeah, you don't want to be like another.
Yeah.
I got you.
Setting himself up for another challenging spot as he'll be out of position again.
Well on like Instagram and like TikTok. That's why I'm like trying to just get better at the long form because that's still like I feel like where all the money.
That's where the money is,
Yeah.
right? Like, if you don't make the money.
Yeah. It's just like shorts are like.
John Ryan, no fan of folding. Looks like he may decide to fold this one, but
I feel like somebody wants like a major list hunting. Yeah, I would love to see that.
He's getting kind of a price, but his hand is super dusty, and he does let it go. All right, heads up between RV Phil and Carlos. Stack to pot ratio well under 1 here. RV Phil has under 3,000 remaining. He needs to find a miracle flop. That is not it. The temptation here is to just go all in if you're Carlos, but he's going to play a little tricky trappy and check it back.
and allow Phil to gain a little bit more equity here. The spade's coming in.
Here comes the small bet now.
Very small.
Yeah, RV Phil is getting, I mean, it's close
Incredible
to the right
price, right? Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be tough for him to get paid, I guess. I mean, I guess maybe not, because if it just comes spade, and it does, he just
gross.
rips it all in, and Carlos, how could he fold? This is incredible.
All in.
I call, I have to.
Call.
God damn.
Tricky though.
Oh, you beat.
Wow. What an incredible run out there. Fantastic turn and river
It's hard to make a flush.
there for RV Phil. Really tough beat for Carlos. I mean, he played that one just about as well as he could to get the maximum amount of chips in, because I'm not sure he could have bet more at any stage of the hand and kept his opponent in. And then just bingo right on the end. 7 of spades brings it home for RV Phil.
Yeah, he's disgusted obviously by the result, but you know, that check on the turn could have lended Phil the opportunity to bluff were he to brick that draw, or even catch a 10 or something, and get Carlos. Got a little tricky there, and unfortunately it bit him in the butt. But I'm not hating on that play. I don't know how you feel about it, but I like the check there on the turn.
Well, he checked back the flop and then bet the turn, which.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it was flop and then.
4,400.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because he had the equity there with spades.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's sort of awkward because
Can I take off?
you hard block ace king if your opponent was going to be calling with ace king in a spot like that. So you kind of weight him more heavily towards middling pairs like jacks and tens. You know, it's a pretty narrow range, honestly, if you think about it. So I would be a little bit more inclined to, well, I mean, I guess, I don't know. No matter how you look at it, you really can't go wrong.
Yeah, the
Checking
two queens
flop or
obviously,
yeah.
you know, probably slowed him down a little bit. You know, maybe led him to think maybe that, you know, that might be a possibility there, and just kind of slow play it and see how it goes. But either way, big hand. Starting the night off.
Luckily for Carlos, he had won a little bit before that hand transpired, so didn't take him down to the felt.
10 hands in, and we've had, what, 3 all-ins already?
I'm so glad that you didn't jam.
Yeah, pretty
good start.
Pretty spicy stuff, man.
Yeah.
Well, if anybody wants to play on the live stream down in Austin, you can find the link there in the chat. Go ahead and click on the form there, fill it out, let us know when you want to play. We've got some 2-5, some 1-3 options, and then of course you can also find the sign up link in the chat for Houston and Dallas as well.
2 1/4. Hold. Hold. 75. Hold.
What's the biggest game you've been at?
Heads up.
Game.
John Ryan here with the mystery hand once again.
Only like a couple sessions.
But Venom here can flop up and down.
Like 40. Buying was like 40.
That is the seat that Wolfgang was in our last stream, and had a couple issues there too. So we'll have to see if it's the issue with scanning the cards or just the software maybe is having an issue in that seat too. Nice turn card there. Venom.
Yeah, and John Ryan leading out on flop, continues on the turn, but cannot withstand the raise. Quickly lets it go. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out there to see if John is scanning his cards over the little bullseye there. And yeah, hopefully it's not a bad scanner, because that would be bad news for the rest of the night.
Never heard of it. I just run pure forever.
Must be that good looking.
Everyone else runs bad, so
Somebody don't try to get too involved with all the poker pros. Just keep it recreational. You don't have to worry about variance or GTO bullshit or whatever the fuck they talk about these days. What's that?
I just go with my gut. I'm never like, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I'll never be mad at myself.
Where you put your gun in?
Yes.
Where you put Danny though? Which one is Danny in?
what I do?
Danny's a fucking professional poker player.
Oh, she is.
No. Not anymore.
Fuck out, Danny.
I retired.
275.
Free raise 275. Call.
Sits down, starts talking about his ICM shit and stuff.
Beautiful hand here for Phil.
ICM.
Tournaments are now a serious hobby of mine.
I do like tournaments. I ain't gonna lie. Like it's fun. I will admit.
I am no longer
You like to gamble over tournaments, you know?
I like to.
The sweat.
I like to.
I like playing with nerds like Danny.
Check.
Every aspect of my life, I would treat a video game the same way.
Top 2 pair for RV Phil. He checks it back on the button very quickly.
250.
When I was younger, I would like write down
And a
StarCraft,
queen would
Build
be an
Orders,
absolute
and,
spicy
like,
card
whatever
for
shit.
all in the hand.
What about skiing, though?
I mean,
That's different, right? That's
yeah,
different.
that's more like an athletic. That's something that you just have to practice or whatever.
Like all drones.
Walter in the chat says the C2 scanner was having issues on the Saturday tournament stream as well. Well, shucks. Okay. Well, we may need to have a technician take a look at that, but we'll do our best here for the rest of the night. As the river does bring in the front door hearts, and RV Phil still going to go for value. It's a tiny little bet, 300 into 1600, reopening the pot and kind of inviting some nasty business here from John Ryan.
Just like you said. He made some quick call, though. Yeah.
It's gonna be one of these Phil nights this year.
Yeah, I didn't think that he would necessarily be folding, but he had made up his mind that this was a small bet to induce, and if he was losing, he was just losing and fine with it.
What is the rounder's line? Will not be pushed around.
Definitely. Yeah, because he called that immediately.
Yeah, just immediately, yeah.
Yeah, I think that small bet and then quick call is a pretty good lesson, honestly, just in how to play in position. Like, if you are going to put in a small bet when you're in position, like, you need to have already made up your mind about what you're going to do if your opponent raises you, because you're going for the thin value, right? Like, the small bet in position when you could just check it back and win the pot most of the time. You know, you're setting yourself up for a re-raise, so it is definitely something to be prepared for, and RV Phil very much was right there.
A little much sometimes.
Check.
Battle of the ace highs here. Nobody improves.
Check.
Well, there's a lot of action in this corner. Like, staring at this.
Like slots.
Thank you.
I like your tally.
That's when they're playing stacks. It's like,
Okay.
it goes quick.
So we look at the stacks there. JD has matched up to RV Phil and Porker's stacks. Or I guess just up to RV Phil. Porker also matching up to RV Phil.
Right, yeah. 13 hands in, and RV Phil's already got almost a full double up there.
They're trying to do like a more mainstream type of reality TV show.
The rest of the players probably feel like they're just kind of watching the RV Phil show.
I never saw Big Brother.
I think it's like it's all contained in like an episode.
Hold.
There's like contestants and they're coached by pros or something, is that right? Or they're backed by...
Is
it like the life of a poker player? Or like
It's like a game show where there's going to be eliminations and stuff like that, but there's like poker involved as well. I think they need to mix more like non-poker challenges too to make it more mainstream.
No, 3 players.
It's pretty decent so far. There's 2 episodes out. You can watch it on YouTube. It's Game of Gold, I think. Like all the famous poker players are in it, like Negranu and stuff.
Interesting.
GG made it.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of that either, so Game of Gold on YouTube if anybody else is watching that. Poker-related content.
I never watched Big Brother. Somebody was explaining to me the concept of it a couple like a year ago.
I watched it.
The guy that Kevin Martin was
Thank you
on
for the
that.
feedback
He's on
there,
the
Eric. I
official
agree
as well.
that the red on red is
I
not
didn't know that
ideal.
Kevin Martin was on Big Brother, and he was dating a dude on there, and his wife was on there. That's how they met.
Oh,
Like him or his ex-wife. His ex-wife.
yeah.
Yeah. So he met his ex-wife, and then they got married, and they just recently got divorced or something. But like, I was just like, wait, that's actually like they're like, yeah. I was like, oh, I just knew they're poker. I didn't like, I knew he was like on it, but like I didn't know. Apparently, they like edit the show and you make the episodes or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But then you could like pay money to like watch the live cameras 24 hours a day. Yeah. You could like pay money to have access to the cameras in their house for 24 hours a day, like real time.
That's crazy.
Yeah, on like super satellite.
So
It comes with CBS All Access.
It's
comes with
something
CBS
where
All Access.
You're like videotaped all the time or something?
Yeah, all the time.
You're
Big
locked
Brother.
in the house.
Is there no safe
You
space?
can't leave the house. Oh, fuck no.
Like,
There's a couple safe spaces. There's like a bathroom or something.
No, well, the bathroom, you can see.
I don't know.
Like, so like, okay.
So the shower.
The shower, you can still see their head. Like it's like imagine you're in like the stall in there. There's still like
I
cameras
had
in
one of
there.
those too.
But there's zero spot where you're not getting like audio and like people are fucking on there and like they just.
Yeah, so people like look up there like try to clip it and stuff, and everybody tries to. Yeah. So you can just like creep on them 24 hours a day.
I'm sure a lot of people do that too.
Yeah.
It's
So you just pay money to
fun.
just creep on these people.
But the game itself is fun. Like it's really fun to watch it.
I know, but like that aspect of it was just like okay, I didn't know you could like. It was like the original like camp house.
I would have thought it was something like where they take care of little kids and stuff. Is it, so
Boys are asking about
is it like a dating type of thing?
They were watching
something and asking about it.
Big Brother, it's like Big Brother's always watching, you know, it's like creep, like Big Brother's watching you, you're always, you have to wear a microphone and you're on camera 24/7.
Makes sense that
Best
it's
horse live in person, I think.
Yeah.
Porker here just won the last hand with pocket fours. He'll get back in there with fives this time.
I mean, that was like Twitch streams and stuff, so I guess it's not as big a deal, but this was like, Big Brother's been out for like 20 years. Yeah.
Four player.
I think Kevin was on it like twice, right? There was like an all-star or something like that.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know what the point of the game is if you're just being watched.
I don't know.
Does the audience get to like vote you out or something like that? Or?
They vote each other out every week.
125.
125.
So you're just being watched the whole time?
This could get a little spicy here.
Sounds like being Catholic.
Yeah, a couple of players with some reason to continue, and John Ryan here definitely not going anywhere, flopping a gut shot.
Never.
Good card here for RV Phil as he's now got top two, but he is still checking. Gives everybody the free look at the river. And still trying to trap John Ryan there. But it doesn't get any more value, but does drag another pot, so he is on a little bit of a heater.
And yeah, John Harris there with the big draw, the spade draw and the Broadway draw, choosing not to put any extra money in there, kind of getting to see his equity for free there.
Yeah, it always kind of stings when it all bricks out, or if you've just been sort of checking to see your equity and then you get there and bet and everyone folds. But
and everyone folds, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean,
I think he has a more active,
you know, if you don't put a bunch of money in there and then brick it, that also feels pretty good, or at least doesn't feel bad. So some merits to playing it in a couple of different ways.
What's up, buddy?
And of course, we knew RV Phil's hand, so we knew any bet that he put out there was getting either instant called or raised there, with RV Phil having top two.
Who folded that?
So it worked out in John's favor for sure. But definitely know the feeling there.
Four players.
Oh. How do you feel about folding that hand then?
Loving it.
Check.
Porker with a flush draw. Stick around. John Ryan with a gut shot, also sticking around. Club.
Clubby's right off the bat there.
What's up, Jack? How are you? Good.
Now with the board pairing, I think Porker needs to try to get value from an ace that is going to be, you know, sort of theoretically chopping with every other ace with the king on board there. So do like the decision to bet the river, but nobody has anything to pay him off.
And you see the mystery man in the screen there. That is our new assistant GM. Congratulations on the promotion. That is Jay. Don't know if you've seen him in the building when you've been up here to Dallas, but Jay has got to be the hardest working person that I've seen at this company. He will go from dealing at tables to running the floor to doing general manager duties all at once. I don't know if he sleeps. He's a beast. He's a machine, and well-deserved promotion there. So since he was in the screen, had to give him a shout out there.
Remember you told me he was right there and I had a membership? Because I asked him, I was like, do I need time?
He spells his name J-A-E, and he just changed it to the letter J because people just kept saying, "Is it J-I-E?" Like just trying to say it in some way that just made no sense at all. It's like, no, it's J. So he's just like, screw it, just put the letter J. But yeah, Doug R in the chat. Doug knows Jay well. Says Jay works 24/7. Yep.
Yeah, Carlos here trapping again.
5 players.
Didn't get a sour taste in his mouth from the last time that he did this apparently, but he will be rewarded with top set, and nobody on an immediate draw that could upend that set on the turn.
225.
Yeah,
wow, big over bet here, 225.
Interesting. Of course, we know one of the 7s is gone, but we can hope for a 7 here on a turn.
John Ryan sure doesn't want one.
He sure as hell doesn't. May have put Carlos on some sort of draw there.
500.
No justice in poker. See the frustration from Carlos there.
Thank you.
But this is a 6-hour stream, and he does not have to win it all back in one hand.
Really?
What?
When's the last time I played?
Re-straddle that song. Just be like, buy a 100.
I'm pretty sure the last time I played here, or the time joined with other players.
I know you guys can hear the commotion in the background too. There's obviously a full room, cash games going on. We do have our $300 Tuesday 10K guaranteed black chip bounty tournament going on. I just looked, the registration is going on until 8:15 p.m. It's a $300 buy-in, and like I said, the guaranteed prize pool is 10K. It's a black chip bounty, so every person you knock out, you get a $100 chip for. So if you're in the area and want to play in that tournament, you still have an hour and 15 minutes left to register. So come on out and fire a couple bullets.
Call 150. Call 150.
John Ryan never saw 2 cards he didn't want to play.
Second field calls, I was like, I
He is
should've
in there with the King Dewey.
Should have raised more,
4
yeah.
players.
Pretty
from
weak
CSY.
raise, I agree.
All right.
I don't have shit. Check.
Check.
Nice flop there for Danny.
400.
JD with some reason to continue has the up and down straight draw. Would much prefer to have at least one heart out there on the board, but beggars can't be choosers, as he is still sitting on just 10 high. But a reasonable amount of equity. RV Phil comes along with the middleist of pairs as well. And now counterfeiting the 2 pair of Danny, RV Phil takes the lead.
$475.
Kind of an awkward spot here for Danny. It's sort of a blockish size, and if he's beat and raises, like, he can really just get put in a terrible, terrible spot. So he is just going to call, sort of handcuffed to a call, and thankfully for him, as he is now well behind. JD here is really getting a pretty decent price. It's going to be a little tough for him to get paid, so he kind of has to just do the math on, if I put in the 475 and win what's in there and no more, is that good enough? He decides the answer is no and just let it go.
Of course, always feels good when you do make that fold and you brick. Danny's not going to love this. I know the wheels are turning a little bit.
Do me like that, though.
Yeah, it's a small bet too, 950 into like 2,600. So, or sorry, into yeah, 2,750. So, getting a really good price and just a little too good. He's like, I don't know, maybe every once in a while you could be just betting like ace queen or something, but
right.
That's the bottom of his range. Yeah. Low 2Ks.
yeah, I mean, you could tell that Danny kind of knew what was going on there. He's like, this is just almost never good, but such a good price. My hand is so good. Come on, let it be okay. No, it's not.
Just like that, RV Phil up $7,600 for the evening through just 19 hands. So great start for him.
Bad straddle leads to a bad pre-flop call, leads to a bad everything.
Yeah, most of that at the expense of Carlos, but now a little bit from Danny. John Ryan stuck about 2K as well, so those 3 players accounting for most of the losses so far here.
The 6 feet out of 5,000, if we get that.
Oh, shit.
Never straddling again.
All right, raise 75, 6 feet
right.
re-raise, 225.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Re-raise, 650, and 7 feet, fold. 650 now, the number.
650.
650. Still here, still here.
Reaction still on RV Phil there, thinking about calling with the Queen 7.
That's okay. When you were holding your hand, there was actually
I don't know what I was talking to myself.
Phil's got another hand he's about to line.
JD is going to size this up.
2,050.
Wow, quick fold for Benham. Just throws the ace, queen of spades in the muck.
JD though, or I mean RV Phil here is sticking around.
Yeah, if those are the cards, right, we may have an issue with this hand.
Yeah, I think that's almost assured, as I don't think even John Ryan is going to put $2,000 in there with Queen 7 off, but or from out of position, but we shall see. The one seat, the most likely seat to have some sort of misreads and problems over there in that corner. Phil check calls 1,000.
Yeah, queens would be more likely.
Kind of a nasty board here for JD, but he does need to balance his aces and kings with some big bluffing hands. Just not sure if this is the one he's going to choose. And yeah, he's going to check it back now. 7,000 in the middle, and he gets there on the end, presumably gets there. As we're not exactly sure what RV Phil is holding on to, but the quick check from Phil doesn't seem like he's got anything to think about in terms of leading out there on the end.
Yeah, body language definitely signified he did not like that card on the river there.
Nice little value bet here on the end from JD, 2,600.
Can see the pain in his face there, don't you?
Oh, fucking
Never mind, he said it for us. It's got to be queens, doesn't it, Aaron?
I think so.
I hate big pairs.
Yep. Again, this was a spot RV Phil checked on the turn with the overpair. Ouch. Yep.
Just can't quite find the fold button there, but yeah, that is definitely pocket queens in the muck there from RV Phil. Just felt like he couldn't let JD bluff him out of it for only 2,600, and did need to pay it off if he had it. And of course, he does. So big juicy pot there.
Yeah, absolutely. That was JD. It got big quick. You heard him exhale there and say the words freaking JD. It just, you play with these guys all the time and you're just like, did he really hit that one card? You know, and he just, he paid to see it, but. And no surprise, John Ryan is our leader in VPIP so far at 72%.
Yeah, Danny and Slick Ric really at the mercy of the deck, have not been getting enough cards to play, but of course we've only got 19 hands of history, so plenty of time for them to find some better hands to play, including this one. Slick Ric has Queen 10 suited.
Heads up.
Heads up. Almost heads up. No respect.
It feels like it.
Once again, we've got potential for a misread as one of the cards did not get read well here for John Ryan. So, yeah, unfortunate stuff that we're having this issue over on that end of the table. We'll do our best to navigate this one as looks like we get a King 10-9 flop. Slick Ric, the pre-flop aggressor, going to put a bet of 2 1/4 out there, see if he can thin the field, which he does, gets it down to just John Ryan. So very clearly Ace-King was not in the mix, getting just flat called there pre-flop for RV Phil. John Ryan, though, still in there and does take the lead here on the turn, Ace of Spades.
Yeah, I was literally drawing dead. Pre-flop. Yeah, we get pocket queen, then I just come back there. I'm glad I didn't get crazy. It's like the hand is Jack 10.
Slick Ric here. He is not going to play this one passively with third pair. He's like, no, I have the range advantage, and I block a lot of your 2 pairs. So what are you going to do about this raise to 850? John says fold, and Slick Ric will be quite pleased with that one, although he doesn't get to see the river. Could have been the Jack of Spades. We'll never know.
Could have been the Royale with cheese. I don't know if we've had one of those on the stream that I've watched.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like maybe we have.
I feel like we probably have. We've had plenty of straight flushes and all kinds of crazy hands. But
50 to go, Straddle, bro.
Man on 4,000.
Damn, bro, you already got the biggest stack.
4,000.
All right, JD putting the 50 on. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
4,000 in the 1 seat.
Oh my god.
This is the year. This is the year.
125 is the bet.
6 more weeks.
125. 1.
2024, you guys are fucked.
Oh yeah, the year's almost over. It's
Yeah.
your league.
Get the 50 on and waking up with Ace Queen.
Oh, 3 players.
I didn't see your cards. You gotta be careful feeling them before that. You gotta block them more like this.
Like I said, a little tricky, just makes the call. Keeping all of his opponents' weaker aces in, weaker aces and queens.
Relax, Danny.
Tell these guys to relax.
Pretty relaxed, actually.
Oh, I'm always too.
You're always relaxed. Unless you're Frank, pal.
Check. $375.
One thing that makes it really tough to play against someone like John Ryan, who is constantly in there, is that if you kind of do your standard like c-bet a lot and just try to take pots down with continued aggression, you're going to get met with a whole lot of resistance, and it's going to make it really awkward to play your medium to weak hands. And yeah, John Harris there, he found that out on that hand.
Oh, for sure.
Flopped behind, so and definitely didn't have a hand that was feeling a ton of pressure or anything. It's just bottom pair of sixes, but still.
That was for maybe 25,000.
It's hard to tell with this overhead camera view, but besides his style of play, John Ryan is just an intimidating figure to be at the table with. Just the size of his hands, you'll probably get a glimpse of him compared to somebody of my size like Danny next to him there.
Yeah.
He's got the Raiders ball cap on. He's got that little unique chin patch of hair there. He's just a cool cat, man.
So we come back around.
Yeah, for sure. He's got style.
Yep. I don't know what to call that. I'll have to ask him. What do you call that chin patch there? It is unique.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, it's like goatee-ish, but
Ish, right?
Yeah. I'm sure there is a technical name for it. As we are going to get a fold from JD. Okay, so Slick Ric squeezing it up, 500. And back over to John now. Carlos here once again sort of playing a little bit trappy. Not being the one to raise these big hands that he's seeing. And he's going to play this out of position once again. Does have a dominating position against Slick Ric.
Check that.
Frank, are those hoodies comfortable? The high quality stuff?
250-ish.
Honestly,
I don't own too many hoodies to give you a good comparison.
They're
pretty comfortable though.
Did he give it to you, or?
Yeah, he gave it to us.
Checking a call from Carlos. Jack of spades changes nothing.
70, 80.
Lifestyle, man.
You're sponsoring us on the stream.
I hear Randy's game is pretty fun.
Oh, he's fun to play with.
It's a good time.
Yeah.
Bet. 1,000.
Carlos gonna have to let this go. Holds the better hand, and Slick Ric will take down 900 in profit.
Thank you.
JTN going to be coming down to Austin and San Antonio in April. All right. Well, look forward to seeing you, man. You'll have to keep me posted as to when the exact dates are and everything. We'll have to make sure to get in a session, and I can lose some dollars to you. So I'm sure you'll crack my aces again and be quite pleased about it.
Quarter to go.
I had a fun 12-hour stream today that was just very roller coastery, which included my aces getting cracked. Just in a 1-2 game over at the Las Colinas location. That was raised by me to 15 and open, or a 3-bet to 60, and I jammed for 300 and got snap called by pocket nines. We ran it once, and the villain got his 9, but such a fun way to start off your session. It's just digging a hole, but got out of that sucker, and it took me a long time to get out of it, but booked a win and came here to hang out with you guys.
Nice. Good rebound right there.
It was one of the rebounds that went way up, and then I went all the way back down to almost felt again, and then had to crawl back up. It's like, why didn't I leave the first time? Then I got it up. Got the stack up. But 12 hours later.
I'm just giving them that edge.
Fucking believable.
Maybe if you like slide it
Small
out
pot
first,
there
and
for
you'll be
Danny.
Because you feel it high, but then like close. But like this gap right here, you're like,
It's also these cards, like, you can't really, like, feel. You have to kind of, like, pick it up.
yeah.
You don't have like an index on that.
You can show me your cards instead of him. I need all the help I can get.
I think it was Ryan Locke was in the chat saying that he's played for about 5 years and has yet to hit a royal flush. The amount of hours I've put in the last 3 years since TCH has been open has allowed me to hit 2 in Hold'em here and 1 in Omaha, but I'd played for 16 years before ever hitting one, so they are rare.
Make it 275.
3 raise, 275.
Yeah, they definitely don't come around very often. The last
No,
one
I
I
don't.
hit was definitely in a PLO bomb pop.
It was wonderful, but could I get another one?
Another one?
Like bigger?
All right, a battle of the pocket pairs here.
Yeah, I just get like 2 of them.
Okay, you want 2? Yeah.
Slick Ric gonna cold call the button, his 2 red 8s,
No sugar.
and we're gonna go 3 waves to a flop. I know what flop you're looking for, Eric. 10,
Absolutely.
8, 6.
Just the sickest.
Check. Check.
None of those cards come out.
Yeah, both Rick and Phil probably feeling pretty good about this flop. Just the 1 over.
350.
Well, Porker just has the 1 over as well with his 6s. 5 just missed him by 1 there. I feel like that happens to me all the time.
Take that trip, that hat on your trip.
No, I took it with me, but I never. I couldn't put it down and go to the.
Checks over to Slick Ric on the button. He bets 350, gets called in both spots.
There we go.
Wow.
Literally no use.
Check.
Quite a turn card here for RV Phil. Cannot lose the hand. Now wants a 6 or an 8 to peel off so his opponents can get coolered, but that is not to be.
You ever seen the movie Castaway? You ever seen the movie Castaway?
I think so, but I don't. Yeah, I know Tom Hanks played. Yeah, I don't remember anything about that movie. I've seen it, but I don't remember.
He works for FedEx.
Oh, the guy. Yeah.
And the plane crashes in the ocean. He gets stranded on an island for like 10 years or something. I'll give it you. I'm glad you picked the hat. Because in the movie, it'd be more fun if you had the hat with you, right? You'd be on the island with your hat.
Interesting spot here for Slick Ric. I'm wondering if he's
Yeah.
thinking he can get one over him or maybe feels on a busted draw of some sort.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has some potential to be a busted draw, but you got to remember that this check through to him on the flop,
To be fair, in the movie, I think he was on a
and he called the
And so when it crashes,
3-bet, right?
like,
So, like,
washing up on shore. One of them-
these guys
one of
have
them volleyball,
something,
so that's like where-
and it's a little bit unusual that you would flop a draw, you know, some sort of like front door draw, or even like 2 overcards with a backdoor draw, and then check it. So I think he sort of correctly deduces that pocket 8s are not going to be good here. Back over to Porker. Let's see if he can come to the same conclusion. And he does.
He showed it to him. Nice hand.
Huh?
Did he show?
I don't know.
He just had a set.
He said he just had a set
Just a
and
second.
filled up.
That's the middle of his range.
Just RV Phil running
Didn't even have top vote.
real good. See,
It's true. Could have got it all if he had Jack.
Yeah, even after paying off JD on that that rivered ace, he's still up 3K after that hand. Got a $12,000 stack. JD with almost 20,000 in his stack now. So we are well on our way to seeing some 20K plus pots here, which is what we all tune in for. So stick with us, gang. It's just getting started here. There's 178 of you watching.
yeah, limp paw all the way over to John Harris. He's like, no, squeeze this up. And Porker, who's seen a lot of these pocket pairs tonight. Go ahead and pounce on the squeeze with a re-squeeze.
750.
think you have a good perspective. I like that.
Wait for that quarterback.
Yeah.
You're good.
I like it.
Everybody else surrenders their quarters, and John, who's already kind of wincing,
Yeah, I gotta try to not lose.
I presume is just finding the will to hit the fold button, and there it is.
Sometimes you gotta shake your can of Coke before you open it.
I like to start off stuck, you know, that way I feel like I have a goal. Gotta dig myself out. Unfortunately, I always start out stuck, but
See, even when you're up, that's a good way to look at it.
yeah.
Are you flying, Jason? Driving me.
I think I said I was going to drive. I like the boat.
Yeah.
I also can like decide on like firm plans, so just go when I feel like it.
Yep.
We're trying to
Come back when I feel like it.
It's going to be a fun stream. I'll go thank you, man.
All right, some more limping going on here, as the 5 players are going to see this flop
You know who else would have been
for a quarter apiece.
I was like, no, it's not like that. We also told him.
I think it's
I always tell people
the
the important thing is that you can afford it and have fun.
I think for time, like
I'll get pair of 3s, still best.
Metagame mastery or a mental game, I can do it. That's what I'm confident in. I know I can help people.
That's the most important.
Nobody wants to take a stab at this. It's another deuce on the end, so John Harris here will finish with the best hand if we get to showdown.
I don't really know the last two. I don't know if I only said last two.
Right.
I think it's supposed to be 8-handed plus like 1 all card or something.
And yeah, nobody wants to rep anything. So
John Harris is going to turn over the nuts.
Got that board crushed over there.
Check back the nuts.
Supposed to say 2 pairs.
Show off, show off.
I got it. And then wait, you're gonna give each other a raise higher.
You ever like see people play poker where they're like, other opponents are defeated before they even have cards by their opponent?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
You going out just for tomorrow?
That's why poker's such a great game. It's like a mental
5 here,
battle.
10, 25.
Yeah, I was trying to explain that to somebody. I just couldn't grasp it.
Wednesday's 10 quarter. Thursday's like really small.
And they actually play it. They actually play
1-3 or 5-5.
Where? East?
No.
Houston.
5, 10, and quarter, called plus 75.
When I played
Do you like it?
It looks like 2 of our players there, Venom and then Porker, are wearing some 3-coin swag, which is one of our other favorite players' brand. I just heard them say, Mr. Randy. I've been wondering what the brand is. I'll have to find out some more information, but I knew it was kind of his thing, but I guess it's a brand of his, so look out for that. We miss Mr. Randy. He's always fun on the stream.
yeah, somebody asked what 3-coin was, and somebody else responded it's his personal brand. And yeah, I don't know if that's just like a thing that he created for himself, or if that has anything to do with the business of his. But
Right.
I don't know.
you gotta
When someone says his personal brand instead of just his brand, I don't know.
Right.
It makes it sound like it's just something that he sort of invented for himself. And I mean, that's pretty cool, right? Like, how many people do you know
Exactly.
that just sort of put something together and then produce their own clothing line and hats and stuff? That's cool.
You don't have like the Mac Attack brand or the Mac.
Words Are Hard's
Yeah.
hoodies and stuff? No,
Right?
I
Yeah.
don't have that.
I don't have
Lagging
my deal
behind.
either.
Yeah. Because I was so scared. But then once I realized I could beat you without having cards, that's when I just went off on the deep end, I guess. And I never stopped.
You gotta find the balance in between.
Of course, Aaron, my last name is Van Loozen, and that's a terrible poker player last name, so I don't rep that too often. You know, with the losing on the end of it, but it is what it is.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh yeah, I registered for a tournament one day, and I was walking through TCH, and they called out that my seat was ready, and they said, "Van Loozen, your seat is ready." And I walked by a table, and a guy goes, "God dang, that's a horrible name for a poker player." And I just walked by. I was like, "Yeah, it is, man."
played the one.
Yeah.
I get the. You should change it to Van winning. You know.
Yep.
Joke never gets old.
Quarter to go.
Yeah, Van losing stacks. I don't know. I could create a brand on that, right?
There you go.
Yeah, they got one of those going. They had one recently. At the beginning of the month. Was it spring?
Somebody mentioned it too. John Ryan's looking a little lean and mean there. He's looking like he's putting in some work at the gym. Shed some LBs. I may need to go get his secret. I'm headed the wrong direction.
Are you playing just tournaments on Sundays?
Yeah, especially as it gets a little chillier out.
Absolutely.
A lot easier to stay indoors and add on a few extra layers. As, we're just checking here. Nobody wants to take a stab at this. Porker does pick up a gut shot now, so he says, all right, I'll try to win this pot if nobody else wants it.
I was having such a terrible, I bricked everything on Sunday, and then like I needed a final table to get unstuck, so it was crazy how that, all it takes is one, you know.
On Sundays you usually lose.
John Ryan here, he is feeling it tonight. King high and the best hand, but he is going to get outdrawn on the river. Pair of eights for
Especially
Porker.
like the bigger the field, the higher the variance. So. What?
A quick value bet here from Porker, recognizing that he really only loses to a jack, and perhaps unlikely that John Ryan has one of those.
I don't see the knit buttons out there tonight, so curious if these guys decided just not to do that tonight. Maybe we'll be gifted with the 7 deuce game here a little bit later, but these are some pretty action players already. May not need to have any of the extra juice going, but
No, not really. It's a great market. Technically, it's the banking system that you're not really allowed to work with, but I just use Bitcoin.
Quarter to go.
Never had an issue.
So far, it looks like JD the only player to put the 50 straddle on, as playing for a quarter this hand. Porker going to make it 75 to go. RV Phil raising on the button. Next to act. And wow, Porker just immediately lets that go. He is not going to go up against RV Phil, who has been smashing here so far tonight. All right, for those of you that are into the tournament scene, of course, got a reminder that we've got the 250K guaranteed even bigger one coming up at Texas Card House in Dallas here at the end of the month. 8 starting flights, both at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. each day between the 29th and the 2nd, with day 2 on December 3rd starting at noon. $300 buy-in, 30K starting stack with 20-minute levels on day 1. Going to be a fantastic tournament. If you are in or around the Dallas area, be sure to come on down and hang out with us, get in on the action.
There's a lot of people, and there are like a lot of really good players on there too.
Call 50.
Man, I smoked blackjack the other night.
You played blackjack on there?
Yeah. Because it wouldn't let me come back in on my regular computer that had the Team Viewer on it, so I fucking had it on my phone playing blackjack. Did like 6K. I was like, I'm out of here. And that was the first time I did the transfer back to Coinbase or Bitcoin just to see how that worked. It seems pretty smooth to me. A lot easier than fucking GG poker.
Usually it's the same day.
Pair of jacks on the flop for JD is the best hand, and with the queen pairing, he'll feel a little bit better about that card, but not going to bet it just yet.
I do think Coinbase technically has a regulation where you're not supposed to use it for like a gambling site.
Yeah.
So you may have to, in the long run, use a different wallet. I can show you how to do that.
Earlier this drop.
I've heard of people getting their Coinbase like locked for that reason.
Everything with the
RV Phil shows down the 10s here on the river.
the
It's no good.
transfers has gone smooth.
Yeah, they might shut your Coinbase down eventually, though. That's all.
Yeah, the Coinbase on their end will shut you down.
If you bridge it through like another wallet, it'd be better. But okay.
Good crypto conversation
Straight from
here.
Coinbase and back is like
sketchy.
Nah, they just like what happens. They'll eventually learn that that's like a gambling address. And
okay.
Basically,
because of that, if you're like directly associated with it, they might
Coinbase is trying to follow U.S. regulations.
Yeah, Coinbase is
super
trying not to get in
strict,
trouble.
So they're trying to stay above board, and they're not going to work with a gray market like that.
Okay. You should go like MetaMask or something.
Yeah, I don't know the whole wallet thing.
Straddles up, 50 to go.
It's really just be like a dress.
Don't forget to call me out.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm going to tell Danny that too, I forgot. Can't let Danny straddle more than me.
Ooh, pocket aces here for John Ryan. His first big hand sighting of the evening.
175. Call. 175.
And it's on the $50 straddle as well. Carlos going to try to get in there with the Jack-9 suited. JD has Queen-Jack suited.
Interesting.
He's going to squeeze.
Yep.
Raise. 700.
John Ryan says thank you.
Yeah, it's sort of inevitable that the action player playing 70% of hands is going to actually wake up with a real hand at some point.
700.
He is going to raise this up big. This is sort of a 4x raise in position. This is very strong, and he really doesn't leave himself anything behind. So maybe just going a little too big there is John Ryan and doesn't get any additional value there. I think also his stack may not be in the system correctly, as I saw 2 1K chips and a stack of blacks still behind, so the raise size makes a little bit more sense, but still, had JD decided to call, he would have had far less than a pot size bet remaining, so definitely went for the larger size
I'll
there.
be at 5-6 again. All right.
Again? If I would have had that, it would have ran good against you.
I had Queen Jack again, so I was like, all right, let's run it back. Run it back.
That's why you got scared this time.
Yeah. It's all right.
Raise. Raise.
Plus I was stuck that time. This time I left it.
He started it.
Locking it up.
He started it. He didn't want to finish it.
125.
Looks a little more accurate since John Ryan's got 5.2K total in the stack there. Might be a little more than that as well, though.
Yeah, it looks like I can see 6 right there, just in the one stack. So might be off by $1,000 or thereabouts, but in any case, we've got a queen high board, rainbow flop, full Badoogie on the turn. Nobody has anything, so queen high here. Oh, sorry, pair of queens. Oh, excuse me. RB Phil
Just
flopping
seeing that
the pair of
RB
queens.
Phil's got the pair of queens, yeah.
$300. Both. Coming from the 2. Both. 4. Win.
No additional fanfare on that one. RV Phil wins another one. Well, if the 250K guaranteed tournament isn't enough to get you excited, we've also got the Holiday Monster $135 buy-in, kicking off on November 24th at 6 p.m. 40K guaranteed tournament on $135 buy-in.
Yeah, that's
what
awesome.
Incredible value in that tournament right there. So if you're in the Dallas area for Thanksgiving, definitely think about popping on in to sorry, if you're in the spring area, this is down in spring. I apologize. Down in spring, the Holiday Monster kicking off down there on Friday the 24th.
I got confused for a second. Yeah. I forgot the other place called Social. Yeah. No, they played big.
I imagine we'll have some folks drive down and playing that from Dallas or Austin. Not too far of a drive to go splash around in a tournament with a small buy-in, a big potential prize pool there.
4 players.
Am I doing better?
I haven't seen it, so yeah. I think so.
Only down 200 and then flip for 50K 4 times and bring it right back. Doesn't care.
One day we'll have that high-speed rail they've been talking about for 20 years.
100.
Is that really a thing?
Yeah, the Dallas to Houston one for sure. It's supposed to be like a 90-minute ride, but there's obviously the domain, the land, and owners, and it was Italian companies that were going to build it, and there was a big argument over that. So you know how those things go. And then of course the process of building it would take forever. So they're still working on I-35 and 45.
Cool.
Like you know, always construction. So who knows how long something like that would take? But it would be nice to not have to do a 4-hour drive to Houston or the 3 to Austin from Dallas.
You want to do a round of straddles?
Yeah, I mean it's an interesting concept for sure. I mean the idea of being able to get places faster is always intriguing, but yeah, when you think about the amount of investment that it takes to put those things up,
absolutely.
And then you just ask yourself, like, well, what about just like regional flights? Like, are these really so inaccessible that people are like priced out of a regional flight but can afford a train ticket both ways? I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't know all the economics of it, but I feel like there is usually something missing from the picture when these big projects end up getting pushed through. But anyways, I'll not get in too sidetracked there, as we've got Danny with pocket queens here.
That is my personal favorite pocket pair right there, the 2 black queens. Always a good one for me. Mitchell A. and Pez in the chat are a couple of our tournament players and crushers. Welcome, gentlemen.
After checking through on the flop, Danny feels like his queens are probably best. That's 4 1/4 for value, but gets no takers.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. It's gonna be good.
I was living in this court. You seen this snow? Like,
Court's pretty slick.
neon, like it's like hurting my eyes looking at TV.
I'm adding
Adding 2,000. Thank you.
All right, looks like we're going to have the $50 straddle on here from John Ryan. As we've definitely got the stacks for it. We've got several players north of 10K. Venom here adding on a little bit as well on the
That's
button.
kind of what our court looks like on that court. The next one.
Certainly plenty of chips in play to get some chunky pots built up here, as Slick Ric will open the ace-3 suited. He gets squeezed from the blind by Porker with the king-jack of the same suit. Let's see how Slick Ric plays this one. A lot of players will sort of mix the ace-4s and ace-3s into their 4-betting range. Solidly sort of leading the way, the ace-5 suited that people love to raise so much. Is just going to make the call, inviting John Harris along, and he will oblige. So 3 players going to see a flop, and John Harris, the effective stack here, SPR just a little over 1,
Originally my
about
plan was to go to
1.3.
Vegas in December for the win, but I'm just got like so much other shit going on right now.
Pez, Eric Van Loosen, hanging out with me
I
in
would
the
love to
booth
play. It's like
over in Dallas, of course down here in
Are you
Austin,
gonna go out there at all?
doing this live stream remotely, as Slick Ric in a flop top pair, no kicker, John Harris second pair, And Porker a gut shot to Broadway.
I think the main is on the left.
Towards the end of that. Yeah, all the other events are great too. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I just
Never know. Here you go.
I'm so far behind the work right now.
I want to check out the NFR too.
What's that?
NFR is going on at the same time.
Oh, okay.
We had a pretty good
Betting a call here, John Harris
Where are you staying?
thinking about coming along himself, and he will. 700 to see a turn.
Closest,
Hoping
closest to win I
to
could get.
connect with another 10 or a 9 perhaps.
Yeah.
But it's bingo for Porker.
Absolutely, just smashing it.
There's nothing better than betting a gut shot on the flop, getting called by 2 opponents, and then drilling the non-heart queen. God, that feels good.
NFR starts on December.
What do you say?
The 4th, I believe. NFR.
And won it back on trash. I ended up leaving like stuff like that.
It's so easy to lose huge in those
1/3 pot size bet.
you have to have like a deep run to make up for it all.
Slick Ric in a weird spot now. Porker continuing to barrel into 2 opponents. Top pair no kicker feels pretty dusty at this point.
Like 3K tournament, like 1,500, you know.
Yeah, your ace-3 is really not beating much there.
A lot of the top pros.
John's really been wanting to get something going in his night. It's been really slow so far, but now is not the time, brother. You're in a world of hurt.
Yeah, the problem for him is that it's really just like Jack 9 and Queen, or sorry, King 9 of hearts that he could even be beating.
Right.
And that's 2 very specific combos. I mean, I can't even really think of anything else that would continue to bet into 2 opponents here. Jack 9 of diamonds maybe bets flop, and then is like, oh, I guess we've got a little something here. I mean, I just don't know. It starts to get real murky real quick as far as finding bluffs. And second pair here, yes, he blocks some 2 pairs and sets, but you could just be dead, which he is in this scenario. The pot is quite large, so he may just be thinking about, like, is this a time to sort of YOLO it in against 1 pair? Like, if my opponent has ace-king or ace-jack, I've got 5 outs, and yeah, but I mean, that
was my thought process exactly, Aaron, when you said it. You know, is he just looking at that pot, just seeing how inflated it got, thinking, you know, maybe this is just my time to get a quick triple up, you know?
Your friends want to go like in the spring to Vegas.
Yeah, good decision there.
Like, check is like, nope. It's been so long since like everything's just expired, dead. Everything. I don't know anything.
Slick Ric's got a fan here in the chat. The Ox intern says LFG Slick. Anybody, friends or family members of any of the other players are watching, feel free to give them a shout out. Let us know who you're rooting for.
Yeah, I was like, it wasn't even, to me, it wasn't even that much, but it was funny because I literally checked in before I made it to the elevator I won.
50 to go. Strategize up. What a call.
Wow, limping up front here from Carlos. Going to create a little bit of a limp train. Everybody wants to see a flop and not reopen the action for Carlos, who has shown a propensity to trap, and these players certainly have caught on to that.
5 players.
I won like $2,000. Like, all right, I got this. I really time was just torched.
Yeah, I'm not sure what John Ryan's other holding is there. He's got a 10 of hearts.
A 10 will do that to you.
Carlos is smashing this flop.
I think I've won the most and lost the most in that town.
Oh, yeah?
And John reaching a little bit here now. He has not really been hitting any of his hands here so far, but he is rewarded with middle 2 pair on the turn. And in a prime position to win a big pot, potentially even double up if he goes for a raise now.
Absolutely. Sometimes you float just to get that just smash on that turn and get paid off, and I think you're right. This could be his spot to
places I can't play
potentially get a double up here.
Go in there, I won't play there. Just how I feel about it.
Vibe is a real thing when you're playing. That's why I like going to the Win, because it's like a really good vibe there.
Yeah.
Beautiful people everywhere.
All in over here. All in.
And Carlos is going, how did that 5 of diamonds help you? Oh, yeah.
It's weird. I feel the most comfortable like some of the California casinos. Even though they're like the most shady.
Yeah, I haven't been to any of those in a while.
It's wherever you feel at home, you know?
You like to see how much make it? That's your thing.
I think last time I played in California, I was underage. Playing at Commerce.
Okay, 15, 18, 1900 either. Total.
Yeah, definitely kind of a weird spot, but there's some possibilities, you know, 8-9 of hearts, something like that, that called flop and is now like, oh, I've got a flush draw and a gutter.
It's up to you.
But yeah,
You're all in.
King Queen a little bit too good to fold here and needs to find a deuce, a queen, a king. The 4 hearts no good. 1 for John Harris, and he's going to win the whole pot.
Very good.
Another sort of agonizing spot here for Carlos, as he once again has a strong hand for a little while, and then his opponents get there on him.
Yeah, hard to hide the disgust when you see that hand turned over, but it's happened to all of us, you know. It's not a hand you're expecting to see, but you know, John floated for that reason to catch something. If his hand improved, he knew he could potentially get a double up there, and sure enough, he's in business now.
50 to go. Straddles up. Raise 1, 25. 125 to the 1.
Yeah, one thing for sure to remember. I mean, a lot of players, especially that play the lower stakes, 1-2 in particular, you see a lot of limping. And anytime you go to a flop, you know, 5 or 6 waves, you really just have to discount the strength of your top pair holdings, right? Like 1 pair is still going to be good a lot of the time, but when you have to beat 5 other hands, there's just such a higher likelihood that one of them has connected in some sort of way, you know, 2 pair or flush draw, straight draw, you know, things like that that come in that don't normally seem like people should have them, you know, like 2 gappers that fill in straights and things like that. I mean, limp pots just, you know, it just creates these sorts of dynamics, and you really just have to be careful. You know, I'm not saying that that's a spot where Carlos is going to be folding ever, but, you know, it's not necessarily unexpected results to lose with 1 pair. Slick Ric here is still best after the flop 4 ways.
Check. 4 players.
The deuce here changes nothing. Those 6s still out in front.
$450. $450.
Slick Ric, the only player to stick around, and RB going to need to hit an ace or a 7. But it's a meaningless little 4 of hearts. It really doesn't interact with this board texture very much. I suppose RB Phil could have something like ace 3. But not very much there in terms of strong value betting hands. So he's going to go very small and just hope that Slick Ric is on like a better ace high that would fold for this. I'm not quite sure what 425 accomplishes. And yeah, Rick is happy to just make the call there and shift this pot. Doug here in the chat says, isolation in low stakes is very limiting on profit potential. I don't fully understand what you're trying to say there. What I would say is that, you know, what you see a lot in these, you know, in these higher stakes streams, like let's say, for example, there was a spot earlier where it was an open to 75 and one caller in between, and Porker looks down at King Jack suited in the big blind, right? Like, he's not just going to call that hand. He's going to 3-bet that hand to try to either win the pot right then or get it down to heads up. And what you'll see in the lower stakes is a lot of times you'll just have people calling the initial
a lot
opens,
of flats, yeah,
and then taking, you know, 4, 5, 6-way flops and just hoping to obliterate the flop, right? Like King Jack needs to make 2 pair or a flush or a straight or something to make you feel good up against your opponents. And you know, these guys just recognize, and I think the poker theory has certainly revolved around the fact that, you know, the fewer players in the hand, the better chances you have of winning, and so therefore let's do a lot of raising and trying to isolate.
Yeah, we don't see a whole lot of what we call family pots on these streams.
No, typically not, that is for sure. Nice flop here for Carlos. It's going to be tough for his opponents to find a way to beat him in this one. As Benham just sort of YOLOs the flop here. Does have some funky backdoors, but picks up an inferior pair on the turn. Carlos is able to get $400 value bet paid off, so that's a nice little pot for him. Doug, correcting himself, says, I misspoke, meant to say people way over raise in lower stakes and limit their potential profits. You mean like people tend to like 10x or something with aces or whatever?
For sure, I think that's exactly what he's talking about. Definitely, you can almost put people on a specific, you know, handful of hands, you know, when you're playing in a 1-2 game, more so 1-2 than the 2-5. Our 1 we play pretty big here. You know, it's a 1-2 game. You may have a couple limps, and then somebody just opens for 30 or 40. You know, a standard raise is bigger here than it is in a casino, but you know, like a $15 raise is pretty normal. But if somebody just out of nowhere goes 30, you're like, oh, there's the guy with jacks. Doesn't want to see a flop. You know, there's the guy with the 9s, whatever. You know, those types of hands versus, you know, your big hands. But yeah, I don't think aces usually does something like that. But you definitely can kind of put people on hands when they just blast in their, you know, $6 pot for $40.
Yeah,
which takes what Doug was saying, kind of takes away your potential to actually play post flop and get some bigger profits there. But yeah, totally understand.
Yeah, absolutely. JD here flopping a flush draw, 2 over cards. John Ryan at the betting lead pre-flop checks it back, and now JD with an opportunity to potentially take this one away with just jack high. He'll probe for 250, but John Ryan is like, I'm going to go ahead and rep this king. And what are you gonna do for 700? JD called out of the large blind, so he is the only player that can have like 5 deuce suited, 7-5. Certainly not 7-5 suited, but king deuce suited. I mean, I guess John Ryan actually can have some of that stuff because he'll open quite wide on the button or in the cutoff. But JD does decide to stick around, binks his flush, but makes no more money.
And just got his stack up to a nice, cool $20,300.
It's hard to make a flush. Huh? You say it's hard to make a flush?
Unless you're fucking JD, man.
JD shaking his head out. That's funny. Yeah.
I felt like you'd give me some rope for some reason.
Shit, he was setting you up for the kill, it sounded like.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this whole conversation that we're having in the chat though with Doug is that you need a very specific player pool.
Just go all in.
You got it, you got it.
That's a hard decision.
Be quiet while these
Time
guys
to go home.
You got it, you got it.
But yeah, you need a very specific player pool that you've got really good reads on to make the sort of adjustments that you're talking about there, where like these people just like make it 75 or more, they always have aces or whatever, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like when I play in a 1-2 game, people tend to get a little bit intimidated by my squeeze sizes because I want them to think that I have really good hands, but I can also do it with my good hands. You know, so it's like you need to be balanced, but a lot of times people in the lower stakes definitely not. So yeah, it's just always really important to have your specific opponents, excuse me, in mind when you choose your different sizes. John Ryan here going to flop top 2.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No pressure.
You always bring me back.
And a double gutty for Carlos, so he check calls the flop. Does not improve.
We're to see more Bluey on TV one day.
Yeah.
That looked like a 6 to me at first, but it's 5, unfortunately.
Yeah. Resting on some hot chick. Yeah. Chick magnet right there.
She was definitely very popular up at Choctaw. It was not hard to find people to help me take care of her.
Yeah, like you were mentioning, Aaron, that you're trying when you're 3 and 4, even 5 betting in these games, trying to make your opponents feel like you have the big hands. I mentioned that I was 3-bet by a guy with pocket nines for $60 in a 1-2 game, and that's a big chunky size 3-bet there off of my $15 open. And I tried to let him know I had aces by betting 300 and going all in. But he put me on one specific type of hand, ace king, ace queen, and wanted to race, but I was more than happy with that call. I mean, I'll take that call all day long. Having over an 80% chance, to win that hand, and he just happened to bank his 9.
250.
Yeah, you want those calls all day long.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, you're going to lose 1 in 5, and that is just the nature of the beast. And, of course, sometimes it'll feel like you just lose way more than your fair share because you lose 3 in a row, and you're like, well, that's not supposed to happen. It should be 1 now, and then I win 4, and then I can lose another one. But the poker gods don't always treat us with that kind of generosity. Feel like you might get your 13 hands of winning later if you're lucky. Just wait and see. Two players flopping top pair here. Another matchup between John and Carlos. But Carlos is going to get this through. King, queen folding this flop? My goodness.
I mean, neither player had a heart, but you got to specifically put your opponent on a flush there to not want to continue.
Yeah, flush or 2 pair for sure. Pair and a flush draw is certainly also a possibility where you're in kind of a tough spot, even if you outkick them. But yeah, I don't think I'm folding that quickly. But John not interested in giving those chips back to his nemesis Carlos.
RJ, did I get you?
You did.
Yeah, I hear you, Doug. Absolutely. No, I see that. I see that all the time. That happens in the tournaments too, as well. Even, the small to even the mid-stakes tournaments. Some of these sort of circuit main events and things like that that go around the area. people will tend to do exactly what you're saying. And, you know, try not to lose with the big hand instead of trying to win the maximum. And that is definitely a recipe for winning the minimum. A little bit of a cooler situation here as both John and Slick Ric are going to flop top pair.
What's up?
Okay. Good card for John to make some more money as Slick Ric here should still feel pretty good about his top pair. If John does have some sort of draw, there's not a ton of them available, but he'll want to charge it now before the river comes off. So it is another value bet here. Full pot nearly, 500.
Yeah, deceptive check out there by John Harris. Gonna work out for him, it looks like.
Well, Slick Ric was the pre-flop aggressor.
Right.
So John just sort of playing in flow here. Check, call, flop, and turn. Not so quick to check the river here unless we've missed the action. And indeed, it looks like John has checked and Slick Ric is betting.
Check 10. 10 check.
Yeah, Slick Ric going a little bit thin there for value. That's called down. Triple barrels with the Jack 10 and is pipped. So a nice little pickup there for John Harris. He is now unstuck, I believe.
Absolutely. Yeah, got to feel good. First 30 or so hands, he was really not getting to get involved in much action at all. Just like that, got a little confidence.
Shots of tequila, JD, Adderall.
Might want to start mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah, with that, Slick Ric drops down $30. It's going to be tough to go to Taco Bell later as he is in the hole. Carlos still down the most, 6.3 thousand though, after a couple of run bad spots.
One more second round.
54.
I drank a bunch of that tequila this weekend.
More limping happening here, but no longer as Porker going to squeeze it up to 300. 2 black 10s.
You didn't bring anything with you?
I didn't know.
I did. We don't want.
You have tequila?
Yeah. I was going to say. It's in the car.
No, you don't. If it's out, I'll
Ira 3 player.
It's in there. You want it.
3 ways to a flop as John Ryan and Carlos will make the call. And what a flop it is. Middle set for Porker. Not a whole lot here for his opponents.
gotta start bringing wine
He's
again.
going to check it over and hope that someone takes a stab, which John Ryan immediately obliges with barely a backdoor.
You guys do big Thanksgiving? A lot of family?
I think everyone's traveling this year. I don't think it's going to be pretty small. I really like it.
Carlos quickly calling, I think Porker here, yeah, it's almost a mandatory raise when you have 2 opponents interested on a draw-heavy board. It's a little bit painful to give them such a good price.
Brown sugar.
I thought it was like the middle of the
Lots of butter. All the good stuff, you know?
No, it's like here. It's like, yeah, it's like under your head. You know?
Of course, neither of these players with any sort of strong draw, so they're both out of the way, and Porker chips up over 15,000. It's been a pleasure hanging out with everybody here. About 150 of you fine folks in the viewership at the halfway marker here, 8:08 p.m. Central Time. If you are enjoying the show, please do help us out. Hit the like button and make sure you're subscribed to the channel. We do appreciate you guys being part of the TCH Live team and helping us get this program out to more fine folks on the internet. Here we are going to have our first dealer change of the evening. That means it's time for another $100 PLO flip. So we look at the VPIPs there. John Ryan leading the way with a healthy 69%. Danny down on the low end, 14%. That man is below the Lottie line. 15% VPIP.
Flip it and rip it.
All right, and as we get this PLO flip dealt out, with a quick reminder that here in just a couple of weeks at the end of the month, with an even bigger one, $250K guaranteed tournament, $300 buy-in, 30K starting stack, 8 day one flights starting Wednesday the 29th through Saturday, December 2nd. All of those flights feeding into Sunday, December 3rd, day 2 starting at noon. Going to play down to a winner. So if you're in or around the Dallas area, come on down and get in on this action.
They'll take it. Let's look at it first. Then all the way. Just Jeff.
Must be present to win, right?
Usually when you're not there.
I got a red draw.
Yeah, if he wins, guys, that's all we can take our money back.
I got Badoo. I always have Badoo.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Red draw, good.
I've got a 3.
Pair the board, please.
Such a good hand, yeah.
Pair the board, please.
Time.
Strong day.
Yes, put it 9, yeah.
Yeah, 9.
I'm okay with 9. I might have it straight. Oh.
6 here on the end.
Straight.
Got a wheel.
Needs deuce and a friend or 7 and a friend. Porker has 7 and a friend, but it looks like somebody else must have 7, 8.
Let's just keep flipping on that, guys.
We even all together.
Yeah.
I have 7-3.
Yeah, I have a 7-3.
200, right?
I was in. I was about to ask. So if you're stuck it out to get it.
I would have lost
Get
if
it
it was
200?
200.
Yeah, probably.
So we can't see it on the screen, but someone does indeed have
Only thing I'm good at.
the 7-8 there. It is going to be Danny Marks.
Pyramid kids, you know?
So he's going to go ahead and take that one down.
Last one, maybe?
I'm in. We do too. I'm
All right, the $50 straddle is on. Danny first stack. He's out of the way. As is everyone else. Over to Benham, who has been relatively quiet here this evening. He's got jacks on the button. Makes it 150, and John Harris quickly just calling. Not going to 3-bet the ace queen. Does invite RV Phil and John Ryan into the pot. And here we go, 4 players to a flop 10 times.
Why did he put the shades in? Don't worry about it.
Like sports glasses, dude.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Doesn't even fit. Goggles.
RV Phil bets 50. It's John to call, and then Benham is like, no. I got an overpair, and you guys are going to have to pay a little bit more.
Jesus.
Which they both will to see a turn. 1660 now in the middle. Jacks were best, but are no longer.
Wow.
As RV Phil now has top 2. Shouldn't be a lot of queens out there against Benham, although there's certainly some queen 9, some king queen of hearts, but it's just there's not very many hands that you would presume have a queen in them. Perhaps some queen 10 of clubs or diamonds. That's 1,200. A pretty chunky size 3/4 pot.
Yeah, Phil did ask him how much he was playing behind there, too.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised in the fact that, you know, Benham only has 2.8K behind. John Ryan has ostensibly a lot more than 2.5K. His stack is very much incorrect, as I believe those are all 1Ks on top of his stack of red chips.
Yeah, it looked like 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, but I'm very surprised that RV Phil doesn't raise. There's 2 flush draws. There's a straight draw out there. I mean, if he doesn't... Yeah, he sort of waits till the 7 of clubs comes in and then goes
Gets
for
the
it.
call, though. Wow.
Back to his top 2 pair.
Yeah, I suppose Benham just sort of seeing the opposite of that, which is like, okay, all the draws missed, and now you're going all in, so you probably bricked a draw. It's just, it's the night of RV Phil is what it is, because he drags another one and sends Benham down to the phone.
Oh, you would have won.
Huh? I say you're mad.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Top 2 Phil it is tonight. Our 2 pair Phil. Yeah, another good hand.
Yeah, running super good here tonight. Always feels good to, you know, make hands that are kind of disguised and get them paid off. Because you got to make your hand and have your opponents make a slightly worse hand, right? Like, that's how you get paid, and certainly has been working out here tonight for RV Phil. Ooh, bird sighting here for Slick
There we
Ric.
go. Couple of black birds. If anybody has anything they want to call with, John Ryan says, I got an ace.
Fastest
That's
flop
gonna be
in the
trouble.
West.
That's going to be trouble. Oh,
Wow.
Wow.
What a turn card here for John Ryan. He was in the basement, flopping top pair, top kicker, but way, 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 way behind. And now he is a monstrous favorite to win this hand.
How did that get checked through on the flop there? Jeez.
Definitely makes some sense. These are all the cards that are going to interact with your opponent's range. So Slick Ric makes a lot of sense for him to check this back. But yeah, just a truly nasty turn card for him.
Yeah, we know John wasn't going anywhere with top pair anyway, but Lord have mercy. SR 71 going down.
Yeah, barring a very unlikely river card, that is likely to be the case. Of course, once again, John Ryan does have more than 1.5K behind, so this pot certainly can get substantially larger. Danny here has a hand that's also pretty good, but he's sort of playing man in the middle and getting squeezed out here. Doesn't love it, but is going to let it go. Pez says Slick is going to fold this no problem. I don't think you've been watching John Ryan play for long enough to suspect that anyone would be folding aces to him. I think you just kind of pay that man his money whenever he does have a hand. And now we're 4-liner to a straight.
Saw Danny's face. He knows he probably was good there with that straight, but
yeah,
still the bottom end of it.
Check, check here on the end. John Ryan not interested in betting anymore. Thinks he probably can't get called by worse. And yeah, the birds go down in flames.
Franco. David told me to tell the table he put an additional $200 bounty on you. I told him his money's very safe.
200?
Yeah, 200.
Where's the bounty?
David told Franco.
Oh, David Top put it on Franco?
I told David, I was like, you don't have to worry about that money. Don't get worried about that money.
I scooped him one
What did you do to him?
years ago.
Years ago.
I scooped him so bad.
Yeah, Pez, we didn't
He
quite
went
get
up in
the
stakes and ran good.
right card there on
He's
the
still playing his way.
river. That changed things a little bit. I think he could have found a fold, but
He went,
the last couple
yeah,
streams
he
that
hit the thing.
John's been on, I don't know if
Yeah,
you
coming
were
up,
paying
yeah.
attention. I know you're very familiar with John Ryan, but
Cross that.
he's just been an
They won like 30
absolute
games straight.
maniac, and
Oh, wow. I think it was a
be
bomb.
tough to fold there against him. But
It was like a 4K.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
And then immediately he goes up.
we've got plenty of data points that show that he is willing to not just bluff, but bluff with hands that you wouldn't necessarily expect to bluff, right? Like, not something that made a semi-bluff or like the semi-bluffed with because he picked up some equity and then bricked it on the river, right? Like, those are the ones that we kind of gravitate towards in our minds as, you know, sort of thinking through the process. John Ryan will be like, I'm on the river with, you know, king deuce or whatever, and I'm just going to give you the business because I think I can get you to fold. And what was it that he had against Wolfgang when Wolfgang folded the kings, right? He had like just
something
a
so
complete
gross.
airball.
Yeah,
It was like Jack 4 or something, right? I think he had that's
something
Robbie.
similar.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, unless you can pick up some sort of, you know, tell or something on the man, I think you always just have to be willing to give him credit for a big bluff if you have a strong hand. I don't know. That's of course a particular opinion that may not be shared by all. There are sevens here for John Ryan on the flop. Gives him the best of it. John not betting his gut shot, but he does get there. And it's two pair for John Ryan, a very unlikely two pair given.
Yeah, absolutely.
The holdings here to fill in this straight for John Harris. Yeah, he's on the stone cold missiles. And his opponent has just overbet the pot.
Here it's losing its steam. That's what I hear.
Yeah, I hear you, Pez. Wasn't meaning to like throw shade or anything. Just yeah. Until the one-liner got there on the end, it's definitely a spot where John can just be trying to push you around. In any case, we're back to the action here. A small raise from John Harris. He is trying to get called. Make it 1,700. So John Ryan sort of getting better than 3-1 here. But how often is he getting bluffed on the river here? I would have to have something like, definitely got to have a jack in his hand, right?
Right.
But John Ryan cannot find the fold button, does make the call.
That's what I felt like. Fucking gutter.
Shows in
Nice.
the nizzles.
Yeah, nice pot there. John Harris chipping up a little bit more. He's 2K into the jelly.
Yeah.
Porker, JD, and RV Phil, the other players in the positive. Slick Ric, Danny, John Ryan, Benham, all stuck good chunks. And Carlos, of course, stuck the most down, a little over 7,000. Plenty of time left here in the evening. Still another almost 4 hours of poker to be played. And the $50 straddle starting to stick here a little bit.
Yeah, we've got 3 above 15K now, so as the night goes on, we could see some really big pots. some of these big stacks getting some tangles. John Ryan with the snowman.
Now 14 minutes and 50 seconds left on the registration if you still want to join us.
And it looked like some
ladies, right?
Yeah, there was an ace king that apparently got folded. I think that must have been a misread, but I think JD is sitting on queens right now and debating on what he is going to do. We see that the action is somehow made it all the way back to John Harris. That is not the case. It is going to be a 3-bet here. Oh, Benham had the ace king. He has not acted yet. That's what I had seen.
Yep, pulled them both up before the action, and he's all in.
5,000. Yeah, kind of out of nowhere here, we've got this massive collision between top of range and John Ryan. He does have a pocket pair, not yet folding. I mean, he went with the soul read earlier, called down with 6-5 off for just a pair against JD for an all-in size. If he ever thinks that he's up against ace, king, or maybe ace, queen, here, he may just decide to go for it.
Right.
I do think this is not the greatest dynamic.
It's Kevin's fault. I mean, he put $190.
Given the fact that this is a raise from JD out of the straddle and Benham jamming from the large straddle, so these guys usually just kind of need to have something here. At least Benham does.
That's what makes those middling pocket pairs so tough to play. I mean, no matter what stakes you're playing, if you're getting jammed on or 3-bet and jammed on, you really just have to put your opponents on 1 or 2 hands that you can beat. A good fold by John Ryan there.
All right, run it twice. Benham will have several opportunities to earn himself at least half the pot.
An ace? No.
Club.
One time.
You're secure.
You can't change your tune after the first one.
Shut up, Frank.
Another good flop here for JD. Benham gonna need some help here on the turn. And now just the river.
No, it's gonna be the pink ace.
Oh, that's it. Was there ever a doubt? Was there ever a doubt?
One time.
Reminiscent of the hand Carlos played earlier too. Early on where they chopped it. Similar situation. The king hit or the ace hit on the river on the bottom board.
I don't see color, Kevin. I'm sorry.
Aces were down. Hold it aces. Yeah, aces was somebody put an ace.
Give me one red, baby.
Are you a run it once or twice guy, or how do you like to do it?
Man, I being that I work here, I try to just be courteous and let the person decide. The more and more I play, I'm really preferring to run it once because it just, I feel like I'm here to play, I'm here to gamble, have fun. I'd rather just have a clear-cut winner. If you get me, you get me kind of thing. But I'd rather just be consistent with it. So I usually let the other person decide, being that I am an employee here at TCH, and they are my customers at half the time.
Gotcha. Yep.
Friends and colleagues and all the above. But yeah, I think I prefer once, but I'm also not playing for $15,000 hands, so.
Yeah, you might feel a little differently.
Might feel a little different if I was gambling away a motorcycle or something.
Yeah, a couple months of bills.
Absolutely. A couple European vacations, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm trying to think of what you can even buy for 15 grand anymore. It's not like 15 grand was 20 years ago, where you could actually buy a car for that.
That's true. Yeah, it's tough sledding out there these days.
It is, right?
Inflation is a biatch. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh, there was.
About running it once or twice.
I'm sorry.
Were you gonna say something about running it once or twice?
Yeah. One thing that I think is kind of fun is that I saw this happen one time. There was. It was a while ago. I think we were playing 5-5 after a 2-5 live stream. This was probably a year ago or maybe a little bit more. And there was two local guys, two guys that I know quite well, that got into a really big pot. And they got all the chips in. And the one guy was a little bit younger, and he was like, "Oh man, this is the biggest pot I've ever played." And the other guy immediately said, "Run it once." and everyone was kind of like a little bit shocked, like, "Whoa, like this is the biggest pot he's ever played, and you're just gonna make him run it once?" But it was actually a really cool thing. He was like, "No, man, like this is the biggest pot you're ever gonna play. Like you should win it or you should lose it. You shouldn't chop this pot. This is your biggest one, right?" Like, and I thought that was a really cool kind of approach. And, you know, and I like that. I think that there's certainly a fear element or, you know, maybe a desire to put yourself in a position where you might not lose the biggest pot that you've ever played. But, hey, you know,
for sure.
Sort of power ahead while you're, you know, sort of charging off into uncharted waters, you know, be bold. You know, I like that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mentioned getting my aces cracked today. I mean, the guy asked if I wanted to run it once or twice. I said, I prefer once, you know, but you make the call. And so he just said once, but hit his 9 and got me. And then, of course, you know, then I go, "Oh, you should have run it twice." You know, I said, "Hey, it is what it is. You know, it's what happened, but hindsight's 20/20.
Yeah, people always have something to say. Porker here going to flop bottom 2 pair. And does have the best of it here. John Ryan, pair of 10s. Pretty decent hand given the board texture.
Good question, Jeffrey.
Don't leave us hanging. He did not win the pot.
Oh.
So he lost the biggest pot that he had played up until that point. Ooh, 10-ball corner pocket here for John Ryan. And Carlos, he's got one of the key cards here. He's got a jack. Not sure if he is going to feel frisky or anything, but...
what happens if you run?
Don't see it working against this particular opponent, even if he decided to. But
yeah, it's an over bet here from John Ryan. 700 into 5. Man. Porker here. I don't know if his hand can be folded.
Right? You played the dirtiest of diapers for a reason.
Yeah, he is going to pay it off if his opponent has it, and John certainly does with that one. Going to chip up to probably over 10K. Doesn't quite show that on the screen, but that man has built himself up here a little bit as of late.
Yeah, the other interesting dynamic with the running it twice thing is, you know, a lot of people that, you know, come to these lower stakes, you know, we're not playing for a living, we're playing for fun a lot of the times. So you're, you know, the gambling element is, you know, obviously part of the game, but, you know, I had these players say, "Oh, you know, this guy's here to gamble, you know, of course he called you for 300 pre-flop with 9s," and I'm like, "Yeah, but he wanted to run it twice. That's not really gambling, is it, you know?" I mean, if you're a true gambler, you're just going to get it in and say, let's rip it. And, I mean, I respect it either way, but
sure. I think there's actually something to be said for like the players that like to get a lot of money in the pot because that's exciting. But
yes,
the times that they get a lot of money in the pot and then run it once, like they lose a lot and then they have to leave and they don't get to play anymore. So it's like they like to play the big pots, but they would rather chop so that they get to stick around, you know, and have more fun. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable approach, you know, because the folks that that just want to keep playing and like to play big pots, I mean, those are the kind of players that you want in the game.
Absolutely.
They have a couple tournament tables.
So yeah, I'm kind of with you as well. Like I prefer to run it once, and against some opponents, I will just sort of be like, no, let's run it once. But yeah, if it's someone who's very much, you know, there to have a good time and, you know, they're just enjoying the game, I will definitely do my part to run it twice if they want to.
What?
Says the tournament guy.
Only local
All
tournament.
right, Porker here going to probe large
I heard you want to take it
I actually
on
don't
the
know.
turn with the pocket
I heard you wanted
fives,
tournament
but
ticket down in
RV
South
Phil
Florida.
going to
Yeah.
pounce.
1350.
Checks back flop and then blast. Doesn't even have a club. Why not?
Doesn't have a glove. I was just looking at that. He's got to have the jack of clubs in his hand. He's just going to pound. Nope. Just running good, feeling good. It is the RV Phil show tonight.
Yeah, he's in the zone and getting some good cards too, so feels good. Feels good to be Phil.
You're welcome again, Clay, and thanks again for subscribing. Where are you out of? Are you local here to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, or you subscribing and tuning in from somewhere else? See a couple other names I don't recognize is in here too. So we've got some new folks there. Say hello. We love new folks coming in and joining us.
Wow, we are playing here. RV Phil makes the call with the king jack off. That brings John Ryan along. But it is a bingo flop here for JD. I guess John Ryan, he does have the flush draw, so he's not going to be going anywhere just yet. And he is going to check raise it as well. No fear from John Ryan.
And does JD just use his chip stack here, just put him in? Take a little more conservative route.
Yeah, there's certainly an aspect of letting John kind of dictate the action when you are near top of range, such as JD is. You don't want to push John out of the pot. Obviously, seeing a spade there on the turn would have perhaps changed JD's mind, but this is a pretty good card for him. And I think now he may decide to put him to the test for all of it, rather than just call and take a river. But
and John Ryan did just ask him, Aaron. I heard right before you went into that last point, he said, "Do you have a flush draw, JD?" So interesting how JD's receiving that question there.
Well, JD does make the call, and John Ryan has, again, more than 4,400, but still not quite a full pot size bet behind. And whenever you brick the draw, pretty tough to rep the made hand when the top card pairs on the end. So yeah, he does give it up. Checks it over to JD.
I think it was said on the last stream, you definitely don't want to try to make a living bluffing JD.
Yeah. And yeah, I think John's got something like maybe 6,500 left, 7,000 at most. I mean, JD could just go for all of it here and hope that he's coolering him with ace-jack or something that he just has every once in a while, but I mean, the flip side is that you go really small. I don't know. Yeah, he does settle on the all-in size.
Don't bluff, JD.
Breathe, JD. You can breathe now. Breathe.
I have it.
He always has it.
I always have it.
Fucking river. Fuck that river.
Interesting story there, Doug. Why did you rebate him 150? Did you just feel sorry for him or what? I'm curious about that one. As we look at the earnings, JD up over 10K. RV Phil now in second position here. Still up a healthy nearly 9,000. No rest for the weary or the John Ryans. He is going to get right back in the saddle. Makes it 400 to go with Queen Jack suited, and Danny going to hit him with a four-piece cold 4-bet here from Danny in the blind. You sort of dished out a bad beat. I got you. RV Phil is feeling it. He is in there with the 7-4 suited.
He wants to double down.
Like most flops, he breaks. Spicy spot here. John Ryan, man in the middle, and he is going to donk lead.
Just rip it.
Ooh.
He's got 3/5 to the royal.
That's all you need.
Best hand I've had the whole time before. Other than the set.
Oh, that was incredible. He overbet jams there. Just 2 quick snap folds. Oh, man. What an entertaining stream this has been. This has been fantastic.
Absolutely.
I hope you guys are all enjoying the show. If you are, please do consider hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. We are slinging live poker streams at you multiple days a week. We got 2-5 out of Austin on Mondays. We got this big game on Tuesdays. We got final tables on Saturdays. All kinds of good action throughout the week. So be sure to hit the notification bell and subscribe. Make sure you are getting up to date on all of our future streams.
Yeah, I've been watching that 2-5 stream in Austin a little bit recently. That's a fun one. I've kind of gotten used to some of those characters and feel like I know those guys a little bit as well too. So that's a fun one if y'all are interested in just a little bit lower stakes game, but still plays pretty wild. And good, entertaining 2-5 game.
Yeah, I haven't played that one in quite a while now. Might be time to jump back into the mix after the holidays are done.
Get your pretty face on there, man. Yeah, Corey was in the chat. That last hand says no one hit this flop, and as you can tell, in this game, you don't have to hit flops. You got 3 to a straight flush. That's all you need. Just rip it in there.
Yeah. All right, the middle of the deck here heavily represented, and nobody connects. We have a gut shot, I suppose, for RV Phil. Oh no, John Ryan, pair of 5s. He is light years ahead of the competition.
We know from earlier on he likes the 5. Don't try to push him off a pair of 5s.
Well, let's see if an overbet on the river will get him to fold his 5 or not.
Not a chance, right?
I don't know. RV Phil been running pretty hot. Clubs come in. It is kind of weird. It's like, what would bet this size? Pretty much queen plus.
Yeah, don't do it.
Oh, he doesn't want to let it go.
He doesn't, yeah.
That would have been savage, though. Another call with a pair of 5s on this
Right.
like super connected overcard board, and he's just right again.
All the Broadways just staring you in the face, and you're sitting there with a pair of 5s.
Corey says, my favorite way to win a hand is bluffing. Yeah, I think a lot of people get the thrill out of getting a good bluff through. I know I certainly enjoy that myself. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just like winning. So I don't know. Do I like winning with bluffs or with value? I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, the feeling of getting a good bluff through is unmatched. That is for sure.
Yeah, taking somebody to Value Town does feel pretty darn good as well.
Yeah. RV here is seemingly playing every hand. He can do no wrong.
They know.
I'm trying to look at my cards. Just flashing all the colors.
But this one is going to get through.
Sometimes like that's the action.
It looks like, unless RV decides to defend the 8-7.
You probably miss somebody's bet and then just.
He does. All right, never mind. 8-7 is in there against the king-queen suited.
Me too.
Unless we have a misread, of course, did look like there's the potential for it.
Right.
As, John Ryan did have like one card that didn't show up when his hand was scanned in, so yeah. What a flop, though. If these hands are true,
yeah,
two
absolutely.
overs and a flush draw, top pair for RV Phil. It doesn't get much better for Phil if he did defend the 8 high. Jeffrey says, if you get a bluff through, are you then taking yourself to Value Town? If Value Town is an actual place, then sure, you can take yourself there. Take yourself out for some surf and turf or something, you know? All right, so after the check here from Danny, RV, gonna put out a bet of 800. Small bet in position here.
Wow.
Ooh, top set. Yeah, that is definitely not 8-7. That is pocket 7s. Flopping
Seti
top set.
Magetti. Seti Magetti.
And yeah, gonna need to find a clean club here is Danny. And he cannot. Ooh, running it twice. Okay. First run out safe for Phil.
Wow.
And he is just going to hold on through 2 full runouts. This man is running like God.
Up to 26K. Seat 1. How about you?
Leaving 3 back.
Yes.
I get chip space.
What do you want?
That is a pretty incredible run that RV Phil is on. He is smashing flops. He is out dueling his opponents on turns and rivers. I mean, he is just absolutely putting on a show here tonight and getting paid to do it. He is up heaps.
Yeah,
once again, retaking the lead over JD.
That's the real definition of run good, when you're not only getting the hands, but you're getting people jamming into you when you've got them and paying you off. That's the real run good, because you can you can flop sets and turn straights and all that, but if nobody else has anything or they're not bluffing into you, you're not really going to run up much of a stack, and he is just on fire.
Absolutely. Yeah, Danny feeling that one. That's a bit of a gut punch there.
Reminds me like the first stream I had with those sevens against fucking. God, I can't remember his name now. I think he lives in San Francisco.
Matt, Hallie.
No. I can't think of his name.
He was the guy from San Francisco.
Indian dude, yeah, like.
Yeah.
Oh, Addy.
Addy, yeah.
We got 4 players. Danny's
Did
got
you say
10K
Addy?
behind on the
No,
bottom.
but
Oh, okay.
some of it look like I'll name all the San Francisco guys.
So
you know,
sick, like a couple. I got sevens against him a couple times. And then they put this live reel with this RV going down the road with the sevens in the window.
Can I borrow $5 real quick?
Huh?
$5.
Yes.
Thank you.
That was a player that was fun to watch on the stream that he's talking about, Addy. I think that doesn't live in the Dallas area, but that used to play on the streams and always provided some great action.
Cooler turn card here.
The fidget spinner, but is it also Rubik's
As
Cube?
both players improve to top pair, and yeah, Danny is
1x3, I guess.
going from getting whacked on the previous hand to now getting set up for another significant loss.
Not hard. Basically like 1 hour.
Yeah, here is the check raise.
The top algorithm.
Anytime you turn top pair, you usually feel pretty good about it.
Rotate the corners. You just rotate the corners.
Danny bet flop.
You got to move the corners, rotate the corners.
Continues betting turn, so unlikely that he's improved when you have.
I don't know how that works on a one by. I guess it's probably the same.
Yeah, I've never solved it like a
The worst part is that, yeah, this is John Ryan. He could be doing this with a wide variety of hands. And wow, the suck resuck as Danny finishes with top 2 pair. There is now a one-liner to a straight, though. Any 8 makes a straight. Let's see, will John go for a block size or no? 1,700, a little under half pot.
Yeah, that 8's definitely a card that he could be putting John on there.
But yeah, you got top 2 pair. And the winner. $7,500 pot here for Danny right after getting felted. That's gotta feel good.
Absolutely.
That's what you get for being nice. No good deed goes unpunished.
No justice.
We win here in the chat. Half right from the beginning. RV Phil having a run good, whereas John Ryan not so much. Yeah, that is the case, in particular after that last hand. But John Ryan shall not be deterred.
Shall not be infringed, that John Ryan.
Yeah.
He is going to fire those guns.
6-3. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the table banter. Obviously, if you've got kids that are watching, forgive us. These are adults. This is an adult game, but there's some good table talk going on. I hope y'all have enjoyed it.
Wow. It's the birds again, this time for JD. JD also having a monstrous night. And Danny here running into it. He squeezes to 600 with King Queen. And this is a small 4-bet from JD as well.
Disappointed me, John. I thought you were going to 5-bet there with the 6-3.
Finally getting some cards, he says.
I did look at him.
All right.
Wow, look at the top two there. Look at that.
Yeah, that is enough to buy a car between the two of them.
Right?
Wow.
Just an easy Tuesday night for Phil here, up almost $17,000 in 2 hours and 45 minutes. It's a pretty good hourly rate, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd take it.
I was happy winning $400 today in 12 hours. Show off. Way to go, Phil.
Stayed home and played with Bluey and been a lot richer, but.
Oh, we got all the audio. We can hear the chips crunching.
Good ambiance, you know. So Benham squeezes from the blind, gets called by Rick and John, but it's John who flops middle pair and the best of it. It is 2 overcards and a gutty for Slick Ric, and yeah, not gonna see too many undercard boards for his hand, so gonna go ahead and put out the probe for 350. But he's gonna get raised. John here, never backing down, never playing anything slowly or with caution.
Did Slick Ric find a play back at him here?
Are you guys still getting snacks and beverages?
Can I get
Call here.
please?
Second call for 82 for what's the
Oh.
Dos Equis on tap. I'll take one of those as well.
Yeah, unfortunately for John, Rick does not have anything to go with here, so it's all in and a quick fold.
Right. Yeah, nice play there.
John Ryan holding strong at 69% on the BPIP.
Round number 4.
Crinkle, crinkle.
After the Rangers won the World Series here a couple weeks ago, the one of the live commentators was complimenting the guy that got him his job as a commentator, the co-commentator. Eric Nadel is like the voice of the Texas Rangers, and he was telling him how much he appreciated the moment and hearing him make the call when the Rangers won. And one of the other guys in the studio, just not knowing the moment he was in, you know, was in the studio with him and was just opening chips and crinkling them, and they gave him hell for a whole week. They're like, how do you not know? This guy's like crying on air to this other man, and you're over there eating chips. Just oblivious to the moment that you're taking part of, you know.
Oh, that's great. That is
That's reminding me of that. The guy was just like a former Major League Baseball player, just total meathead, just like, oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah, Tito's hungry, man.
Yeah, man. Cool Ranch, baby.
Danny here pairing a flush draw on the flop, but JD has not found the exit.
Hey, sorry, Mr. Call.
Both players see this turn. It's now straight draw for JD to go with his third pair. Not going to feel great about this. But the question is, does he turn this hand into a bluff and try to get Danny to fold a jack by the river? He says, no, let's just go ahead and take a river for free. And that is going to be a straight on the bottom end.
the city because the other day they had like a U-Haul pulled over and a bunch of cops around it and it ended up being stolen, but maybe there's crap in there.
We're getting the inside scoop here from RV.
Right. We might have poker and true crime drama all in one one setting here.
In any case, we've got JD betting the river there. I think when Danny checks the river, it's pretty safe to say that he doesn't have an ace.
Right.
And he can try to get value from any two pairs that may exist out there. I like the play from JD, but doesn't get paid by 5 high for some reason.
Call the city North Richland Hills. Tell them.
Well, hearing the scoop of what's going on is much better than hearing a player go into the restroom with their microphone still on. So we'll hopefully have to have somebody remind these guys when they step away to hit the mics.
All right, once again, heads up here between Danny and JD. And another one for JD, easy peasy. Suited one gapper here for JD. He'll open sort of the edge of his range. Hijack.
Let's fuck this guy up.
What?
Nothing.
He said nothing.
Just some soft collusion. You don't need to worry about it.
Just soft collusion. It's not the same as hard collusion.
Yeah. Mystery hand, once again, some sort of error on the reading over there for John Ryan, but JD is going to bet and gets called. No additional equity here on the turn. So JD will check it back. And king high here, a little bit of showdown. Not clear what better hand he could get to fold. Perhaps something like pocket sixes. But Danny is just going to check it over, and now JD has to decide, does the 8 high get mixed in with his other bluffs that go bet check? And sure enough, they do, and for a half pot sizing, gets it through.
Carlos has the 50 on. I haven't even been paying attention if they've had that going here. I know JD's been doing the 50.
Yeah, the 50's been on pretty consistent here for the last, I'd say, orbit or two.
Last bit, yeah.
Now we've got Benham limping and setting a trap, but instead he's trapping himself into a 5-way pot. It still somehow comes 8 high, leaving him with the overpair. Phil sticks around with his gutty and overcard, and bingo, top set now. Phil staring at those 2 red cards, trying to will something into existence, but it's still just a 6-0.
So much red, still not a flush draw. You're just left with the worst ace on the deck, but you got a gutter ball.
Yeah. He sticks around. And front door diamonds come in. Oh no, that was incorrect. Yeah, I was like, my brain tells me that that wasn't really true, but it's a Queen of Hearts on the end. Nice hand there for Benham. He chips up to over $10,000. So what do you got going on for Thanksgiving? You sticking around the Texas area? You going out of state or what?
I will be here. All my family's here in the DFW area. I grew up in Plano. My mom's still in Plano. Sister's in Frisco, so
okay.
I'm not too far away in the Louisville area. So we're all within about 20 minutes of each other. So
cool.
My mom is she's the person that likes to do the entertaining, so we always do it at her house, and her husband, and he's got kids and extended family, so it ends up being a pretty big deal, and we usually watch the football games and just eat our weight in mashed potatoes and dinner rolls and turkey. And yeah, what about you? Sticking around Austin or?
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll be happy to talk about that, but we've got John Ryan moving all in here, 4.4K, and Danny had already committed a sizable chunk here with the ace queen.
Speaking of Thanksgiving, John is licking his chops right now if he knew what Danny had.
Can we watch y'all 30 minutes behind?
Makes the call.
No, you can.
Wow.
You can. Right there. Look at that.
Yeah, Danny going to try to get unstuck here, hoping that John Ryan has some sort of middling pocket pair, but they are going to run it twice, so he'll have a couple opportunities to improve.
Yeah. I need a queen.
Yeah, birds. There we go.
You need a queen?
8 hours and 40
Danny hears the bad news. You can tell he's not thrilled, but there's the queen.
You got it. Right in the fucking window. Oh my god.
As the queen holds on, and now it's John Ryan fighting to keep his chips.
No more queens.
No more queens.
Yeah, River King has been the.
So far, so good. And
Cob it up.
We'll keep their stacks, yeah. Danny quite fortunate on that one as he was looking at taking another big beat.
Absolutely.
John Ryan there apparently up at 7,400 in his stack.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Your wake up alarm?
Me too, and I was like, what are they doing? How come he's not getting the money? And then I realized, oh, it's ace high, ace high.
Yeah, raised to 1,500 and then a jam for 74.25. That's
I was like, sweet, no, it's not me.
that is
Like,
some
oh,
big
maybe
boy
it's
poker
me.
right
No,
there.
no.
Huge pot. And unfortunately, they just got to chop the other blinds.
Raise at 150.
Seizure time, huh?
Yeah. The lights just don't understand what the fuck just happened.
It was 150.
Looks like we're a little bit behind here as 3 players have taken a flop.
Oh, imagine you get stacked and you have to
Stacked and you look up and you see a fucking goose.
Venom, RV Phil, and John Ryan. And just Phil with the pair.
Flamingo.
Flamingo? Oh, yeah, flamingo. It is a flamingo. Flamingos, yeah.
What the hell?
Get my back.
8 hours of this.
Yeah, this is probably worse than.
Not the worst board in the world if you're Venom. You're beating some of the draws, although the 10 interacts with those, but he also has the ace of spades. He can rep some spade flushes on the end, or he can just drill the ace.
Just rep an ace.
Well, I'm sure RV Phil won't love that river, but he has still been doing quite well for himself tonight. He had an ace on the river against JD earlier as well that he did end up paying off with the pocket queens, but still sitting pretty up at 24,000 in the stack.
Eight of hearts. 50 to go.
All right, we're definitely going to have a misread here as the 8 of hearts got scanned in for RV Phil.
Can I get a concern of water?
125.
8 deuce again? 8 deuce again?
Ace 3.
But John Ryan, he was going to go ahead and get this one through easy peasy. We won't have to worry about the
Ace
miscan.
3, are we caught? Even ace 3. Whatever an ace.
Yeah.
Against him.
Yeah.
No, table's good. You gotta keep it far away because the chair's not 6-1. Stand deep on RV and just sets it off. We're gonna work on that. We're gonna have to, because we've been playing together a long time, so it's just, we're gonna have to socialize a little bit more.
Oh, I see.
And just get to working on that.
Never gonna get used to it.
It's hard. I feel
worse
the
every
same way
time.
about JD. You're my JD.
Still got 169 of y'all with us. 3 hours into this 6-hour stream from TCH Dallas. 5, 10, 25 no limit hold'em game. It's our regular Tuesday night stream. JD waking up with pocket kings.
When he's losing all the time.
Clash of the big stacks here. 50,000 between the 2 hands. And a pretty safe flop for RV Phil here with his 9s. See how JD decides to play the kings here. You see from the graphics there, RV Phil only has the 1-9 remaining. If he wants to catch up here. Another safe card. $2,700 in the pot. Let's see how JD decides to play this here. A little over half pot. RV Phil's going to come along. And another safe card for what RV Phil thinks. He's got a big overpair here.
He looked up. We made eye contact. And he smiled. Holy shit. What are you doing, bro? You never smile.
I'm trying to think, Phil. I'm trying to think.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. You're good.
RV Phil commenting that JD looked up and made eye contact with him. They're kind of laughing it off, but JD is wanting to get max value out of these two kings here.
How big? You got a big pair?
Two big winners. Somebody
Big pair? Oh my god.
RV says, you got a big pair? Spidey senses are on here.
Here we are.
Yeah, definitely doesn't like the position he's in. Pocket nine's pretty strong hand, but yeah, triple barrel here.
Yeah, you really just got to peg your opponent to have just that one type of hand, the ace-king, ace-queen that missed. These middling pairs are hard to play.
It's tough, too, because he already paid JD off earlier with the ace-king. They got there on the end, so.
Let's see if I can get through this time. You got a big pair? Yeah.
Big pot going JD's way there.
Wiggle Kings.
RV Phil can beat everyone at the table except for JD. JD keeps getting the better of him, and I think with that, we'll reclaim the lead by a sizable margin.
Yeah, I need that to keep being able to fund you guys in Dallas.
And we'll just have everybody else at the table just covered, pretty much.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, these guys all started out the night with 5,000 as their starting stack. They were able to add on and match the stack after that, but JD's definitely added on some, but he has won quite a bit himself.
John Ryan getting a little bit tricky here, just calling with the 9.
Go for some Fruit Loops.
After Danny raises it up, let's see if John Ryan goes for the back raise here.
Oh, that'd be rough. I felt
There it
dirty thinking, I
is,
was like, let's
1200.
go. I looked at Kings and was like, now I feel like it did.
You hadn't seen him yet?
No.
Oh, shit.
No, I haven't looked yet.
Oh, shit.
Preemptive shit talk. Down the monster.
Now the question is RV Phil tilted enough to try to play the 8-5 of hearts out of position? The answer seems to be yes.
In here, something gonna happen.
The animals are bringing you good luck.
Yeah.
We used to always watch, that's what it was. We used to always watch the Nature Channel here all the time. Like I put it on, yeah. like we watched every nature show on Netflix like at least 4 times. Just like.
They probably should show us too.
Because all we can watch is Netflix and you can't watch with sound.
Like this animal.
And so nature was good because you don't have to like.
Checking it all the way down. 9s are good.
Guess what I had a minute ago?
Oh, that's what it was nice.
We
Nice.
Yeah, I saw it now. We should have been.
Yeah.
Russian National Parks one that was narrated by.
Oh,
Obama.
but let's see. Going back to Thanksgiving, we had that big hand play out. But so my folks are all back in Colorado, where I grew up,
I got to the
and
point where I could like,
so
tell you what
I'll be
shot was coming next.
cruising on back to see them.
I'm like, okay, so
So
wait, there's gonna be like the monkey.
my sister has a
I don't know this
daughter, so my little niece is starting to grow up, and
We used to watch these monkeys
she's
in Japan that were like getting snowed on.
more and more of a person every day. She was,
Polar bear
a
walking
couple
on the
years
frozen
old,
tundras.
sort of babbling and making a bunch of noises and stuff like that. And then the last time I went and saw her, which was maybe hasn't been that long, maybe
Watch some cooking shows,
3-4 months, something like that.
Watch like Chef's Table. And they have a lot of
Just
these,
over
like,
the
slow, like,
summertime.
cool shots of the food.
You know, she's very much putting sentences together and still
Nice.
making up some words and things like that. You know, she's still just kind of a toddler, but yeah, I think here in the next couple of years, you know, she'll be in school and really putting it all together to be you know, a little human being running around. So pretty cool to see her growing up like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. I got a niece that's 20. She's on the Palm squad at the University of Arkansas, and my nephew is playing football in Kansas at Pitt State, and they just won their back-to-back, whatever their conference is called. I have to remember it's Division II, but so they're going to the playoffs, and I, just like you, I remember when they were 2, 3, 4 years old, just babbling, and Uncle Eric was the coolest thing in the world, you know. And of course, when you don't have kids, it's awesome to play with nieces and nephews because they love you to death because you don't ever punish them. You spoil them and then give them right back to their parents for the actual tough work, you know. But yeah, it's a blast. So that I wish I could go back and relive those years with those little turkeys. You know. Well, you enjoy the heck out of that, man. That sounds fun.
Yeah, gonna be a very nice, enjoyable holiday time, I think.
I mean, we say this every year, right? But I can't believe that time of year is already here.
Yeah, another year going by. 2024 coming at us.
Are they already getting a lot of snow up there in Colorado?
Honestly, I'm not too sure if they've been getting much snow. I know they've had a few dustings and stuff, but they've got mountains all around them, but that I'm sure have been getting plenty of snow. But yeah, I think right where they're at hasn't really gotten anything too much as of yet. Usually comes in a little bit later in the year, December to January to get the heavy snows, but obviously for snowpack and skiing and all of that stuff, you love it when you're already getting good snow by late October and into November.
For sure. Yeah, I had a company I was working for, oil and gas company, moved me to Denver. What was that, 2019? And it snowed. When did I move there? I'm trying to remember what month it was, but I know it snowed Mother's Day, and then it snowed August. No, I'm sorry, it snowed in October, and then it snowed off and on again until the next Mother's Day. You know, the next almost June or May or whatever that was, whatever Mother's Day is. You know, that doesn't snow every day, but it's crazy that you could have snow in October and then you can have snow in May. And as a Texan, you know, I've never seen snow in either October nor May in my life.
Oh yeah,
And
very
that's just
different climate.
Yeah, just normal for them.
Yeah, and in particular, those sort of outlier months too are pretty standard in Colorado up at the high elevation. It'll be, you know, you'll have had some good like 85-degree days, you know, in May, and then all of a sudden there'll be snow coming down, and usually melts pretty quick. But yeah, that's par for the course back in Colorado. Gotta love it. All right, top pair here for John Ryan on the flop. Danny with second pair, not going anywhere just yet. JD with the ace high, figures now's the time to pull the ripcord, and no improvement for Danny. Check, check, and another one bites the dust. Danny here cannot seem to win a pot as of late.
Yeah, hadn't had a lot of big hands there. He's gotten his VPIP up a little bit. He was down pretty low at 18%. Tried to mix it up. You know, unfortunately, just has not been able to get much traction tonight. But
Bill James just came back from Denver today. Said it was in the 60s all week. So yeah, that's still pretty good weather for this time of year for sure. Yeah, I remember some of the worst, you know, things that could happen as a kid was that it would snow on Halloween. You're trying to go out trick or treating.
Oh yeah.
And so when the snowstorms and stuff would come in relatively early like that and snow you out of a good trick-or-treating night, that was a big bummer.
Understandably so.
Sure didn't stop us from going out, but you know, you had to trudge through a bunch of stuff, and if your costume wasn't already like multi-layered, you definitely kind of had to screw it up a little bit. You'd be a pirate in a big fluffy jacket or
Oh,
whatever.
for sure.
You know?
Just gotta get in there.
I definitely prefer the months during that summertime, even though it feels like the summer's so short there. But yeah, the hiking and the amount of animals that I got to see that I've never seen, you know, besides at a zoo, you know, when I was hiking up in the mountains was pretty darn cool.
Heck yeah.
Gorgeous, gorgeous place.
John Ryan here with some birds. Once again, didn't get much out of him the last time, and unfortunately doesn't look like his opponents are going to have anything to tangle up with him this time either, unless Porker gets out of line with the King-8 suited.
Yeah, Porker's somebody else that really hadn't had a lot of traction tonight either. He's tried to mix it up a little bit, just hasn't been in the right spots, but sure he will have his opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the V-pips, like everybody's been playing a good number of hands. I think most of the players are well over 30%. Sort of Danny stuck down at the bottom for quite a while, and then he has been playing a lot of hands, just not getting very fortunate in them as of late. But yeah, there's a couple of players, you know, Benham and Porker, John Harris over there. They've kind of been a little bit quiet here for the last hour or so, largely due to card distribution.
The feeling that like barely.
I don't think they feel it.
Just trying to think how I would feel in that situation. Hold on.
Have you ever held a bird?
What's up? What's that?
Have you ever held a bird?
Maybe when I was younger.
After this,
You trying to brag about bird
I'm just saying, it doesn't feel like a massage.
I've got. You can hold this.
That doesn't fly though.
They've got some sort of nature show on the TV. I love it. All right, flopping a flush draw here is John Ryan, but checks through. He picks up a wheel draw now.
Yeah. Pretty happy with his equity here. So.
I can't quite tell. On screen it shows Danny on the button. The button is awkwardly placed between them, but regardless, John Ryan is going to bet and win. And yeah, it looks like we are off by one position on the button there. Hopefully get that sorted out.
That is Kevin in the box there. Shout out to Kevin. Nice red beard there. He was rocking the Macho Man Randy Savage costume for Halloween.
Nice.
He had the leopard pants, and the mullet. He had the whole thing. It was awesome.
Heck yeah. Low frequency squeeze hand here for Slick Ric. He is going to go for it.
I see what you're playing. Thank you.
Danny here going to do some inventory. He's stuck. He's on the button and he's got a suited connector, so definitely a spot he may want to take a flop. See if he can cooler Rick for just about 6,000.
Tell he wants to.
He does put in the call. So 1,700 in the middle. Slick Ric with the betting lead, out of position. It's an ace-high flop. Definitely going to favor his range, and he's got a gut shot to Broadway. And he'll get it through with the tiniest of bets, and that is just the best thing in the world if you're Slick Ric.
Yeah, Pez, somebody was mentioning earlier, Danny, you know, remember when he used to have the pillow and he'd lean up against the chair? I think he was having back issues back in the day, and he'd bring a pillow in, he'd look all snug, and he'd always rock the hat, but he's had the shaved head, now he's kind of growing his hair out a little bit, so maybe it's the new look, Danny.
I was giving all your money to these guys, so I gave a little back to you first.
Thank you.
He's
Mixing
trying
it up. Got to be balanced in
Chase
your head game, your hair game, I should say.
Yeah, please correct that.
I realized that as soon as the words were starting to come out of my mouth. I was like, I'm saying this, and I don't mean that.
Yep.
Oh my God, that's a good one. Words are hard, you know.
Yeah, I was trying to, kind of go along those lines. So maybe he's trying to mix it up the ladies a little bit, but you went there, Looking sharp either way, Danny.
Absolutely. Oh my
that's
God,
awesome.
that's hilarious. Oh man. All right, what is that? Top pair for John Harris. Oh God. Oh, I gotta get out of here. I need some Taco Bell, man.
Right. I'm telling you, those lights though above head, it's I don't know if I'd ever want to be on this stream. I guess if I'm at a final table winning $50,000, I don't care, but I may have to rock a hat. I just don't have as much hair on top as I used to, and tell you what, it's you don't realize it until you see the overhead view,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thankfully I don't have any thinning happening just yet, but definitely got some color changes.
Oh yeah. And my hair came out in clumps in my 30s, and it stopped. So it hasn't fallen out in 10 years, but it just never grew back either.
Yeah.
Interesting hand here. John Harris having the top pair here.
Yeah, Porker blasting away here. That was decent card removal. RV Phil is making the call.
And John Harris is going, what the hell?
Yeah, he folded a king. He can't believe what's going on with these guys.
We're all just living in this world tonight.
All is good in the world of Phil unless he's playing against JD.
Man,
Yeah.
this up there. Whew.
Yeah, the money gets funneled to RV, and then he gifts it over to JD, and that is the ecosystem that we live in.
You didn't even have top two pair that time. Showing us a little variety.
Wow, he made that call quick, too. I can understand why John Harris made the fold. He was kind of just like, oh, God, he snapped him.
Right.
He's, got to have it over there, right?
Here they are, Danny.
Hey, it's our friend. Fred S.
Three bet pre by Benham. He is going to continue on this low dusty board. Carlos here.
Yeah, Carlos continues to play slower with his overpairs. Like you mentioned, these players are taking note of that. But
yeah, definitely when Benham gets called on the turn, he knows that he needs to improve to win that river. Not a good card for him, so he shuts it down. And nice little pot there for Carlos. That'll feel good after the drubbing he took earlier with his best hands, getting whacked on the river.
oh, for sure, yeah, he's definitely seen his share of premiums. Just had some pretty sick runouts.
That one.
You saw it, that one?
Well, you like pulled it way back. You pulled
Nice
back
hand
the
here for John Harris, but he is just going to flat
And you
call
know, like,
the raise from Carlos. That is going to invite the rest of these players in, and he's going to have to play this one from the big blind
or just like, yeah.
with ace
And you go, like,
king
and this-
high
this thing
now
goes like
on a
this.
9-high board.
And it's like, so, I mean, it's fine if somebody's not there. I don't know. Is that how you flip a cell phone? You go like this?
When they taught him the rules of the game, they forgot to teach him how to look at his hand. He still knew it.
Yeah. I gotta go back to online.
You see that mama and the baby monkey earlier? That's me and you right now.
Ooh, Jack 10 gonna get there for John Ryan. Also gives Carlos top pair.
Yeah. Top pair, top kicker. Just a bank card there for John Ryan on the river.
You'd be fine in the corner, but this scene, that's here.
I think that's why. Partly also because, like, I literally never sit in the middle.
Yeah.
I've sat, like, there every
It's a big over bet from John Ryan, but Carlos is gonna have to pay this off.
You'd be fine over there because he pulls it goes to the rail. The problem people
Nice
who get
4K
there is
pot
they
going
don't
with
get
John
far
Ryan
off.
there.
Person packs it on. Yeah, here, like, we're almost sitting behind you, right? So you gotta be, like, extra careful.
Tough sledding in the 3 and 4 seat, those two players. Seeing the pots moving away from them consistently here.
It's like the bottom face.
Yeah, look at the pre-flop raise numbers there too. You know, like I said, Carlos has had some really big hands, but mostly just flatted a lot of these. Not a lot of pre-flop raising. That's kind of tough to say. Try to get it out fast. Down there at 9%, but definitely doesn't show the strength of some of the hands he's had. He's had some monsters. Nice hand developing here. How did I know a 4 was coming out?
Yeah, somehow John getting allowed to see these boards, flops and turns. He is pretty consistently finding a way to improve.
He's wearing the Raider cap, so I'm pretty sure he's not a 49er fan, but somehow he's in there with 9-4 offsuit. And nobody has a single spade.
Yeah, an RV Phil with a very under-repped pair of jacks in hand. Certainly not the best board in the world, and especially not facing an overbet here, but what do you do now? You just called pre-flop. You haven't done anything other than bet 300 on the turn and just get called. mean, aren't jacks good here some of the time?
Yeah. Gonna pay him off.
9-4. Yeah. I mean, this has been a consistent story here tonight, right? I mean, we've seen it between both Carlos and RV Phil in a couple of spots where it's like you just go in multi-way here. There's too many hands out there that that can catch these funky runouts, and that is on full display here. All right, hand number 82. RV Phil waking up with 10s. Once again, not going to 3-bet his hand, just calls. And we go 4 players to a flop. Double gutty here for John Harris. 10s look to still be in the lead unless John Ryan is sitting on a 3 over there. And how about rivered full house for Phil? Bets 300 and gets min clicked. Oh, what a beautiful play. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
We had a mistake.
Ace
This
10,
is ace
okay.
10 and 10-6. Okay. All right, makes more sense there.
There we go. Like if you're
RV
checking,
Phil.
you're checking top boat there.
Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of
Makes
kind of
sense,
funky.
yeah. Ace 10, 2 pair, ace kicker takes that one down.
All right, well, we've had our fair share of misreads and errors and things of that nature. We had one just there, and we've gotten word that we will have it on the next hand as well. So do bear with us, but hopefully we've got an exciting one to watch here in a moment.
That's right. Stay tuned.
Looks like had to get the action tracker caught up a little bit. Yeah, pretty much nobody's hands really are scanning in here. So pay no attention to what you see on the screen. Other than the flop, which is indeed 5-5-3.
Sorry. How you doing?
John here does have pocket jacks. I've been given word that is correct. So everything else we are unclear on. John does have pocket jacks.
I do. They've taken all my money though. I feel bad. I'd actually rather give it to you. I'll do. How's it going? We'll do 20 minutes. Yeah. Maybe you can rub some sense into me so I stop punting all my money to these guys.
Danny looking for the massage run good. Check raise from RV Phil here. Carlos calls in between. And John has got to be wondering, what on earth do these guys have? 5-5-3 rainbow? He makes the call.
You can hear they're trying to get the players to rescan their cards so they'll come up. We're pretty sure we got a Jack 5 here. Oh, and pocket jacks is what John has, John Harris. RV Phil's hand remains a mystery, but
Yeah, this is a cooler happening. Carlos has Jack 5 right now, which I don't know how that's possible, really.
I know.
but-
How is that even possible? We're being told that it's his Jack 5 versus pocket jacks here. We do have a Jack on the turn. So top full house here for John Harris. This didn't make much sense here, but I'm ready to see the result here, Aaron.
Yeah, and then the fact that RV Phil check raised on the flop as well seems to indicate that he may also have a 5 because he's sticking around here as well.
Right. Yeah, if that's sick if that's the case. If we got 2 players with trips, one with a full house, and now one's got the top full house, this is about to get nasty.
Check.
Already 8,000 in the middle. Carlos with a little bit less than that behind. John Harris, of course, with 3,500 behind. There is Carlos betting 3,000 with his bottom, well, not quite bottom full house, but 5s full of jacks.
Saw a little all in with a head shake there from John. Feels like, what do I do? Oh my goodness. 14,000 in the pot. And if you're Phil sitting here with trip 5s, you've got a raise or a bet of 3,000 and a jam all in.
Oh, how the fuck? I raised. Get myself
Oh,
to this
this is gross. I feel you, Phil.
And Carlos over there, seeing John go all in for another 500, is like, well, I hope you have ace 5 or pocket 3s, because
I got a full house.
Can't really beat anything else, but I'm not folding.
And how many coolers has Carlos already faced tonight? This is gross. Yeah.
34, 40.
Yeah, this one isn't going to feel good.
Yeah, if Phil's taking this long, he's got to have a 5 in his hand. I don't know how this is possible, but we're being told we've got Jack 5 against pocket jacks here, and somehow Phil's got a 5.
34, 35.
This is a dead raise, so RV Phil, he can make the call, does make the call, knowing that that Carlos cannot
Got a 5.
re-raise.
Jacks, of course.
Oh, it's
Nines
8-5.
over there, maybe?
Jack 5.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
8-5. Oh my gosh.
Nice.
$18,000 pot.
And what an unbelievable turn card there for John Harris. Hits the 1 outer.
And now it all.
He showed me his cards on his flop. I was like, Jack King.
The case jack comes out.
Carlos had pocket 3s.
Absolute cooler for Carlos. I mean, tough for Phil too, but Carlos can't help but think he's good there, Aaron. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's the spot you've been waiting for.
There wasn't no more money in play.
You can't re-raise. You made 3K.
You made it, I only moved it like 400.
Yeah, Carlos thinking that he had gone all in, but it was a dead raise.
Yeah, he did throw the single chip out there, said all in, but Kevin caught it quick, knew that the pot had not been reopened. Carlos was hoping that he could get a little side pot action there, which that just adds to the coolerness, right?
Yeah, he at least thinks he's beating the 8-5. But
oh, what a hand.
Yeah, and what an incredible spot there for John Harris, too. I mean, we kind of got a little bit wrapped up in how bad of a beat it was for RV Phil and Carlos, but I mean, just a fantastic spot there for John Harris.
Right.
And he's been sort of treading water for most of the night, had kind of eked his way into a small profit there for a little while, but man, that is by far the largest pot that he has been involved in.
Yeah,
and comes
big
out
hand,
on
great hand.
the winning side. Yeah.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier that things just weren't really going well for him. He made a couple really tight folds that we were wondering about, but you know, he picked his spot, and boy, did he cash in.
almost forgot how easy poker is.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah. Me too. You know, over the last month, I've really forgot. And then
Slick Ric here, his turn to
got all
wield
my
the
run down
jacks.
out. I have one run good. I guess everybody's run good. I didn't fucking add on chips.
And this is an interesting dynamic. Whenever this happens in the blinds, JD opened this under the gun.
Yeah, here it only happened to me one time. Full triple. Or twice, actually.
You didn't see my hands this time, right?
Would be helpful.
Yeah.
And wow, top set again?
Yep.
Pocket
Wow.
jacks are on fire. It's also bottom pair and nut flush draw for JD, so a lot of those chips could make their way into the middle.
Yeah, JD pair. I mean, even though it's just a pair of twos, he's got a pair and the nut flush draw. Thought he might come in for a raise there, but he's just going to call.
Yeah, a little bit tough to represent much here. He can have pocket twos and pocket eights, but that's really about it. And pocket deuces opening under the gun and calling a large 3-bet from the blind is a little bit questionable as well. So, yeah, I think just calling there makes a lot of sense. John Ryan does stick around with his middle pair as well, and he is now drawing dead. Slick Ric going to try to choose a size that charges the flush draws and also sets himself up for a nice sized river jam.
Bet of 1.5K, and JD's sitting on a stack of 31.6K.
Yeah, once again, JD can really only have a set of eights here. Then his next best hand is really just going to be like ace-jack. So he's just going to call here and hope to hit something. Or that Slick Ric sort of gives up on the river, but my God, it's a 10 of clubs, and JD can do no wrong tonight. He's about to send top set into the bin.
Slick Ric checks.
Wow. Another dream spot here for JD. He's had a couple of these already tonight, and another one right in the breadbasket here. Slick Ric with 4,000 left behind. It's an easy all in, and Slick Ric can't fold that. And that is another gigantic pot here for JD. He moves up over 37,500 in chips, plus 23K on the night. And that is a very top-heavy leaderboard there. JD and John Harris both up over 5 figures, and everybody else well below that. RV Phil still lucky to be in the net positive, though, I suppose.
Yeah, that's a tough situation for Slick to be in. Doesn't have much left. Can't really put much of a blocker bet out there. Decides to check. JD jams on him, you know. I mean, the flush is really all that makes sense there that beats him, and there's a million other hands that he can potentially beat, but, man, that's just tough. He said JD never has it. JD always has it.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those scenarios where, or one of those nights where we've seen RV Phil look him up twice, and now Slick Ric look him up. Of course, all of these times they've had like quite strong hands. But they're just like, I mean, it's JD. He could be trying to bluff me. I have a really good hand. Like, can I just let him get away with that? And then he just has it.
Right.
2-card Arsenal here says Slick should have jammed the turn maybe. Well, let's remember that the river 10 of clubs or any club isn't going to happen all the time. And in fact, 4 out of 5 times that card is not going to peel off and improve JD. So there's even there was even, I think, 1 card, whatever was on the turn, that had it paired and been a club, it would have been a full house for Slick and a flush for JD. So a little bit less than 1 in 5 times that that he gets there. So those other times, betting as much as he did got JD to call on the turn, and that's all money that Slick Ric wins. So, you know, you got to keep that in mind over the long haul and not just think about that one particular hand. Because let's see, Slick Ric, he lost 3,900 on the river there, calling off, but he bet, I think it was what, 1,300?
13, 15, yeah, on the turn there.
Yeah, so you know, if that gets paid off 4 times for every 1 time that he loses, I mean, he's actually still making money, or right around break even, just from that aspect of it alone. Not to mention the rest of the money that was in the middle, and however the hand could play out on the river, because you could imagine that not just a club comes out that's bad for Slick Ric, but that one of the 3 remaining aces comes off and gives JD top and bottom pair, and then he may call the jam from Ric, and he'll get
Ric himself, yeah.
You know, he'll get the full 3,900 plus what was in the pot. So I mean, there's a lot more to it than just the way that hand played out.
And of course, we're able to see the cards. You know, Aaron, is there a fold to be found there? I mean, obviously, I know you can make that fold. It's not an easy one. You heard Ric say it too. You know, I don't think I can fold this, or I can't fold this, just with the amount of money that was in the pot and what he had left. But the way that hand was played, I mean, can you find a fold there comfortably?
I would say, well, certainly not comfortably. I would say that would be a very exploitative fold, and making that fold against a player as strong and balanced as JD is, I think would be a bit of a mistake.
I agree. Yeah.
I mean, because you have to say to yourself, like, Slick Ric, he 3-bet pre-flop and then bets flop, bets turn. So what better hands does he have when he checks the river when the flush comes in, right? Like, if he makes a flush, if he's semi-bluffing a flush and gets there, like, he's going to jam. He's not going to check, right? So all of his flushes have already bet. The next best hand that he has is top set. So I don't know. I mean, there's even some argument to be made for him just jamming the river, not even checking it over to JD. So that he isn't only jamming with flushes, you know, that were bluffs up until that point. So I don't know. There's a lot of nuance to that hand. We could probably go down that rabbit hole for quite a while.
Oh, for quite a while, yeah.
Yeah. Let's get back to this hand, as Benham here has flopped second pair and backed into a straight, and JD has turned the wheel, so he is now counterfeit. And JD does make the call. He's like, I have straight, you have better straight. Okay. 2-card Arsenal says you also have to keep in mind JD has 30K and he's not folding for 1,500 with a flush draw. Well, but you don't want him to fold.
You don't want him to fold the draw, absolutely.
I mean, yeah, you want to get the money out of him because he's going to miss his draw more than 1 out of 5 times. Or sorry, more than 4 out of 5 times. but it's tricky. That's the aspect of this game that is really hard to wrap your head around. And, you know, it can be understandable where you're like, oh, but if he folds on the turn, then I never lose the 1 out of 5 times. And that's true. That is true. But you also don't win the extra money the 4 out of 5 times. So it's kind of a balancing act that you have to.
Yeah, very, very tough not to think results oriented. You know, if he jams on the turn, maybe they run it twice, he chops, maybe he gets scooped still. You know, but that's all hindsight. You know, like Aaron said, we could go down the way that hand was played for 30 minutes, but I don't think anything was done wrong there. He just ran into it, just like Paste and Copy said there.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely pretty gross run out for Slick Ric and a fantastic one for JD.
Fantastic one for the one who's just got a mound of chips tonight. Just killing it.
RV Phil has flopped bottom set, and John Ryan was drawing to Broadway, but he has bricked it off. And very interesting here, RV Phil check on flop and turn actually gets John Ryan to bet.
Yes,
This is actually going to induce him. Oh my goodness. I was going to say, I'm surprised that RV Phil doesn't check and let John Ryan bluff the river, but the bet of 600 gets raised anyways. And it's only 1,000 more here. And I suppose there was a momentary thought there from RV Phil as to whether or not he could raise and get value, but yeah, I think the call is pretty much the only thing that works there.
We would have lost 500.
Another nice hand for that man.
I like it. Oh shit. It's still from the point.
Yeah, I think there's this concept of like a hand that plays itself, and people at different levels, like in different stakes that they're playing in different player pools, whatever, will have different hands that sort of play themselves. But I think that one definitely did. You know, I don't think there was ever a way that Slick Ric could have gotten away from that he should have gotten away from that. And yeah, that's just the way it is.
All black cards here. Nobody connecting here.
Ace of spades, though, on the turn. Slick Ric will pick up the toppest of pairs. John Ryan, who has picked up a gut shot to Broadway and has the king of spades. He's going to bomb this for full pot. And Slick Ric here, he may just be working his way into getting a little bit of a rebate, but that is probably the card that John Ryan had in mind to go for a big bluff with, as he is holding the key card, the king of spades, 3,700 in the pot.
3,700.
And he bets exactly that much. Slick Ric here, just one pair. Does also have a key card of his own, the jack of spades, a very important card, given the texture. He only beats a bluff. Although it is sort of unlikely that some sort of weird 2-pair is just gonna go for it here. Like, let's say that John Ryan has ace-8 off or something and picks up 2-pair on the turn. Does he bomb it for full pot here and potentially scare off some of the hands that could call him? Feels like it's a flush or nothing. Or perhaps a straight or nothing. And Slick Ric's hand sort of blocks both of those. That jack of spades, super important. Ric here in the tank. His pot, $7,400. He's getting 2-to-1 on his money here.
Oh, makes the call.
You're good.
That is a gutsy, fantastic call there from Slick Ric, and I think the jack of spades is what really brought that call together. Without that card, just really not sure that he would have the confidence to make that call. So really fantastic use of the key card. Fantastic call from Slick Ric. All right, one more plug here for the tournaments here coming up at the end of the month down in Spring, Texas. We got the Holiday Monster $135 buy-in, 40K guaranteed tournament. That kicks off on the evening of November 24th. And of course, we've also got the even bigger one, the 250K guaranteed tournament at TCH Dallas. $300 buy-in, $250,000 guaranteed in the prize pool with 5 day one starting flights there at the end of the month, kicking into December. Get your holiday season.
That's right.
Looking right along.
Somebody's going to go home with 40 to 60K as the top prize winner there right before Christmas. Either going to get to spoil their family or spoil themselves. Good comment from Paste and Copy there. It says Slick Ric making that call there with just the weak ace against John Ryan. It was a good call after that previous hand. Says it would have given him PTSD. Yeah, that hand maybe settled him back in a little bit.
Absolutely, and that just shows, you know, the strength that you have to have as a poker player, right? I mean, you just lost an entire stack, thousands and thousands of dollars with top set, you know, just getting super coolered. And now you're right back into a spot where someone's putting you to the test for, you know, a significant portion of your chips. And to be able to see through that, make the call, really fantastic stuff there from Slick Ric.
Can I get a copy, please? Copy. Yes, left. Thank you.
Porker uses the ace-5 suited to go for the raise pre-flop. Big 3-bet squeeze from the blind against JD's open on the button. JD does stick around, and this is a troublesome flop for him. Porker will be relatively ace-heavy, but with 2 aces on board, going to discount some of those. One-third pot continuation bet from Porker.
It is his ex-wife for a reason, right?
650. JD's on this sun run here. Might want to peel here, see if he can't spike that 7.
Until she gets her alimony.
Someone come around for one more street. Oh.
Yeah, now things become very interesting. JD now loses to the couple of aces out there, but now just all of the larger pairs, of course, going to be concerning. Porker Goes for the check here. Gonna look for a bet check bet line.
Quadzilla indeed. JD wisely checks back, yeah.
I mean, he's already got 3,200 in the middle. If he is best with aces full of sevens, he'll be happy to just show that down.
Absolutely.
Doesn't need this pot to get any bigger. The Jack of Clubs, not a very good card, as Porker could have some sort of like ace jack of hearts or something like that that was very happy to bet flop, but then the turn was kind of like, maybe I better just check. Let's go for the relatively small block size here, 1/3 pot, trying to get called pretty much exactly by what JD has.
It's coming. It's going. It's on the way, right?
How many months is 2 months right now? Really?
That's 2 months?
September.
God damn.
That's impressive.
That's incredible.
This is 30 years.
Happy birthday, Kevin.
Really?
Tomorrow.
Thank you for those kind words, Papa Llama. Not sure if Derek is going to be joining us back in the booth at any point. And he's taking a little time away.
Yeah, thank you for the kind words too. Appreciate that.
Maybe not everything, but a lot of things.
Close.
JD here, he feels like he has to pay this off. The price is right, and Porker will get it paid. $5,400 pot right there with the quad aces. Must feel nice.
Must feel nice. To answer Papa Llama 2, we also have RJ Dupree, who was dealing earlier, who's been helping out, and he is now joining me in the booth to finish off these last 2 hours and let Aaron go take a chill pill. But RJ, say hello to the gang.
Hello, everybody.
Well, welcome
Aaron,
in.
good to see you again.
Yeah, welcome in, RJ. I am going to turn it over to you guys. Want to thank everybody for tuning in for these first 4 hours, and hope you stick around and enjoy the last 2 as well. So, yeah, with this next PLO flip, you guys go ahead and take on over. Have a good rest of your evening, and I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
Absolutely, buddy. It was a great one. Thanks, man.
Pleasure working with you, Aaron.
All right, peace out, guys. See you.
Aaron bringing the comedy tonight and, of course, the poker analysis so well as he always does. So thank you again for letting me hang out with you tonight, man. Man, I was dying earlier. We had some good times, but big hands, big jokes. We got a little bit of everything tonight. We had the Aaron and Eric show, and now got RJ and Eric in here in the booth. RJ dealt our first 2 hours, helped us get kicked off on this Tuesday night stream here at TCH Live, and we now have Tika in the box.
Oh, you already took it? Okay.
Yeah, what's up, TCH Live? It was fun in the box earlier, and we had some lively cards going, so that was a lot of fun, and now it's fun to finish off the nightcap in here with you.
Almost raised flop, and almost raised turn. No flush draw on the bottom pairs.
They're going to do the PLO flip here.
Three-way.
Not a bomb pot, just a flip. That's why you'll see their cards exposed. Just going to be running out one board and see who wins. Anybody has a quad 5 hand, possible.
All right, we see a Queen Jack right across the top.
I see Queen Jack there.
Broadway's good starter.
Someone really have pocket tens?
Yeah, I got pocket
Pocket
tens.
tens for Benham.
I know.
I didn't know if you guys.
He's got 1-5, no quad 5s.
He's got the quads blocker.
Nice hand for Benham. He needs that. Little $1,800 pot to get this last 2 hours started off. Papa Llama says, "Sup, RJ."
What's up, Papa Llama? Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind words heading to all of our way. We appreciate all you TCH livers out there.
Give me my 200 back.
If you want to put a face to the name, there's Mr. RJ. Again, this is Eric Van Loosen, TCH live in Dallas. Thank you again for joining us. Got 2 more hours of this fun stuff. Well over $100,000 in chips on this table right now, RJ. We started with 45 to start the night. Now we've got well over 100,000 in
You know.
chips. No big deal.
Just start with a big game and double it up.
You see there, JD is up a cool 19.6K.
Looks like he's got it cruising.
He is. But again, some of the guys that started slow, John Harris there, he's up 13K. Did not have much action at all when you were dealing him those first 2 hours, and takes that one hand, the one outer. Danny, when that hand hit, looked at him and says, "I forgot how easy poker is. You just got to hit your one outer."
That's it. One outers help.
And these are all fun hands. Danny and John have already tangled once here with Ace King versus Ace Queen, and Danny was lucky to get the chop, hit the queen on the first board. Got John Harris with 6s and Porker. Still weird calling him Porker.
Yeah, it's an interesting screen name.
Danny is going to try John Ryan again, come in for the 3-bet here.
As active as John Ryan's been, it's easy to 3-bet there, and we're going to get it.
Oh, my God. They literally had this same hand play out earlier.
Queen again?
John's got the same hand this time. This is gross. Gross for Danny. He's up against a guy that has such a wide range, guy that bluffs a lot.
Oh my God.
Indeed.
We've seen this guy before.
Danny needs a queen. Big pots. Let's go, Papa Llama. That's right.
You just did the first board.
Do them dirty. That's how many
Danny says, "Do him dirty." I need both. Not going to happen. It doesn't look like you're Danny.
All right, we are drawn thin on the first one. In fact, we are out of the running.
Oh my God.
John will take the first one.
Yeah.
And of course, you saw John Harris folded the pocket 6s.
Yeah.
Wasn't going to get to that river anyway.
I'm never in it all in. I'm only in it if it doesn't go fucking bananas.
Danny does not have many outs here. The hearts are gone now. Got to have a queen.
Queen and no heart.
Ouch. Tough going. I know sometimes I think about this, but when your opponent next to you, you know, if you've got kings, you're like, he can't have aces. Or
right.
I've got ace queen. He can't have ace king, but doesn't matter where they are. Sometimes your opponent just has you. Danny.
And you can if they're a little more timid, but
right.
John Ryan's been pretty open.
He's anything but timid, right?
Yeah, he's been opening pretty light and anything but timid. Yes, exactly.
Oh, yeah. Remember he got it all in with a pair of 5s against JD.
Thought about it for about 3.5 seconds and made the call.
Seconds, yeah. Danny's got a wad of cash. He's going to buy back into the game. Some of that fresh Choctaw money that he just won, smashing tournaments.
Yeah, I think I looped. I looped at like 9:24. I was going to see how long it took.
John Ryan is still down almost 3K, but
Loops again, I might go try to figure out how to work
got
that.
10K in his stack. Anything can happen. Danny now down 16K with Carlos just ahead of him, down 13.6K. So pretty wide range tonight. Got the severe extremes on both ends. Big winners and big losers, but we got 2 more hours, folks, and that could change real quick. How was your experience dealing to these guys tonight? Did you enjoy it?
It was good. It was fun. You know, it was kind of weird not seeing the whole cards.
Right.
So that was a little bit interesting, but yeah, we had a good time. Of course, getting used to that table. That table's very different than what you would deal on normally. So that was kind of awkward. That was my first time to deal with this particular table. So took a round of the button to get used to that, and then once you get used to where everything goes, you're kind of good to go. But it was a lot of fun. They were lively for me right away, and we had a good time.
Of course, you're telling the production crew the whole time what the action is, right?
Yeah, so it's a pretty unique setting there as a dealer. So you got the headset on there, and you want to announce the action as it goes, almost play-by-play style, so that the production crew can kind of keep up with the action and know where they are and get the amounts right. And so yeah, you're literally helping out with the production crew as well while you're dealing. So it's pretty cool.
Nice. And come in here and do the color commentary. A real Jim Nance you are.
Yeah, Jim Nance. Got nothing on us. He's
Right.
got nothing on us.
Got nothing.
We're ready.
Troy, Jim Nance, where you at? Sign us up.
Mm-hmm. Of course, Romo is his partner now.
That's right.
That's right.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's Troy and Joe and.
Yeah, there you go.
Another round of playable hands. We haven't seen a whole lot of 4- and 5-way flops here, but we're going 4 ways to this flop.
Nutter gutter for Carlos. Nutter gutter for
Bink.
Someone else. Which one?
Carlos hit? With a straight with a redraw.
175 today.
Yeah, he'll have the Omaha hand right here. The move up. The move up and a flush draw.
And Phil sitting there with the wheel. A little bit of something for everybody here.
Jack bricks the river, so we'll just see all the straights bet here. One-third sizing with his 7.
Phil's got to make a call here. He's got a wheel. Fortunately, loses to any 7 there. Good hand for Carlos. He's trying to make a little comeback here himself. A little 1.1K profit. We haven't put this up here yet tonight. If you want to play on this stream with these players here in Dallas for heaps of cash like this, contact Mallory. There is the phone number, or you can go to TCH Live DTX at TexasCardHouse.com and email. Scan that QR code on your phone if you've got your phone on you right now. I'll leave it up for another second. Mallory sets up these games here in the Dallas location, so feel free to contact her. Mallory does a great job setting these up.
Mallory is a rock star.
She is a rock star.
She's a good person to get a hold of if you want on this stream. She's a rock star. She will get it done.
Christmas isn't here yet, but that's what they call the Santa Claus flop, and I'll just leave it there.
I like going to the club. Ladies.
Tika putting the ladies out there.
Slick Ric bet his ace in position here, and he's called by the pocket 6s of Carlos. Pardon me, I guess JD was the better there.
Carlos with back-to-back wins.
He did it without claws.
Another $700 profit.
A real man.
That's got to feel good for somebody that was just in the hole, almost 14,000.
Yeah.
Back-to-back wins. Not big wins, but
absolutely, you take it.
Speaking of Miss Mallory Poker, she is saying greetings in the chat here from Council Bluffs, Iowa. I imagine it's a little chillier in Council Bluffs, Iowa than it is here in the DF Dub.
Got some friends in Council Bluffs and Omaha. Played in that card room before. Tell the folks at Council Bluffs we say hello.
No, that's my fault. I apologize.
Daniel Dunn, former streamer, regular, 25510 crusher. He's hanging out in Louisiana doing his college thing. taking advantage of the GI Bill.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service.
A little education never
Yeah.
hurt.
Thank you for your service and your constant chat. Joining us on the Tuesdays. He says, "Where's Mr. Dell when you need him?" Who's Mr. Dell?
Mr. Dell.
I'm stumped. I'm old. Help me out here, Daniel. Who's Mr. Dell?
I enjoyed college so much. I did it for 6.5 years, and I'm still not familiar with who Mr. Dell is.
6.5. I did 14 years of college.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I'm not a doctor or a lawyer.
Me neither.
No, I didn't do 14, 14 actual years. It just took me that 14 years to finish. But college is cool. Stay in school, kids.
Indeed.
Don't play poker for a living. John Ryan hits a pair on this flop. He's not one to fold pairs.
Danny and John Ryan at it again. This time Danny lands the ace-king. Twice.
Probably feeling pretty comfortable about that turn card.
Goes with the 3/4 pot, usually meaning business on the turn.
John's probably wondered, do I just have this guy's number tonight? Should I call him with my jack? Okay, that's what I was wondering. I did see Mr. Delivery over at the Las Colinas location today. Would have been nice to have him on here as well, but we got a good cast of characters on the stream. Speaking of characters, Mr. Harvey Castro there in the chat. There's another face we could have used on here tonight, but we know we will see him again.
What's up, Harvey? Thanks for checking in.
If it feels perfect, I would have won the first one.
Hope y'all have enjoyed it so far. We've had some fireworks.
Finally, I had ace king. They actually gave me one.
Gotta slap that hand there. Got a rule breaker. They're not supposed to be on their phones on the stream here, but I'm gonna let him get away with it.
Out of control.
Yeah, I told you I'm a little slow tonight, Daniel. Mr. Dell. I don't know how I couldn't process
Mr. Delivery, yes.
But yeah, he's a good one. He is a dangerous poker player, that's for sure. I enjoy watching him play.
Porker opening up the action with pocket tens. 2 callers and Slick Ric. 3 bets to 900 with a suited king 6 from the big blind.
Oh, like the olden days. You used to have the remote in your pocket.
It's repeated, like, this is the third time.
Back to the flamingos again. Swans, I mean.
These guys are playing poker and watching animals on TV, watching the Nature Channel. So if you hear talks of monkeys and flamingos, that's why. But back to the action. How about just smashing top set here for Porker?
Top set's good.
Don't know what John Ryan's second card is. We can only hope it's an 8.
Design so much as like I have designers that work.
Or a 10.
More me looking at trends and like what people. But yeah.
Porker in the low jack in position to just lead out. After the check from the blind, Slick Ric. Starting this mess pre-flop with a suited king 6. He has missed the board.
He looks like he's got something nefarious on his mind, but yeah, good decision there. It was not going to work here.
And sure enough, like, 4 years from now,
Good fold, Rick.
Yeah.
Don't want to see that turn.
Didn't want to see that king. Porker's sizing up John Ryan's remaining stack here. He's got him about 2 to 1.
I'm breaking something somewhere. I'm hacking something somewhere.
Yeah,
Porker's had to be kind of patient tonight with his hand selection. Cards haven't been really coming to him, but he's just off of a smashing quads. And now he's got top set.
Come on.
Music to his ears. John Ryan says the words all in.
Twice.
We're going to run it twice with a mystery hand of 8 something versus Porker's pocket 10s. Set of 10s. First river is
Unless he's
another
got
8.
pocket 8s, he's drawn dead.
Makes it a little interesting for the graphics.
John's drawn dead.
You just scoop it.
Oh my god.
Both.
Kidding me?
Both.
10-8?
10-3.
Or king 8? Is it?
Yeah, I don't know. Porker ended up with a boat on both boards.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, like, yeah, Porker has boat. Okay, John
Ryan had the ace-8, yeah.
When they said boat, I was thinking both players had a boat, as opposed to Porker having a boat on both boards.
Well,
makes more sense there.
Mr. Steven.
Yeah, but did you hear the card for
They didn't scan?
Yes.
They didn't scan?
Okay,
They didn't scan?
They didn't. But I also didn't know what the etiquette is.
Just tell me.
Is it 8-3?
Yeah, man.
That'd be so sick. It'd be like the most brutal shit ever. When it just goes
taking that Fiji though. This isn't yours, is it?
Ace queen.
No. He brought both of those.
It's the good stuff. I don't feel so bad about losing 15,000 anymore.
Then wait 30 seconds, he's like, he's over for my Fiji.
I used to take people's food, anything, you know, whatever.
That was sick.
There we go. A little technical difficulty for about 30 seconds there, but we are back on.
Quick little rebuff. Papa Llama, I saw that you talked about Council Bluffs room from Minnesota. Yeah, probably not too long of a trip for you guys up there. It's been a long time since I visited the Council Bluffs room. Gosh, probably 10 or 12 years ago, but it was hopping back then. I know they'll run some series and stuff through there, so I imagine it's still a good room.
You see the 2 seat has been vacated. John Ryan came in, gave it hell. Always gave us a good time, good action. Love having him around. Good dude in the room. Everybody that plays with him enjoys playing with him. So whether it's PLO or Hold'em, good for the table, good for the game, and we love having him on the stream. So give him hell, John, next time. Hopefully you'll come out a winner. We appreciate you coming on, playing on the live stream. We do have a seat open.
Can I get a hot green tea and a Dr. Pepper Zero or Zero shirt?
Did you want lemon or honey in your tea?
Just stick my finger in.
Another hand for Porker there. His stack's up to 24K.
That was the only one who couldn't beat him. What's that? A little bit more, but yeah. I think everyone else is profiting.
Take a look there at our VPIP numbers. RV Phil has been the most active there.
What's that?
Voluntarily putting money in pre-flop.
Yeah, I was pretty confident about it the second time.
RV Phil's had quite the roller coaster night too. He was, up quite a bit obviously when you were dealing to him. He had such an early start.
Yeah.
Pretty sure he's still up a little bit, but he was up, I think, 16, 17,000 for a bit there.
Yeah, I think during my session there, he had it cruising pretty good. The ace-10 of spades against Castro's kings got him going.
Oh, Carlos, yeah.
Carlos, yes. Pardon me. I think I did that last week when. Pocket eights turns top boat. 5, 7,
that may have
7
been
flop.
a 3, yeah. Little misread there by our graphics. That's a 3 on the turn there.
Aye. 8 would have been cooler.
RV Phil probably still feeling pretty good about his hand.
You feel like 11, 20, something like that.
Give or take.
Should be able to get a little bit of value here. Carlos has a 5.
A little bit of a 4-liner out there that could possibly slow this pot down a little bit.
Got a lovely 5.
Lovely 5, Carlos says.
Check, check.
Phil's going to show him the J-Lows, the snowmen.
I thought it could slow it down a little, but check, check.
I think he took it. He took it. We get to listen to him swear on the car. It'll be fun.
It'd be cool if you could like.
God bless. John Ryan may have made off with our microphone, so they're saying we could hear him, we could hear him dog cussing the players on his way home in the car.
Boy, every poker player knows how that drive home goes. Oh my goodness. We do not need to be microphoned in that moment.
The old WinStar drive homes for me after a losing session. It's only an hour-long drive, but at 5 in the morning, just miserable.
Right, and that's been the problem around this part of the country for so long. We'd have to drive to play poker, right? So you had to drive back, depending on how the result went.
Yeah, absolutely. And before the two, Oklahoma casinos right there on the border opened, we had to drive all the way to Shreveport, Louisiana, or obviously play in the underground games, which, those were hit or miss back in the day and not always safe. But now,
yeah, those drives back could be a beating.
We have safe, legal poker here in Texas. 2 locations. This is TCH Dallas, right off of Harry Hines and 635. And then we have another location, TCH Social, which has a full bar and a restaurant about 7 miles away in Las Colinas.
Great park, great restaurant, great food over there.
So if you come here, not liking the action, want to play a little different game, you can drive over to the other location, have some dinner, hit some golf balls, throw some darts, do a little bit of everything. But we got the complimentary beer over here, so it's kind of a toss-up for some people. But safe, legal poker is alive, and it is more than doing well in Texas, to say the least.
Lively cards and monstrous pots right here in Texas.
How about a monster turn here? RV Phil flopped the best of it. Porker caught up to him with a queen, but he's still got quite a bit of equity here with the ace-jack of diamonds. 2K in the pot. A little over half pot. Porker coming in here.
That's stuck. I was trying to press the check button. Someone calls 1400.
That is a big old brick for RV Phil, who's still sitting there with just a pair of jacks.
With the big brick on the river. You may try to make a bet here where an ace-jack type holdings will have to call.
Pretty chunky bet there on the river.
3,000.
3,000, yeah. Porker's going to take that one down. A little 2.5K profit. You gonna try to deal some more of these streams as they come up on Tuesday nights?
Sure. I'm in a position not to turn it down, so that's good.
Yeah.
And
you're in here with me at the
yeah,
tail
so
end of it. Thank goodness.
Works out great as for me to be able to do that and then come in here and hang out and
For
talk
sure.
to you guys. So yeah, heck yeah, we'll be down for that anytime we can.
We've got 152 of you watching. I just checked the YouTube. We've got 66 likes. One of those is mine. If you would help us out, help out our stream, go to the section there, give us a thumbs up, subscribe. It helps out our channel. I know we always set a lofty goal of 150. We've got 152 of you watching. We're at 66 likes right now. So help us get to 100, maybe 150 for the night. Really help grow this stream. If you're really enjoying it, share the link to your Facebook or Instagram page and help us grow it. And we'd love to see you playing on this stream one day.
Yeah, get those likes going. Make sure you're clicking like when you're checking out TCH Live. That helps us out with all these broadcasts.
Yeah, we've been fortunate. We've had in the past we've had some of the famous bloggers play on here. We've had Pokerface Ash play on our stream. We've had Brad Owen play on our stream before. We've had Mariano play on our stream. Obviously, Wolfgang Poker, Lexo Poker has played on here. So if you want to come in and tangle with some of these locals and potentially with some of the big name poker bloggers, get on our website. Check out TCH Dallas live stream section. They do live streams in Austin, Houston, and obviously this one here in Dallas on Tuesday nights is our big game. If you think you're up for the task, come on.
Yeah, it's fun to know that the big names are watching out there, right?
Absolutely.
And it doesn't matter where, LA, Miami, Houston, they're all watching.
Speaking of, this is one of my favorite parts, and I know RJ loves doing this as well. Where are you watching from? I know I've seen some familiar names on here they're watching. Frank, I think Frank's up there in Massachusetts. We had a guy watching from Minnesota.
Yeah,
was that?
we
was
mentioned
Minnesota?
that. That was Poker Llama.
Yeah, it was Poker Llama. Of course, we lost our stream comments, so I can't go back up after we refresh.
Yeah, that was his name, right?
Yeah, it was Poker Llama. Yeah, I was watching from Minnesota. So where are you watching from? Are you in Texas? Are you in other states? Are you overseas? Where are you watching this Poker Madness from? And why are you not here in Dallas mixing it up with us?
They move in a second. They do move? Okay. Oh, there we go. Slow moving. Oop. That one was great.
John Steller in the chat with the cool icon there. Where are you watching from, John? I feel like the radio shout-outs. What's that you claiming, fool?
Yeah, sure.
Get you hyped up.
That's part of the fun here to get the shout-outs. Western Massachusetts.
Jeffrey Tobin is always in here cracking jokes. We like Jeffrey in the chat.
2008? Yeah. I was in college.
The F-Dub, Funky Town.
Believe it.
Fort Worth Mumbler, 3-5 offsuit.
That's right, buddy.
May have to stick with that. It's got a good name to it. Fort Worth Mumbler.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Like a $1 sit and go. We played some like high school games.
The Ace-Jack 6 flop here has missed most of our players. So we've had a couple of scrawny pots compared to what it has been.
Nobody got the queen. JD's playing his queen 4.
That's like the negative fucking.
That looks like JD was already out. Doug R. watching from jail.
Oh no.
That's awesome. How's the food in there, Doug?
Got some friends in there. Tell them I said hello.
They still got that real good thick bologna in jail. That's what they tried to serve me on my one overnight stay when I was 18 years old. Not fun.
A little bologna and slot, and you're good to go.
Yep. I went ahead and passed on the 2-inch.
Dublin, GA.
I passed on the 2-inch thick bologna. I stuck with the sugar cookie, and then got the heck out of there after a 19-hour session in the
I'm
drunk.
glad you weren't there long enough to get the full diet.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus.
Some people are just like in the school, like it's always better just to know the truth.
The Colony, Texas. That's where I live right now, Sang.
TC.
You can twist it.
Oh, at jail they Uber Eat. That's fantastic. What else can they deliver? I hear they get all kinds of stuff
Okay, I'll give
delivered
you that.
in
But
jail.
I literally want to die. Like,
Some legally, some illegally.
especially the type of guy that doesn't eat.
JD with pocket nines in the low jack. He makes it 300 to go.
Oh, nice. Jeffrey Tobin says he's waiting to get his commercial driver's license and start making some real money. TCH might be his next vacation.
Yeah.
Come on down. Dallas is a cool city anyway, so is Fort Worth. Get a little bit of everything.
We love our trucker friends. The truckers roll through and play some poker for a little while on their breaks and whatnot. Spend a day or two when they can.
I'm ashamed to ask. I don't want to ask you about it.
It's definitely illegal.
People are going to be afraid to like leave me alone.
Flop here. JD does not want to catch a set of nines on the turn. It's RV Phil.
It might be some form of sexual assault.
I thought I heard milk, but then I was just
I mean, like, bodily
that's
fluids.
too weird.
Yeah, milk. He said milk.
He did say milk?
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, I thought I heard
See, now he's talking about peeing in milk. Yeah.
Yeah,
Everybody in chat, so you know.
Yeah, dude.
It was on repeat.
Milk needs some acidity.
Be fun to see.
No.
Yeah, the 9 would be a brutal card.
I was curious to see if Phil could pick up on some weakness there. Maybe he does on this river.
The last one was 8.5 hours. It was actually
He's definitely wanting to bet.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we got him a couple of times. Oh, so cute.
I've been watching a lot
Cold
of the,
Water, Michigan.
What's the new satellite that's in the James Webb Telescope? Like all the new discoveries that they've been making. There's a lot of good documentaries on it.
400 in green with the verbal bet. I wonder if any of that means anything.
Right? Interesting that he decides to bet here.
Every black hole is a new universe.
Does JD want a hero call with $33,000 in his stack for 400? I mean, what is that, like a quarter? Just flick a quarter out there, a couple dimes.
The one time you're bluffing. Like, what if?
What if it's the one time you're bluffing?
What if?
Oh, he knows it too.
He's so sick, right? He's so sick. You probably just have like ace jack. I know.
No! Gave the speech and made the call. Caught it.
Oh, JD's just like, I'm just going to add to my stack. I got 35K now. What's up? Shane Young in Nashville. Awesome. Shane, I got to get out to Nashville.
Man, I love Nashville. I want to go more often, but there's no poker.
There you go.
They still don't have poker?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure they don't. So maybe Shane can hook us up with a
Just call.
verified answer on that.
I know they opened a room, and I don't know if it's still open or not in Kentucky.
Yeah, no, the card room there in Louisville is pretty good. Caesars, Indiana. It's actually on the Indiana side of the river. So it's right there across the river from Louisville, Kentucky. But
I want to say they opened a room like this, just a poker room only in Kentucky somewhere, but it may have already been shut down. I don't know. We'll see. Firekeepers Casino is where John is watching from, or right down the road from.
Coldwater, Michigan.
Of course, Michigan's the state I know that's had one of those just monster bad beat jackpots in the poker room for like
Yeah, they used to do that back in the day too.
1.1 million or something.
I remember that in Detroit. They would get up some
Yeah.
monster.
All diamond flop here. Slick Ric's gonna take a stab at it, looks like.
Venom has the nut diamond with the 3.
That's the worst.
Makes the call. This gut shot and 3 of diamonds.
And this is just walk the fuck off. Just like,
Picks up bottom pair with his bottom gut shot and his 3 high flush draw. Hit it all.
Oh, confident flush there.
Pair's good, flush good, everything's good.
Pair wasn't good, but the flush was good.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, he did catch an 8. But. So Daniel Dunn says that Moneymaker's room was the one that got shut down there in Kentucky. Good to know.
Yeah, I actually spent a year going to school in Louisville, so yeah, that was one of my 6.5 years of college. Got some awesome friends in Louisville. It was my second home there for a short while.
Sioux Falls. See, even us redneck Texans and Oklahomans know how to pronounce Sioux
Absolutely.
Falls. All right.
Yeah, we've got enough crazy Native American Indian words around here that we know how to say Sioux.
That's right. Not a boy named Sioux, but Sioux Indians. Daniel Gunther says Kentucky has a club jack. I guess that's how you pronounce that.
Yeah.
Club Jack.
Club Jack.
No, it's Club Jack in Louisville.
We got a fun hand fired up here. Porker Jacks.
Oh yeah, this could get spicy.
Slick Ric raised it up 600 to go from the small blind.
And a 3-3-7 board.
2 clubs.
Slick Ric already proved earlier tonight that he is not afraid with a missing flop with ace king to just rip it.
He will continue his ace king. And it works a lot, but might get some resistance here with Porker's holdings of jacks. Resistance indeed. Porker makes the call.
See if Slick Ric wants to continue to fire with the ace king. And now Porker's just going to continue on the same line of just check calling.
He might be ready to put out some real resistance here with 4,100 in the pot now.
Of course, Porker isn't check calling. He's got position here.
Just a call.
Doesn't want to see any of the 3 overcards. That is about as safe as it gets.
Stays friendly. We'll see if Rick continues the line. Check, check.
Wow. Nice hand.
Yeah, Rick was disappointed to see that he didn't have the club there. He probably knew that, but he did make a double check there on the river. And if he had the club, we might have seen a little different line there.
Absolutely. Thanks again, Mr. 2%, for joining us. Daniel, thanks for the info about the clubs in Kentucky. And Shane reminds us that Nashville is a party. Just don't have any poker, so they've got to make a drive to Tunica, Mississippi. I've been to Tunica one time, real late at night, so I really didn't get to gauge, or actually it was super early in the morning, like 3 in the morning when I rolled in there. So it wasn't probably wasn't a good indicator of how busy that room or good that poker room can get at that room. But
yeah, great city there in Nashville. It is a party. They have
all those rooftop bars. It just looks
Oh,
wild.
man.
It looks wild.
Songwriters and pretty ladies everywhere. It's just a cool vibe.
Sounds like Texas.
Kind of like Texas. I think George wrote a song about that.
Good live music and pretty women
Can anybody just play on this stream?
and guys. You know, we're pretty guys,
yeah,
right? I think.
yeah.
I don't know. My mom says I'm handsome.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
I'm hoping that I'm in a group of guys that help make me look pretty. So that's what I got to hope for. Got a couple suited aces with an 8-6 of clubbies. I see a flop here.
Phil needs one specific flush. Otherwise, he's in trouble. The clubs come out.
And his 8 is trumped from the suited ace 8 of Danny.
We're just readers.
But it is fun to kind of keep an eye on these suited canooders like that, how often they're in this spot.
Right.
Of course, we love to play them, but man, sometimes they can be pretty tough. He does flop open-ended here. Against
Open-ender.
Danny's nut flush draw.
Danny's nut flush draw.
I feel better about it anyways.
And a pair for JD.
Oh, okay, deal. Yeah, that works.
I think it ran into a charity.
JD actually behind. Only one with a pair.
Right off tip.
Equity-wise.
About roughly 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3.
Almost 2,500 in the pot there. Danny decides just to check though. And Bink City does pair the board.
Danny has picked up the nut flush on the turn. JD has picked up boat draw outs with his bottom pair. Checks to Danny where he'll bet slightly more than half pot here, 1,800. And the only player that could possibly suck out on him has folded. So now it's up to RV Phil with his open-ended draw, no diamonds.
Yeah, everything he didn't want to hit for him. The board paired, diamonds came out. Really not going to be chasing straights here with that turn card.
And really, even though this spot seems like something you want to go after it with, the more seasoned player learns that that's really a spot that costs you money more often than it makes any.
I think that's what he said.
No, if I was bluffing, you guys would have called.
So Phil rightly.
Finally had it, so you all folded.
RV Phil rightly lays that one down.
Danny obviously expressing the feeling that we've all had.
And Danny gets to needle himself.
When you've got it, nobody calls. When you bluff, you get called. When it's just not your night, sometimes it's not your night. And, I know I can be a defeatist sometimes, but it just takes that one win to get you back in the game, your confidence going again. Your mood changed a little bit. But
Fours versus fours, that's always fun. Ooh, look at these cards coming in together. What do you say about an 8-high flop here?
I have a feeling the deuce 3 is going to take this one down.
I had a feeling it was going to be letters.
There's some hearts out there.
There are some hearts.
My deuce 3's got a shot.
5-7. It doesn't have much of a shot. Carlos has a bigger flush draw with the 5-7.
JD and Rick both have the fake aces or the sailboats. They're not going to improve.
And all the fours are gone. So the deuce 3 is in trouble.
Can we get a heart one time?
Blah. The ace of diamonds tripping the boards.
Venom leads out. Carlos is going to have to fold his flush draw, the aggression.
Okay. You won the drawing. Deuce 3 win.
I told you Deuce 3 was going to win. I didn't know how. I didn't know how it was going to win.
Think Venom on that. Well played.
Venom, you little monster, you.
I had one of those too. Just no sevens. Came up in the flop.
What are you guys doing folding full houses?
I was like, I gotta keep telling that story.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta keep it up.
Yeah.
Until somebody tells you
It's turn, you're so.
Porker there had some sort of like tiny star, throwing star type thing.
It's so dead.
To find out what that is later. It looks pretty cool.
Is that allowed?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably can't take it on an airplane.
Right.
Can't say bomb on an airplane.
Do not do it. No.
Don't do it.
We've seen it in a movie. It did not go well.
Awesome. Just found out is a Rubik's Cube fidget spinner.
That's why we didn't know what it is, because you got to be smart to know what that is. Yeah.
I never solved
We're
a
out on
Rubik's
that.
Cube in my life.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Where did the guy go? I thought he was gonna join.
Carlos fills up with his pocket fours on the river.
And gives Danny
the little bump.
wheel. Gives Danny the wheel.
And this is going to have to be 500 more that Danny will likely call.
Who was the guy? He was C2.
And Danny's really, more concerned about the
There are clubs out there.
clubs, the ace tens. Pocket fours is probably not the hand he's thinking of here. And he's trying to get unstuck. He might even go for a raise here.
Not a lot of action throughout this hand until the river, which makes it an interesting quandary for Danny.
I think he's just in defeatist mode. He may just go for a call here, and I don't blame him. They want to play it safe.
He hates it.
Pay that man his money. Shows him fours full of tens.
And he still hates it. Makes the call. Carlos picks up a pot there. Pocket fours. Have you ever seen a Rubik's Cube stud? Just have you seen how they act?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, those guys are amazing.
Absolutely nuts.
So I told you I left poker and taught 7th grade last year for the year, and I had a youngster that was a Rubik's Cube stud.
Okay.
And he'd show off every now and then in class, but then there came time for a talent show, and in front of the entire school, he gets out there in the middle of the gym. They got 3 Rubik's Cubes messed up for him. It takes him about 4.5 minutes to knock them out. All 3 of them, just pop, pop, pop.
That's insane.
He sits there and he'll look at each one for about 15 seconds, then he gets to work.
Yeah, those people are nuts. I can throw a Rubik's Cube pretty far. You're a former baseball player, yeah.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, that's about all I can do.
We could chunk it.
Chunk it. Yeah, those guys are crazy. And gals.
I was like, well, I got a red one next to a red one. How'd I do?
Just when you think you did something good. It's
Yeah.
like, oh. Slick Ric taking a little stab here with pocket sixes, hoping nobody's got the ace or the 10.
Always fun to lead out with a small pair on these ace-10 boards.
Ooh, just missed him by 1.
That's the benefit of it. You do get to see some turns and rivers sometimes.
Bill's going to lead out this time. Say, get out of my pot.
You throw your cards into another player's cards.
Yeah, that last hand was pretty brutal with Danny literally hitting that 4. The only card to give him a made hand, but it's the card that fills up Carlos. It's just
we play different rules up
just a
here.
brutal cooler
Yeah.
there, and it's the only card that gets Carlos paid. That is poker. We've seen some sick hands tonight.
He's gonna try to kill your hand.
It was basically a 2-outer to create a hand at all.
Right. John Steller says his son is a cuber.
Yeah. Shout out to your son. Those dudes are always impressive for sure.
I thought it was 10 quarter. I thought it was 10 quarter.
Okay. I was just making sure.
No, you're good.
I'm getting super tired.
Shooting was saying that the button wasn't right, so that's why
I'm getting tired.
Grace, $1.25. Shadow,
Venom's not going anywhere. He wants to spike a set of ducks.
Venom's been dangerous when in that wheel range.
Yes.
Kid told me once he wants to make it like 106.
This is more like our 1-2 games here.
Yeah.
We're going 5 ways. Texas heads up, we call it.
Sound like a Freudian slip. This has to be
You see the swings of the game are starting to kick in a little bit here, possibly, where the bets aren't quite as large, but we're seeing more players to the flop.
And how about RV Phil and this flop? You think he's liking this one?
That's a pretty good flop.
JD flopping top pair. John Harris with the
middle pair and a gut shot.
Middle pair, gut shot.
While RV Phil has flop Broadway.
That's it?
All 4 suits now on the board. So no flush draws. RV Phil going to lead out with Broadway here.
JD drawing absolutely dead.
That lead out should be quite concerning to JD. Ace with a mild kicker.
Oh.
Yeah, I need
Yeah, you hate to see the queen come out, kill the action.
Yep.
Phil tried to be tricky there, maybe see if JD might pretend to have that hand.
Yeah, when that 4-liner hits, sometimes you feel like the only way you can get any more money is to check.
For sure.
Get any more chips. Max value, 600 or 550, whatever it was.
$50 strata.
Yeah, a little bit of run good for both players right there, right? Max value, the 500 on the turn. And JD runs pretty good with the 4-liner coming out and doesn't have to pay any more.
Raise 125.
I gotta use the restroom.
Hopefully Phil remembers to hit the mute button on the way to the bathroom. He was on the phone conversation earlier. We got to hear
nice
some weird details. We thought we were having like a true crime podcast going on while we had poker, but
boy, the ace is landing right now.
Carlos has got another pocket pair. He has not had a lot of luck with those big pairs tonight.
Yeah, and really when these guys are playing these bigger stacks like this, when you're in deep, right, the big pairs can be more difficult. With our 1-2 stacks, you know, in the 1-2 streets, big pairs, you can kind of grip it and rip it. They're much easier to play, but for these guys, you can see that they're played much differently at these stakes and these stacks.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, you saw that shit?
Nice, John Steller. Taught the little one some hold'em, and now he wants to know what the royal flush is, any game he plays on. I like it.
Yeah, what's the nuts, Dad?
Yeah.
What do I got to do to beat this game? That's good. Good to have that competitive spirit.
Yeah, it was always fun when the kids would come to me and have a poker question or something about my Instagram that they had seen, and I'd be like, I don't know nothing about that, kid.
Right.
We had to keep it on the down low, but we did have some fun conversations every now and then.
Yeah, you definitely would much rather teach your kids to play a game like a Texas Hold'em, spades, hearts, all the other fun card games than you would, you know, blackjack or some other just pure gamble type.
Yeah, I said don't ask me any gambling questions until you're 25.
Right.
Other than that, we can talk logic or whatever.
$50 strata. Wait, 5300. Raise 150.
Carlos flopping the best of it here with the 7-9 of hearts, middle pair.
250. 250.
King 7-6 to flop. Everyone else has missed, so Carlos will bet and take it down.
Which hand are you talking about, Daniel? You might be a little bit behind. You say, I think he finds the fold. Might have been talking about Danny's hand there.
Danny's wheel versus the boat. Yeah.
Yeah, he looked like he wanted to find the fold in that hand. You know, he was read his lips. He was saying 2 pair. You know, looking for the hands he could beat.
Thanksgiving horror movie.
Danny picks up kings here, makes it 250. A little wiggle in the chair.
There's too many Halloween.
Not a whole lot out there. RV Phil did limp with 7-5 of spades. He'll see a flop.
Yeah, big hand for Danny. He's been waiting for, you know, a premium and to not have somebody have him out-pipped. Phil catching a piece here.
Flop goes check, check. Oh, here we go.
So it won the got best film
Phil's
and
flop
best
middle
actress
pair and
and
turns
best
flush
actor
draw.
in the horror film
He's definitely going to lead out, but I think
festival
Danny's
in
going to put
Florida
some
a couple months ago.
max pressure on him here.
Danny could be in the mood to raise here.
Watch it on
Voodoo.
Voodoo?
Yeah,
Alright,
pay a
cool.
couple bucks.
Well, no, it's on. It's on.
It's on Prime?
He's not.
Yeah,
Oh,
several
cool.
streams.
I think it's on Prime then. We bought it
Interesting.
somewhere.
His tilt is so much nicer than mine.
His tilt is way nicer than mine.
There's some jump scares, but nothing.
Yeah.
It was made with only $30,000.
Wow.
Carlos produced the movie and cameo it?
Yeah, there's a cameo.
Deuce, you kind of like that.
For sure.
When you're holding kings.
I think Phil's sniffing out that Danny may have an overpair here.
What I
Wants to
look
just
like
check.
after playing RV Phil.
We see a cheap river here, or cheap.
And he overbets by quite a bit.
Yeah.
Goes 200% pot right there.
See the uncomfort that instantly made Phil. It's just this.
Phil said no, thank you.
No, he's like, nope, not doing it.
I don't care what you have.
There's
I'm done.
our player stacks and leaderboard tonight. Porker is now our leader. He's got 29K in his stack, but he's up 19,000, which gives him the lead there over JD, who's up 18.4.
So we've still got some big winners. The bottom end is trying to tighten up a little.
But yeah, we've got 29K stack, we got a 33K stack, an 18K stack. You know, our smallest stack right now is almost $4,000. So,
want to play for some chili? Come on out.
Yeah, we've still got plenty of chips on this table. Kind of hoping we get that 2-seat filled, but it's kind of later at night. So we're playing 8-handed, but still close to $100,000 on this table, if not more.
I'll never forget my dad took me to like it was a mistake, but it was called like how to be a player or some shit like that, or like booty tech. When he was like, and like it was just like basically a porno type shit when I was like super young, you know. And he was so embarrassed. Like,
I was like 9. My mom took us to my sister movie theater, and we watched Unfaithful.
Oh shit! Oh, I see. Oh my god, that's terrible with your mom. Yeah, that's terrible with your mom.
Like, damn, you really want to watch a movie that bad? Or like, you bring your kid?
He's saying the parents took him to see the movie Unfaithful when they were like 9. Oh my lord. But that was an eye-opener for a 9-year-old kid.
There is no movie rating in Iran, so. Oh yeah. No. But the thing is that there aren't like.
Slick Ric has let out on the flop and has missed everything. RV Phil holds the deuce. Danny actually folded pocket fours in this hand.
Yeah, Slick Ric
would have held on.
definitely slowed down there on the turn, opening up the door for RV Phil to say, hey, I think my deuce is best here. Take that one down.
Family thing, yeah. Social.
Fuck. I've been more tilted on the hands I've won because of how little
Such a
I've won.
swingy night. Who that's down there on the bottom of our leaderboard is going to turn their night around?
Look at the nice turtle.
Is it Danny Marks there in the 3 seat? Carlos in the 4 seat? I don't think anybody's going to turn their night around. We still have 45 minutes left in the stream, so plenty more poker to be played.
Suited ace 3 versus Black Betty in the house. Black aces for Benham.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes when you have more bad loot poker sets after, you just have to
Carlos limped with his suited ace 3. Benham makes it 200 to go with aces.
Angry, rap rock, limp this to some Papa Roach, and feel way better.
Not a terrible flop for Carlos here. Got the gutter ball.
The wheel gutter ball.
Backdoor heart.
Don't drive your car through a wall.
He'll call for 300 to the turn.
Womp, womp, womp.
Not cool. Not cool turn.
Come on, Tika. We want blood.
All right, Benham no longer messing around here. Get serious on the turn. And the serious bet will end it. Yeah, 750 takes it down.
Good fold there by Carlos. Not chasing a gutter ball there. Pretty decent sized bet.
What things in here do I want to build the card?
I actually saw some idiot doing that on YouTube. Some idiot on YouTube trying to get views doing that. He went to Walmart, smashed the TV.
Inside the store?
Yeah. I
don't mean inside the store. I mean buy it
and go out there and do it. Yeah. No, just idiots trying to get YouTube views. I think they brought their own TV and set it down and then faked it.
It's all good.
It's what happened, but it implied that they kind of went in there and took a baseball bat and just fucking smashed
They'll have a 2-3 offsuit.
shit out of some TV.
A lot of jack 8, 6-3, 7 deuce.
They and retail very fucked for me.
A lot of raggedy hands here. We'll finally see a raise from 6-4. Carlos makes the call with the suited queen jack to the flop.
I mean, yeah, we can just walk it down.
Carlos flopping the open ender.
9, 10, 10 flop. Definitely more advantageous for queen jack than it is 6-4. Unless a 6 comes on the turn.
See those equity numbers completely flip there. Danny's now got 60% equity in this hand. Carlos wanting to hit queen, a jack, a king, an 8. Just not an ace.
Got a 6. Story of my night. Look at that.
Check, check, and the 6 is going to take it down.
How good is that?
What are you looking at?
We get a smile from Danny as
Someone talking to you?
he outturns someone.
As he wins with 6-4 offsuit. When you're running bad, man, any win, you'll take it. Doesn't have to be pretty.
Absolutely.
I'd rather wait till I have kings again. Yeah, I'll probably.
Nobody cares how pretty the spiral is if it lands right in the receiver's hands.
Absolutely
Right?
not.
Yeah, exactly.
Peyton Manning's a Hall of Famer, and they
Oh
didn't
my
always
God.
spiral.
You remember his last year, the Super Bowl win? I mean, how awful. 9 touchdowns, 17 interceptions. Wins the Super Bowl. Plain awful. But
He almost threw knuckleballs there every now and
so
then.
bad. So bad.
Benham going to raise it up in the hijack with a 9 of spades. RV Phil defending from the small blind with his ace-5.
Benham with some suited connector. Slick Ric with a little fun hand there. Kind of hard to see that hand if it hits. Especially with that flop. 5 on the turn would be pretty nasty.
So we have no pairs in the hand. Gutter balls for ace-5, gutter ball for 6-3.
Interesting.
We'll check raise from Rick. Could it be proper timing for a check raise? Not quite yet. RV Phil want to stick around. Ace-5 looking for an ace or 3. Nine of hearts. Of course, Benham folding a 9 to Rick's check raise.
You know Randy, he wears the chains, he's like, he's real. You don't know him.
He looks like Willie Nelson on acid.
There you go. The check raise, set it up. Bet on the turn. Takes down a nice pot for Rick.
See, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to have it. You just have to have the stones. Slick Ric bets again with the 6-3 diamonds. Nothing but a gutter ball and 6 high. Takes it down.
He started the multinational corporation, 3-coin worldwide.
Yeah, good job of sensing where his opponents were.
He decided he wanted to start a personal brand.
Thought that the turn probably didn't change anything. Lead out takes it down.
Yep.
More like what isn't 3 coins. You know?
It's a lifestyle brand now. So he started his own brand. He talked to some influencers, got some He gave out some free merch apparently. And these guys wear free clothing.
My girlfriend says this looks like a Bible.
It reminds me, you know that game you played when you were a little kid? It reminds me of that game you played when you were a little kid where like, you look and you kick on the nuts or whatever. I forget what it was called. Rondo, what they called it.
I can't unsee it.
7 deuce.
Fortunately, we have not had the 7 Dewey game on tonight.
I would say they were slacking, but the pots have been plenty lively.
Pots have definitely been lively, plenty big. People getting felted.
All right, Rick turning an open-ended draw, like John leading with his ace high and a flush draw.
Slick Ric is picking good spots here to put bets in. He may be able to get another bluff through here.
He has picked good spots, knowing when to continue or when to squeeze, and John wanting to call here with ace high. We'll see if he can do it.
He's up a little bit. He might hero call on the stream.
Facing a bet of 500.
Just tell him I don't believe your story.
He gave these away.
Brand ambassadors.
Souvenirs from this game.
My life goal is to be sponsored by a 3-coin
Does he
worldwide.
find the call here?
He pays me not to
Did you
wear
get that
it.
from his game last week? Or? Yeah.
I say he finds the call.
Man, it definitely looks like he's leaning that way.
Yeah, I don't see him taking this much time and letting it go.
Just a small lead out on the turn, lead out on the river. Just enough to put John Harris in the blender here. And he makes the call. 5-6. Makes sense. Ace high takes it down.
6 slow roll, bro.
Sorry. I'm tired.
Danny with a little needle there said, "Sweet slow roll, bro." He wasn't slow rolling. He just was like, "Am I really good here with ace 9?"
Nice hand, nice call.
$500 river call
Yeah,
there.
he wanted to see it and then was excited to know that his ace high was indeed best.
Yeah, nice call there by John. He's starting to feel good. Slow start to the night. Just really had one just monster hand that kind of got him in good graces, and he's holding on to those chips, adding a few more. Back to back, ace 9 suited for John.
Let's do it again. This time hearts.
Let's try the heart variety. Porker's not going to let him see this flop for $50, though.
Raise 200.
Ace queen behind him this time, so he'll bump it up to 200.
Look at these fun hands.
Nice. Ace 9 suited, ace queen, 9-10 suited, queen jack of the same suit. Let's go.
Close 2.
And JD with ace king.
Could get a little dicey.
From the original straddle position here, we might see a bump. What do we got here? Calls to 200. Just 6 of us. Seeing the flop, 1,200 in there.
What a flop for the 3 deuce.
Deuce
Heart draw,
3.
straight draw. Little does he know he does not want to hit hearts.
And those are the 2 players that just had a hand where ace high beat 6 high in a showdown. Danny's going to bet his top pair.
Yeah, what a perfect flop for these hands here.
Snacks. I didn't know. You're the second person today.
So a 1/3 bet
Get your head out of the gutter.
from Danny as the table's checked to him.
Yeah, any queen would be interesting here as well. 9-10 would have the open ender. Danny would have the 2 pair. Porker would have top. Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities that can come out.
This bet should eliminate a player or 2. We'll see how it goes here.
Yeah, the ace king's probably, first fold there.
Both flush draws stick around for sure. 10 of diamonds on the turn. No help to anyone.
She passport ready?
We'll let the chat vote on that.
1,000.
Rick knows this spot's a little harder to pull off some of the moves he's been pulling off.
You're really the second person who thought I said that today.
See if he goes for it anyway. He's reaching. And he does. He will make a massive check raise here.
Love the effort here with just the 3 high. With 2 hearts.
Did Harris fold? I believe I don't see cards there.
I don't either. The 2 hearts and an ace gone for Slick Ric really takes away a lot of his opportunity to win this hand outright. And he may be thinking, is this my chance to get unstuck here? I got top pair. Really thinking this one through.
Yeah, fascinating spot here. Seems as though Slick Ric really check and reluctantly called the flop, and he gets it through. Danny lays it down, queen jack, top pair.
He's going to hate seeing that one later on the stream, but it may just be picking a better spot.
Yeah, Slick Ric pulls off a good pot there with 33% equity on his open-ended flush draw. Top pair goes away, and on to the next one.
Raise 300. Cross 3. Cross 3. 3 4.
3 players going to a flop. $985 in the pot already. RV Phil with the gut shot to the straight flush. Slick Ric, who was the pre-flop aggressor, flop top pair with a queen kicker. Carlos going to lay down his 9s. RV Phil picking up a pair to go with his flush draw. Still behind though, Slick Ric having a club in his hand and top pair, king with the queen kicker. Gonna lead out for almost 3/4 pot. Phil's going to make the call here with the big draw. Another black card out on the river. Fortunately, it's a spade. Phil's going to show his 8, but it is no good.
Do you have a heart draw, Eric? Did you have a heart draw? Yeah.
I had the biggest heart draw.
Yeah, nice hand by Slick Ric there. Taking down a nice
I
pot.
fold all night and it's bad fold.
I had an ace high heart draw.
What? Not here. Not that hand.
Got about 30 minutes left on this Tuesday night stream. Still 118 of y'all joining us here.
V-Pip's bumping up just a little bit.
Oh, I thought you were
just trying to
No, I
make every wrong decision possible.
Yes, we've got some people
I checked 1,000, 3,000.
trying to make moves here.
Slick Ric's starting to be a little bit more aggressive, liking some of the plays that he's put together. And
Indeed.
getting value out of some pretty good hands.
You really had deuce 3 hearts?
He's telling people about the hand that he won just a second ago, deuce 3 of hearts.
And the big fist bump there from what we thought might have been that flush draw.
Yeah, because he had the ace-9 of hearts there and swinging a mess.
I couldn't understand what you had because I had ace 9 of hearts.
There you go. He said that he did indeed have ace-9 of hearts there.
I do still have the $50 straddle on here. It's a 5, 10, 25 game, but the 50 is on.
Rip it.
That's a good one too.
What'd you have, Danny?
Queen jack.
I should just re-raise all you morons free. That's what I should have done. Squeeze y'all out.
I totally claimed too.
And they're still talking about that hand. Danny got to say what he had reluctantly.
He got to find out what, unfortunately.
It's like, yeah, I'm glad y'all are having so much fun with it. I had Queen Jack. Thanks for asking.
You raise free and we're going all the way.
Right now at TCH, we have a Thanks for Giving holiday food drive. for the local Dallas Food Bank here till the end of November. If you donate 4 food items, you receive 4 hours of play for the price of 3. So you get that 1 extra hour. You can bring soups, vegetables, fruits that are in cans. Everything has to be obviously not expired. Dried pasta, rice, peanut butter, dried beans, mixes for cakes and cookies and whatnot. So if you bring 4 of those items in, you can buy 4 hours for the price of 3. So pretty good deal right now. Obviously, we want to give back to the community.
4 hours for the price of 3. Now, one of our GTO mathematical whizzes told us that mathematically that's the best deal that we have.
Really?
That's one of the best deals we have. So you want to make sure you get out there and enjoy. Thanks for giving. Make sure you bring some food. Help some folks out here during the holidays. It's always a good thing to do.
Man, I could be wrong, but I think you can do one of those a day. So if you're somebody who comes and plays here regularly, you can do that each day that you come in. So if you got those black beans, pinto beans in a can that you
Sure
bought a couple weeks back and haven't eaten.
I have a few of those in my house, but there is no chance they're valid dates.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's the way my kitchen rolls.
You trying to come play?
But yeah, canned goods are cheap. It's all about giving.
It's almost over.
We're going to give you back a little something if you bring some of that stuff in. Great to give to the community, though.
Hey, philanthropy any way you can. You don't have to be a full-fledged philanthropist to help people.
My name's John. John? Okay, good to meet you. Good luck, guys. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're streaming right now. Yeah.
Fan club.
That's somebody walking by, seeing the guys playing up there on the stream, kind of wanting to know a little bit about it. There we go, the crushing of the water bottle there. We're getting all the sounds
Okay,
tonight.
that's what that was.
Yeah. Tika, come on. We got 30 minutes. We're counting on you. Fire out some heat. We know some of these players are still wanting to get unstuck. Maybe get back to even. See if we can't get a couple of big pots in tonight here.
You know what? We got some raggedy cards and a walk for Carlos. I want to give a shout out to all these players as far as just like the energy they put forth during these streams. I mean, rock solid dudes putting forth some good solid energy. We don't have to worry about people being overly cranky or anything like that. These guys are getting after it, and they
for 6 hours.
And they keep good vibes while doing it, man. That's always cool to see that when that's happening.
Yeah, but besides the occasional bathroom break or to check their phone real quick, I mean, they're interacting with each other. They're not allowed to play with their phones while they're up here on the stage, just because we want to keep the integrity of the game. So they're up here to play with each other and interact for 6 hours, and obviously to keep it entertaining, they got to keep in the action.
Oh yeah. I got a deep headphone.
And just like that, we got JD opening up with the fun Jack 10 of spades. RV Phil's not going to let him play for just 125 though.
Who are you connected?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Taylor.
No, Joe Matten. He's good.
Ace King of clubs in the small blind. We're going to bump it up. Three bets to 425. These two have a fun little rivalry with each other.
Yeah, no, I get it.
It's just we don't want our stream.
Yeah, absolutely. I get it. I'm sorry.
Always blaming the other one for running better. I would say tonight JD's probably got the best of it.
When you put it right by your crotch.
Got it. Do your bait move.
Fun flop.
Really fun flop here for one of them.
Yeah, more fun for the Jack 10 of spades.
I did it the first time I was playing on this because I didn't know.
RV Phil without a spade, no pair. And with JD holding one of the 10s to give him Broadway, he still has 24% equity. So he's going to put out a little bet here. See where he stands with Ace King of clubs here.
Yeah, when you have ace king, you don't love the queen jack flop, but you know you can pick up a little bit of equity there with overs and a gutter. But a pair of flush draw and a gutter will raise it up.
We get the 10 of diamonds one time, please. Well, heck. That's an interesting card.
That is going to change things.
You see how it flipped there. RV Phil now with 70% equity, JD with 30%. What they call tides turning.
JD, what a stud. Checks that turn.
Yeah, he definitely knows what RV Phil's 3-bet range is pre-flop.
Knowing that that hand in his hand looks so glorious.
Very good discipline fold. Third pair, you know, what can you do there? The guy that 3-bet you pre.
Just a beautiful flop, and it goes ugly, ugly, and what a stud. Lets it go on to the next one.
Absolutely.
No emotional calls.
Yeah, so Slick Ric is actually almost back to even there after a couple nice plays he's made and nice hands he's had recently. Just down a couple $100.
Slick Ric, they were picking on him earlier. He's the new Instagram YouTube hero. I think he's been doing some blogging and whatnot of his own.
Nice. RV Phil went from
And
early hero here to one of the guys that's down a little bit, but you know, in this big game, just losing a few $100 is nothing. You know, obviously you see the night that Danny's having, which is not normal for Mr. Danny Marks. But,
and he'll pick up ace king in the small blinds, following the small blind around.
Yeah.
Take it down this time.
Feels pain. He's trying to get unstuck, get some nice wins together, and you know, get ace king raise. Everybody folds to you. Just one of those nights for him, but that's part of poker. Danny's a professional in so many levels. You know, of this game. Somebody I've learned a lot from, actually. Good dude. But
Indeed, this is a good crew to watch.
I see some of
and learn a little bit. For
yeah,
sure.
I noticed that some of the yellow chips are now out. If you want to do the honors and remind everybody who's watching, if they're just kind of catching us, what the chip denominations are that are on the table.
Let's see. We'll start with the bright red chip. That's going to be $5. And then we'll move up to the green chips. Those are $25 each. So likely when those are in a stack, that's about $500 stack. The black chips will be worth $100. And the purple or pink chips are $500 chips. And the whitish blue discs that you see in front of some players, those will be worth $1,000. Those are $1,000 chip. And what else did you say?
They got the yellows out there now, the 5K chip, right?
The 5K is in play. I haven't seen any, but
Danny's got one.
Okay.
Benham's got one over there. So that the yellow chip is a 5K chip. So if you guys were curious about the denominations, that's what you got there. And the white chips are usually not in play. Those are just kind of tipping chips or chips these guys play with, but they're normally tipping more than $1 a hand. And anyway, they're playing for big money. Tip your dealers, ladies and gentlemen. We got some of the best here.
Fun little hand here as Slick Ric flopped open-ended and RV Phil turned a set. Rick plays the open-ender for a cheap price, able to get out of there.
Yeah, able to get out of there. Swing and a miss.
I thought we did this.
Hand number 129. So we've got some good hands in tonight.
Oh yeah, maybe.
My first dealer was slow. Just kidding. Got the best dealers around right here at TCH. The first dealer tonight happened to be me, so don't think I'm picking on anybody. It was just me.
We were all thinking when we were watching he might have a little Forrest Gump in him, but
yeah.
You did a good job.
Thank you, buddy.
That boy sure can run.
That was a good time hanging out with these guys. That was cool.
Yeah, it's fun to see some of the different dealers get a chance to deal to these guys because I know these guys are fun guys to deal to.
Yeah, and even though I know some of them, you know, like RV Phil and Carlos, that was my first time to get to meet these guys. So, yeah, it's cool to get acquainted to some new folks.
Wow, this is the second time Slick Ric has used like a king 6, a king 4.
He likes a suited king.
Suited, yeah.
He's been playing online. I know. I noticed these things.
Yep.
Suited king online is dangerous.
Yeah, in the blinds, decides I want to take some of that dead money. I don't think you guys have it. Wake up with it or go home.
I'm the donkey that usually flats that 3-bet when they're 3-betting with king high in the blinds, and then I get smoked by it.
You miss your flush or you hit your king, yeah, and then you get smoked.
Everybody's mandatory.
Yeah, good play though. That may have been a hand right there that got him unstuck.
I might have to talk to Rick and learn a little more defense on my part of that, because man, that drives me nuts.
Yeah, they actually had his name up here with Rick as R-I-C-K earlier. It's just R-I-C.
R-I-C.
Because it's short for Eric.
Short for Eric, sure.
Which is a great name.
Yeah.
Great name. Only the best are named
Eric? Yeah.
And they spell it with a C, too.
It's all right.
Benham picking up the premium. Big Slick here. Oh, it's so hard to lay down that 9-8 suited. God, fun hand.
He even pump faked. He knew he wanted it.
I'm going to call him Disciplined Danny, laying down the ducks.
Benham. Looks like Benham has a reputation that a lot of guys don't pick on him too often. When he's splashing around, it usually means business.
Check over here on our YouTube stream, see how many likes we're up to now. We really appreciate everybody that's
88. That's a total.
tuned in.
That's our over/under right now. 88.
88 is the over/under. Let's see where we're at.
I want the over, please.
Ding, 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 ding. We are at 78 likes.
Ay, ay, ay.
One of them being mine. Help us out. 124 of you watching. Go there and click the like button underneath the video. Help us get to 100. Couple ace 10s here.
Get us to 100 likes, folks. I know you can whoop that 88. That's for sure. We can get there.
Slick Ric raising to 250. JD says, my ace 10 is suited. Let's play for 700. And John Harris had a potential 4-betting hand with the ace 5 suited, but chooses wisely. And Porker's just sitting over here with 2 red cowboys.
What are y'all going to do now?
Saying
John Harris has had a fun night with his suited aces. Oh, it's always frustrating when you have a night like that where you picking up those suited aces, want to see some flops, and just heavy fire all around you, and you can't really get in there much with them.
Porker's thinking. What are you thinking, buddy? He's thinking, let's play for
2 big fat discs and a purple. That's 2,500.
25 hundo. RV Phil has definitely already folded his 8-6. The video's a little behind here. Carlos folds the queen 9, and it's back on JD. Sitting on over 30,000 chips. Wonder if I should get involved with another big stack, and he decides to fold. So good discipline lay down.
Yeah, always fun to 3-bet with that suited ace 10 on the button until it gets back to you with a massive 4-bet. Then it's a little more cringe. We're gonna bump this one up to 100. It looks like.
Yeah, we've got the $50 straddle and the $100 double straddle on. JD's gonna wake up with another JD quality hand. Ace king of clubs.
I want to see a flop on that one.
Big diamonds.
Wow. RV Phil's gonna come along. Danny's going to come along with the king, queen, and Carlos is going to come along with the big lick.
Lock him up.
And just like that, Carlos is taking the lead here with a pair of nines.
Right, just
Top
figure
pair
out.
on this current board.
All right.
He's going to check it, though.
There's a thing for your channel. Yeah, I can lock in.
See, there you go, talking about Ric's channels. Ric's a sharp dude, so he'll be one to keep an eye out.
People like fucking tired of
If he wants to get that stuff going, I'm sure he'll be a rock star at it.
That'd be sick. Yeah. Okay.
Wow, perfect card for Carlos there.
It's a Red Bull.
You gotta go past 24.
Oh god damn.
Everyone knows what
Still
24
checking, though.
Yeah. I mean, we've done 24. Yeah, this is true. Yeah.
You gotta go 48.
Oh my god.
Let's see, what was the turn?
Turn was another 7.
Okay.
So Carlos has got 2 pair here.
I still just like going to the 1-2 table and punt.
Duck goes in the muck. 9 takes the pot down.
Carlos, that's got to feel good. Wow, he filled up on the river. Full house there.
Oh, that'll do it.
Yeah, we've done the session. Yeah.
Got to feel good for him. Win $1,000 profit there after some of the really big coolers he's taking tonight.
A good session or bad session? Okay, yeah.
And I needed a pee for like
Counterfeiting the ducks anyway, so any likely hero call RV Phil wanted to go through with is killed.
I like how you bring your bomb pot angling up on stream though. It's nice.
Carlos says, you know what? I'm on a little streak here. Let's get frisky with the 7 Dewey.
I believe Danny folded the same hand if I caught that.
Yeah, I did see a king-queen folded. Benham would have outflopped the king-queen anyway with his king-jack.
It's so fucked, like, yeah. Just openly do it.
With only 2 cards to go, Carlos is going to continue the gutter draw.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the best.
Got one of them.
It's the best time to go pee.
But if I don't need to take a break, I'll play whatever.
I mean, it's the best time to go pee.
Oh.
No doubt. But
This is a bad spot for Carlos if he decides to go for a big bluff here.
Well, he's going to go for one. We'll see how big.
Not going to be big enough. But that's going to make it 500, 600?
Yeah, 500. Carlos let out with the 175 to give it a shot.
I got. At least it's not 75, Andy.
Top two will give him a shot back.
It was a noble effort.
Noble.
yeah, should really be right. Isn't that basically over?
Yeah.
It's 11:30 right now.
No, we have like 10 minutes.
We have like 5 minutes, I think.
But
Like,
I
think
if everybody's okay.
It's not mine this time.
I just had it.
3 more. 7
Like we got about 3 more hands, guys and gals, ladies and gents.
Make sure you're clicking like before you leave us. We got 3 more hands of fireworks here.
2 hands and a flip?
No, 3 hands and a flip.
These final 3 hands are always usually interesting. Of course, the players on stream, they know it's the last few hands, so things can get sometimes crazy, sometimes chill. We never really know.
We were about to see who's running best tonight.
Got it. Ace King versus Ace King here.
Who's running good? Who's running bad?
200 with a stretch. 2K is fucking.
It's always interesting to see what happens when players share the same cards.
Especially when they're good ones. Good players with good cards.
Yeah, does somebody take it down with just raw aggression? Do they both miss?
And we have the 4-bet in effect here.
Walker's got a stack. 30K.
Well, we see a 5-bet. I don't. We did, indeed.
We did. Just a 2,700 though. Not a real big raise here.
And there's a look at that yellow chip in play right there on
Right.
top of Benham's stack.
That's right. That's a $5,000 chip in his stack.
Let's make it a 6-bet for 4,500.
Yeah, it's towards the end of the night. Nobody's really wanting to go broke here.
And it's basically been min click, min click, min click. We're now a 5-bet at 4,500.
Do we see the 6-bet jam with the suited ace king?
Oh, and
Wow.
he lays it down.
Yeah, I can show you.
Oh, God. Same hand.
Do 7, do 7.
Same hand, same hand.
Very nice.
Wow.
Wow, I thought it was going to be some
Well, it wasn't quite that.
Yeah, that's the situation. These players been playing for 6 hours. Obviously, Porker had some really nice hands to get him to almost 30K, and
Yeah.
Chips really doesn't want to just dust off 14K to Benham there if he's got aces or kings.
Almost put you in a tournament spot there where you're like, oh
Yeah.
my gosh, what kind of spot am I in here?
We see players on the table do it all the time. I know the viewers are probably, oh my God, he folded ace king suited. At the end of the day, it's a
Yeah.
drawing. It's a drawing hand, and he felt like he was going to end up playing for stacks there.
Meanwhile, Danny gets ace queen and just rips.
Where we saw Danny earlier, rip it twice, but it was against the specific opponent. It was
Right,
John Ryan.
sure,
We're talking a different player here, Benham. Definitely.
Yeah, there's not a
mixes in bluffs in his game, right?
Yeah, not a ton of players on this table you can rip with ace queen, but that's one.
Yeah, and Danny just ran into it twice.
Ran into it twice.
Yeah, the time that our man John Ryan actually had him, so it's just it's a different game, we get to see the cards. It makes it much easier for us to say, oh, I would have done this, would have done that, but disciplined fold there by Porker.
Yeah, that's why it's fun to be in this spot. We get to watch.
Yeah.
We get to watch, assess, learn.
And again, it was the second to last hand. He just didn't want to play for stacks.
Yeah, right. That's why I mentioned it's almost like a tournament scenario where you're just trying to figure out if you want to play with that money or not.
Absolutely. Interesting here. Not a lot of aggression on that board with a flush draw, top pair with Benham.
Yeah, I imagine John will stick around. Possibly RV Phil as well, as he has bottom pair with his ace-5.
Yeah, Daniel, the big winners tonight are definitely JD and give me a second here. John Harris, JD, and why am I stumped here?
Poker? I mean,
Porker.
There we
yeah.
go. Poker with an extra R.
Porker, yeah.
So that would be the 6 seat, the 8, and the 9.
They may pull up the graphic once again, but yeah, those were the big winners there. Danny and Carlos were kind of the bottom of the barrel there. They were down quite a bit. I know Danny was down over 15K at one time, and Carlos was down 13K. But see if the graphic comes up one more time.
You want to do 2K plus size? You guys want to do 2K? No?
No.
That'll be fine.
200 is max for me.
500?
Benham might be up small. If it is, it's as of recent. I do believe Slick Ric is probably right at about even.
Looks like we're setting up here for the final flip.
Danny had his whole stack out there for a
I
second.
saw he was ready to go.
Yeah.
500.
Oh, this peer pressure is a bitch.
Peer pressure.
And it looks like we are going to bump it up a bit.
When a chip through it, yeah.
No.
Okay, so I got
I don't got long.
I haven't used my one time today.
Do you want it this time? Yeah.
JD, you already took it. Okay.
So this is our PLO flip to end it. They may be doing some side betting stuff.
How much we go inside? Yellow.
Looks like they're putting about 500 out there.
Yep. Again, thanks for tuning in. RJ, Eric, thanks for listening to us babble on for the last 2 hours.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for checking in. Check in all the time here for TCH Live, and make sure you're clicking those like buttons. We need those. We need those to keep rocking this show.
Absolutely. Thank you for our production team, who's done a great job of keeping this operation running. And let's see what we got here.
I think there's over 3K in this flop right here.
Somebody's excited. We got quad nines already, or did he flop them dead?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Queen
Don't
nine?
do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Did it.
I see a queen. Got to play 2 cards in this game, though.
I see a 6 there in the 9. Oh, it is. Oh, it's 6s. Okay. King.
Oh, we got it. Yeah.
Be it. There is a king queen out there for Benham.
Benham's got king queen. Benham's going to win 3.5K to end the night. Wow. That's definitely going to probably get him closer to being unstuck if he already wasn't. But, yeah, you guys, everybody have a great night. Thanks for tuning in, watching TCH Live from Dallas, Texas.